Hi, friends. Hello. Hi. Raven Moon, congratulations on getting first today. Welcome to my shoulder friend. I give you the nuzzles. Hello. We're starting off the day today with the flesh tuber. Yes, the flesh tuber. Oh my god. Hi, flesh tuber. Hello. Hi. Welcome in to Deva and Met. Of course, Raven Moon. Chew. Let me see who else is here. Ryan, welcome in. Hello, everybody. Hopefully I got everyone. Hi. Hello. So I'm going to start off today using the flesh tuber because for the majority of today I'm going to be using the VTuber model. It's just a little bit easier because I'm going to be snacking on and off and all kinds of stuff, and it's just easier that way. But since yesterday we reached our goal and you guys got the face cam, I thought I would start with the beautiful face cam today. So hello. For anybody that wasn't here yesterday, this is me. Yo, what up? All right, so today is day dos of the Donathon. After re-looking at all of the stuff, I discovered that my timer down there, the little sucker, does not like gifted subs very well. Music's a smidge loud. All right, let me turn it down. Let me turn it down a little bit. That better? Is that a little bit better? Hopefully it's not too quiet. Now it's too quiet. It's like, now it's not too quiet, Star. Balancing, Star. What is balancing? Anyways, thank you for letting me know the music's loud. Good to see everybody. So the little sucker timer down there. I have fierce eyebrows. Thank you. Yeah, there's a little cartoonist person that I saw one time that was trying to like draw me as a caricature, and he got my eyebrows so good. I was like, this man knows. So anyways, the timer down there was wrong. The gifted subs, it has an issue with. So anytime that somebody gifts subs, I'm going to have to add time to the timer because it does not do it, at least for the like multiple gifted subs, because I missed about 50 minutes worth on the timer, and that's 2 bouts of the 5 gifted subs from yesterday. So we actually have 8 hours and 33 minutes instead of our 7-hour thing. As a reminder, our donation goal down there, we're at 188. We're just a little bit away from our next goal, which is 200. And that one, my friends, is to take a shot, which I have this gigantic, and I mean very large because it's the size of my head. Ryan will know this because he got this for me ages ago and I still haven't drank it. Bottle. Soldier, welcome in. Hello. We're gonna hydrate, but not with this. Not with that. Not with that, though. That's not what we're gonna hydrate with, all right? But there is stipulation. I will take the first shot today, but if I'm feeling a little meh, because I am on some new medications and I have not drank with it yet, I'm allowed to have alcohol with it. I checked. But I don't know how it'll make me feel. So I will take at least the first shot today. But if I'm feeling kind of weird, I don't want to feel bad for the one shot. So I will owe you guys shots tomorrow during tomorrow's stream, because we should run into tomorrow based on the timer today. I would have downed that whole bowder. If I drank like I used to, Soldier, when I was in my 20s, oh yeah, that bottle would have been gone ages ago. But I don't drink as much because I'm on a lot of medications, and usually a lot of alcohol in them don't really mix so well. Anyways, welcome in everybody. Today we're going to be doing a D&D one-shot. So I have 4 fabulous players with me today who are going to be experiencing the story. This takes place in my D&D universe, so it's different planes, different worlds, different lore. So if you know D&D lore, scratch it. This is a whole new lore. There's not a whole lot of lore here, really, from my world, but it's a little bit different. So if you see something that you're like, well, that's not how that is, it is in my world, baby. Our beautiful thing is called Babam. Tales from Lyceria, Shadow of the Everglass. That is today. And I hope you guys will enjoy it. I hope my players enjoy it. I'm really excited for it. I know they're excited for it. We did, as a pre-warning, we did have a session 0 as a group, where we kind of got to know our characters a little bit. Toxic didn't really get to be a part of that as much because he ended up having to leave. So Toxic and Deva are brand new D&D players to this, so I'm really excited for them to experience their first D&D session. Chu and Lana are a little bit more experienced in D&D, which they'll probably tell you. So we have a couple new players and a couple old players and a DM who's been a DM for a very long time. So super, super excited to do that. We're going to be taking breaks today, that kind of thing. I have paused a lot of the redeems, the wheel, ollie, that kind of stuff that really takes a lot of time away from things. I've kind of paused for the day so we can just spend it with the campaign. You guys are still fine to use stickers and sound effects. I just ask that if you notice somebody's a little bit more quiet, try and be respectful and maybe not play as, like, don't spam stickers and that kind of thing, because it would be nice to be able to hear what people have to say during the story. So with that being said, I'm going to skip out of the flesh tuber and go back into yeah, hashtag I don't like turtles. Yeah, we had in our session 0, we had this little dude named Frankie. He was one of the bandit NPCs who very much does not like turtles. Okay, he does not like turtles because Lana's character, who you will meet in a little bit, scared the crap out of this poor man, and he luckily escaped. All the other bandits got killed by our players, but this guy ran away. And he's out there somewhere terrified of turtles. Probably is going to write a memoir about it and is having nightmares about turtles as we speak. This poor man. Poor Frankie. Poor Frankie! He's out there so lonely. Afraid of turtles. So if you hear funny jokes about turtles, that's why. Alright, give me 1 second to get rid of me. And by get rid of me, I mean flesh tuber me. So bye-bye. Let me pull up VTuber me. Non-flesh. Non-flesh tuber me. There we go. Hey, Savvy, welcome in. Good to see you. We're gonna head on over here for a second. Woo! All right, hopefully you all can see our little setup here. Give me just a second. Let me undeafen myself. Hello. Hello, everybody. Let me see. I want to make sure everybody can hear you, so one at a time. Lana, can you say something?
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, and then we have Deva.
Hello. Hi.
And Chu.
Hello.
And Toxic.
Hi.
Can you guys hear everybody okay? Also, Mine, hello, welcome in. It's good to see you. Hi, hi.
Yeah, I can hear everybody.
Mm-hmm. All right. Hopefully we can hear everybody nice and good. Alrighty. So I'm going to do a little kind of forward about what has happened. It kind of includes what happened during our session 0. And we will get started here. If anybody donates or anything like that, I will be pausing a little bit of the one shot, just so players, you are aware. If anybody donates or we have raids or anything like that, we'll kind of pause momentarily so I can take care of that and then get back. We're going to be taking some breaks. Anytime my players need a break for water, drinks, whatever, we will take quick breaks. And then in the middle, just so everybody that's here is aware, we're going to try and take at about the halfway point a kind of 10-15 minute break so that all of the players and myself can use the restroom, get food, whatever we need. So there will be plenty of breaks. So if anybody needs a break, just please say something. Yes.
Perfect.
I'm gonna take 2 minutes to just take some cans of soda, and then I won't have to take a break.
Okay.
I can do this for a while.
That is totally fine. All right.
That's the liquid, and you may need to pee later, but
Yeah,
Bob King.
that's all right. We can quickly run to the bathroom. You know, mid-fight. Hold on. The sorcerer waits as he pees his
guys.
pants.
I know you're terrified of turtles, but just let me go pee.
Let me go pee real quick. Let me pee on the turtle. Real quick. No worries. It's all good. All right, I'm gonna switch our music over here really quick. Okay, if everybody can let me know in chat if the music's ever too loud or anything like that and it's covering the players or me, please let me know. I want to make sure that everything is good. So once Toxic is back, we will begin, but we're going to have this as our little backdrop. Lots of classical music today because it's copyright free, my friends.
I mean, might as well.
I want to make sure people can watch the VOD, so
I'm back.
if they miss it. All right, Toxic is back. Okay, I'm gonna do a little kind of forwarding sort of narrative piece here to kind of catch everybody up with where we're at. So, the road has been long and hard won. You all first met at the Gilded Bramble Tavern, a well-worn but lively rest stop at Itrin Outpost, nestled on the edge of the Penumbra Mesa. What began as a shared evening of rest quickly turned to conflict when a band of would-be thieves and bandits tried to hijack a newly arrived caravan's goods. Fighting side by side, your skill and tenacity drew the thanks and the admiration of the leader and head merchant of the caravan, a man named Quentin Kennedy. Impressed, and also a little desperate, Quentin offered you coin and goods to serve as guards for his traveling caravan. A colorful collection of wagons and merchants and hopeful traders bound for Poppy Crust, a flourishing trading town nestled on the border between the lush meadow of Cherish and the desolate expanse of the withered Bone Barrens. You weren't the only ones under Quentin's employer, however, as this former soul guard, a very grizzled man named Raylith Gramwell, has made it very clear that he doesn't really trust you all, especially a certain turtle. His grunts, sharp glances, and muttered jabs have made the days on a road just a little colder. 2 days have passed since you all left the outpost. 2 days of rolling wheels, campfires under the starlight, and tense vigilance. You've already seen your share of blood, defending the caravan from raiders, roaming bone barren beasts, and worse things that honestly don't even leave some tracks. But now, as the sun dips below the horizon and the full moon begins its climb, Quentin shouts from the front of the caravan's train. You hear him, "Poppy Crust, ahead!" as he points. And tonight, you finally arrive at your destination. But what awaits you in the moonlight is not the prosperous trading post you were promised. Also, Peanut, welcome in. Thank you for getting your daily star. All right, my friends, that is where we are at. Shadow of the Everglass begins. Hello, Katie. Thank you so much for the subby. Welcome in. Also, hi, Annie.
K Tyson
Hang
01
on,
just
KT.
resubed for 28 months.
Welcome, welcome. Let me get you on here for a sub. That puts us up a little bit more time. Look at that. We're at $193. Thank you so much, KT. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you. Let me go and fix our little donation thing. Oh my goodness! KT! We're starting off strong today! KT, thank
K
you.
Tyson 01
Thank you
just
so
gifted
much
5
for
subs.
the gifted subs to the community. My goodness, KT, you're starting off strong already. Look at us go. We haven't even started, KT. Thank you so much. We have a gifted sub to Lana, Sin, Soldier, Star Galaxy, and Razor. KT, thank you so much. And to everybody who got a gifted sub, welcome back to the Boba Squad. All right, so now I gotta do this. All right, hold on, KT. Hold on, players. KT's rocking our world already. I gotta do math now. We're at 218, so we have passed our goal. That means that Star has to take a shot. Woo, boy.
Let's go.
Let's start this. Just starting the
D&D.
D&D. Starting D&D.
D&D. D&D.
All right. Do know.
D&D.
Drug D&D. Do know that we are going to have 25 minutes added to the timer because for whatever reason this thing doesn't like to add gifted subs, so 25 minutes will be added to the timer. I have that noted here. Let me go ahead and update our goal. So our next goal, my friends, let me get all this updated really quick. Thank you so much, KT, starting us off strong. I appreciate you so much, KT. Thank you for supporting me, supporting the community, getting everybody subs. Let me go ahead and update our little McDubis here. I know, McDubis. It's super, super descriptive. All right, so our next goal is at 250, which is ASMR lewd story reading with the Black Hole Queen at some point. We can unlock a stream with the Black Hole Queen reading lewd ASMR. We know how much everybody likes the Black Hole Queen. Oh my goodness.
Don't get me started, Star.
I know. I was like, she's over there like, don't say anything. Yes. All right, so we are here, and then our next goal is at 250. All right. Now I gotta go back here, real quick, and then we'll have our peeps introduce themselves, because KT's just freaking amazing over here getting us started.
Do you want me to take a shot as well?
If anybody else wants to take a shot with me, go for it. All right.
All right.
Take a shot of water.
Here we go. All right, my friends. Courtesy of KT.
Jack Daniels.
Yep. It's all I got. I don't have my rum. I thought I had rum in the freezer. I don't.
Is it Jack Daniels?
Mm-hmm. Oh
You
my
need
god.
to mix in a little Coke.
I don't have any Coke, so otherwise I'd do a whiskey and Coke, because that actually.
That's exactly what I am.
I have not taken a shot of Jack Daniels in a while, so this is probably going to be one of those, like, you're going to see a weird face on me, because let me tell you. All right, you made it. Hey. All right. So we got. All right.
Star, I'm here. I have my drink.
All right. So welcome in Titus and Ace to we just, thanks to KT, we broke our 200 goal, and it's time for a shot of whiskey. So Star is not good at chugging these things, so we're just gonna do it. You ready, Chew? You're doing it with me? You doing it with me?
Yeah, I'm doing it with you.
All right, here we go. Go. Ooh.
I would have chugged a can of Coke, but I
Ooh.
already had like fully drunk one, so
Oh.
I'm leaving the second one for later.
Woo.
Star tanked that shot, dude.
There it is. There's a nice burp from Star. Whew.
There we go.
I now remember why I don't do Jack Daniels, because whew.
I had to quickly mix half a drink, so I just chugged an entire drink. So let's do this.
We're starting off D&D strong right there, my friends. Whew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing I could have chugged
Woo.
to make it interesting is like sparkling water, because I.
Thank you for the hydrate, Peanut. Oh my God, water is right. Oh my God, water. Yeah, my stomach is like, what the fuck did you just put inside me?
Oh my god.
Okay, now that we're back to D&D, and holy smokies, thank you again, KT.
I was gonna laugh if Meta had to go to the liquor store, because then it would just be like that one meme. Just on my way to the liquor store.
I'm at a liquor store. All right, we're going to go ahead and do some introductions. So, Lana, would you like to introduce yourself and your character, please?
Hello. I'm Lana Lynn. I use she, her pronouns. And I am playing Barrowgash, which is a Path of the Beast total barbarian. And yeah.
All right, so there you go. This is our beautiful I don't like turtles. It's because of this turtle right here. A beautiful turtle. You guys should be able to see who's talking, because a little speech bubble should show up next to their name when they're talking, so that'll help you out with characters and names. Deva, why don't you go ahead, introduce yourself and your character, please.
Hello, I'm Deva. You can find me on Deva Arts, and I'm going to be playing Sana of the Wilds, and she's basically like this druid elf girl.
All right, so Sana. So we've got Barrowgash and we've got Sana. If you guys would, I just posted a link. You can go and follow Deva, because Deva also streams here on Twitch, so you can go check out her channel there. Chew, would you like to introduce yourself and your character, please?
Yes, I'm Chew. You probably already know me anyway, because I have played with Star before, but I do stuff on Twitch and things. Today I'm playing as Lani Lau, who is one of my other D&D characters that I've kind of brought over, and She's kind of like a misfit female warrior. Kind of think of Brienne of Tarth from Game of Thrones. Yeah.
Very nice, very nice. And if you guys would, you can click on that link I just posted. You can go follow Chew on Twitch as well. And then I don't know. I know see Toxic is muted, but I'm not sure. Toxic, are you still there?
I'm here.
Oh, there we go.
I was just muted so
No.
I wouldn't randomly pick up noises from my background.
No, you're all good. All right, and then Toxic, would you like to introduce yourself and your character, please?
Okay, so I'm just Toxic. I usually just hang around in chat. As you might have already seen me, and I'm playing Jack, which is basically just a gambling kind of D&D character, as I made it, and there's not much special to it after that, I think.
All right, so we have kind of a fun group here of different characters with different backgrounds and different classes. Aw, thank you for the 69 biddies for the introductions, KT.
My ding ding dong.
Thank you, KT.
K
I
Tyson
appreciate
01
it.
cheered 69 bitties. Look who has their
Alrighty.
mind in the gutter.
So,
Well
with
introduced
that
all.
in mind, I think it is time that we begin. And my goodness, the shot is already getting to me, y'all. Holy shit! It's been a while since I've done Jack Daniels. Mr. Redberry, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the community. I hope you're having a fantastic day. All right, my friends, let's go ahead and get into it here.
Welcome,
Let me change
Mr.
our music really
Redbeard.
quickly. Thank you for letting me know about the music as well, Matt. If you guys do hear the music being a little bit too loud, please let me know and I will adjust. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes with the music where things are at, so wanting to get all the help that we can. What up, dog? We're doing some D&D. We're D&Dizzles. You came just in time. We're just starting, so hopefully everybody enjoys. We have our introduction to our characters, our world, and enjoy, everybody. Here we go. All right, so drawing near to Poppycrest, you can already make out the features of the town from afar. A shimmering spring lies at the village's front. To the west, you can kind of see this somewhat jagged line of small mountains that cuts the horizon. And to the east, a dense forest, which spreads out with trees crowding tightly together. And far off in the distance, a pale gleam of the Cherish River reflects in the moonlight. But as the caravan pulls closer, there's an unease that starts to kind of settle in your chest as you notice that the bustling trading town you were promised is nowhere to be seen. Instead, bathed in the cold light of this full moon, lies only eerie ruins, charred timbers, crumbled stone cottages, and the hollowed husks of farms long since reclaimed by time, and by what looks like rot and wither. A town that looks like it's been long left abandoned, forgotten for almost ages at this point. High on a hill in the center of town, you see something even more eerie and unremarkable. A almost swirling, incandescent, massive black fog? Smoke, perhaps? It's coiling like a living thing around this large, very looming mansion. The caravan slows to a halt, and the horses and stamp out nervously, and the merchants and travelers all disembark in silence. Gazes all fixed on the town, and you all watch as Quentin, again the master of the caravan, climbs down from his carriage at the front. His eyes are wide with disbelief. He turns to you. This is Quentin here for everybody that's curious. He turns to you in your carriage, his voice low and kind of somewhat uncertain. And I'm going to say this really quickly. I appreciate everybody talking in chat. I'm going to try and kind of read what you guys have to say, but a lot of this will be kind of me just dictating things and the players playing, but I will read what I can. If you have something really, really important to say, highlight it and I'll read it. But yeah, so Quentin turns to all of you. He kind of looks at you with this like look of disbelief, and he says, This can't be right. This isn't the village we were meant to find. Poppycrest wasn't supposed to be abandoned." And Evangeline, Quentin's girlfriend here, finally kind of speaks up as well. She has this very, very worried and somewhat chilled expression to her face. "Darling, this can't be Poppycrest. The town wasn't abandoned. We were told it was thriving. It was a metropolis. It was a trading post. This can't be right, can it?" Quentin pulls out and looks down at his map, taking note of the mountains, the forest, and the back shoreline of the river in the distance. "But we are in the correct location. Everything matches. The landscape, the spring, the mountains, the forest. This is Poppycrest." All of you also step out of your wagon, kind of approaching the two of them, as well as seeing our friend Gramwell step out of his wagon, and you all rest at the kind of exterior of the town in wonder of what exactly is happening here. Mr. Kennedy, I've heard that name somewhere, yeah. All right, so something that I like to do for my players to make sure that everyone gets a fair chance to kind of each have a turn is I like to roll out of turn initiative. I do this because like I said, I want everybody to kind of have a chance to talk and, you know, basically I want everyone to have a voice. So I want everybody to, if you would please roll initiative really quickly. For Toxic, since you were not here when we kind of did this, if you go to your character sheet page, Toxic, there should be at the top, kind of right in the middle, you'll see a thing where it says initiative, and then when you highlight over it, it turns red. That's how you're going to click on things to roll it. There you go.
After last time, even if I was here a little, I learned it a little bit.
All right, I'm going to have, let's have Toxic and Chew re-roll again for me, please, since you both got a 16.
I thought I had a 15.
She got a 6. Toxic. Oh my god, you both got a 6!
I'll reroll again.
Oh, wow.
That's hilarious.
Can I also re-roll again?
Yeah, re-roll again. That's so funny. You both keep rolling the same thing. Okay, so Chew is going to go first in this case. So, Chew's going to go first. So, I think you both initially got a 16, so David's going to go last, and we're going to have Chew go first. And then Toxic. All right, so our order for out of turn, and this is the way that I kind of do out of turn battle is you guys all kind of get the chance to sort of talk a little bit, interact with NPCs. You get about 1 check, maybe 2, depending on like what kind of check it is. If it's a really basic check, if it's kind of a more in-depth check, maybe just 1. But that way everybody gets a chance to talk and we get to hear from everybody. So Barugash, you're in this town. This is obviously not what anyone in the caravan was expecting. There's a lot of people in the caravan, but Quentin and Evangeline are outside. Gramwell's outside. They're all looking around like stunned, amazed. The town is just full of ruins. There's nothing here. There's no one in sight. It's like this whole place is like a ghost town.
Okay. I'm going to go up to Quentin. Say, this is definitely the right place. I don't think it's the right time.
Whatever do you... Right time? He kind of gives you a very puzzled look. Whatever do you mean,
Well,
right time?
It seems as though everyone is gone. I mean, I know you know that, but I don't know if Gramwell here knows that.
Grandma kind of gives you a little bit of a scowl from the side, kind of a look to him.
regardless, I think it would be best if me and my party members go in first, just to scope out the town, see if there's anything dangerous, and then maybe come back.
It might not be a bad idea. Quentin looks to the rest of the caravan. You see about 5 other very colorful, very elaborate wagons, some full of families with children even. He looks at the children in particular, looks back at you and says, "This place could be dangerous. We don't know what lies inside the town," he says as he kind of points towards all of the ruins and the heralds inside. "You and your party have proven strong in our last battle. I trust you." He looks over at Gramwell. If you can convince him to go with you, perhaps Gramwell can assist." Gramwell again kind of shrugs and gives you a little bit of a side eye.
I think it would be best if we leave at least one person behind, just in case something pops out at you guys.
Evangeline nods. "He has a point, darling. We could use some protection here at the caravan itself. After all, if something happens to us, we'll need Gramwell's help, right, Gramwell?" she says as Gramwell kind of growls at the intent of it. All right, anything else you'd like to do for your turn, Baru?
I'm gonna make like cry. I'm gonna like turn to Gramwell and do a little crying emote. Just like, when I have to do my job.
You see Gramwell,
But-
he does. He reaches up and he just crosses his arms in front of you and he just goes, "Turtle, I see you're still up to your whims. Trying to be the hero, are you?" He says as he kind of sticks out his, kind of ruffles his face, giving you a roll of the eyes.
Sorry, did I steal your thunder?
"Perhaps," he says as he kind of scoffs towards you, and he sort of turns away so that he doesn't have to look towards you.
Regardless, give us maybe a few hours to look around, see if there's anyone around. Stay away from the big mansion, though. Something sinister is there.
Yeah,
I don't
so
particularly know what it is, but
Quentin is nodding as he looks over towards the mansion, and you can tell he doesn't even say anything. He just gives you a nod. You can tell by the look on his face that he understands exactly what you mean. He gets this gut feeling that there's definitely something very wrong with whatever that shadowy black fog, mist, smoke, whatever it is going on over by that mansion. Something is not right. He gives you a nod. "Of course, Barugash. I will allow you and your party as much time as you need. We're supposed to be trading here, but something isn't right. Evangeline and I and Gramwell will stay here as long as needed. If we can figure out what's going on here, perhaps we can still do our trading as we were supposed to. But if not, we will have to move on."
agreed. Just keep an eye on any mischievous children.
Of course, and Evangeline kind of, "Well, that's of course something that I've definitely gotten used to," she says as she just kind of chuckles, looking at the children again. All right, Larnie, you are up.
So I'm gonna hop off the little, I've forgotten the name of it, the cart?
Yeah, the little
You know what I
the
mean.
little caravan cart,
Yeah.
yeah.
The caravan, yeah. And I'm just gonna briefly take a look around, and do I notice this plinth here? This like little plinth?
Yeah, so you see that there is kind of some sort of little monument, statue, something or other, kind of at the entrance to the town, yes.
Okay. As Baragash is kind of talking with the caravan crew, I might just like silently and a bit antisocially just go up to it and just kind of examine it, see what there is.
Okay. So as you head up to it, you see that it's mainly a monument sort of welcoming people to the town of Poppycrest. It talks about the establishment of the town, specifically that it was established by a particular family, the Laroons, and I'll spell this for you kind of in the chat here. So L-E and then R-U-N-E, the Laroons. It points in a specific location. It's showing you this over here. It says that this is the Laroon Spring. It says it was at one point touched and blessed by starfall, that it is a very sacred place, and that therefore Poppycrest itself is a sacred place. And it is a monument that's welcoming people to the town of Poppycrest, and it shows that supposedly it is a very high population of people. And there's even a little dedication on there that says that they newly opened some sort of clock tower just within the last couple of months. So the fact that this place looks like it's been abandoned for years is a little strange.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of look over my shoulder and go, "This is Poppycrest." I'm gonna just yell out to to the caravan. Looks like there's been people here, but I guess they up and left.
You hear Quentin kind of, well, I suppose we are in the right place, but if people up and left, should we just turn back, or what do you suppose happened here? He kind of shouts back out towards you.
Can I just look around, kind of see if I can get any clues?
Just kind of like a general, your passive perception kind of thing?
Yeah.
So looking around the place, you kind of take a gander towards some of the homes and the ruins over here. And it almost looks like everything was just kind of washed over by just this weird essence of decay. Everything just looks overgrown and rotted and decrepit. But you get this feeling that it's not natural, and you can't explain why, but there's something just weird about it. You've been around ruins before in some of your adventures, and this is just different. Something about this just hits differently than other ruins that you visited before. And another thing you notice is you can't help but notice it. These weird little blue sort of flickering lights, these tiny blue lights that hover throughout the village, kind of weightless and slow moving, almost like little fireflies, except when you kind of reach out towards them, they aren't insects. They just sort of drift with an eerie kind of weird purpose. Their glow sort of casting unnatural little reflections everywhere. Other than that, you don't really see much of anything else with just your basic perception. Just kind of from what you can tell from here. There's definitely a city center that you can get kind of. There's a much bigger homes and a city center kind of over in this direction that you can kind of see. But that's sort of the feel that you're getting from this place.
Okay. The monolith says that there was activity, but just looking at these ruins, they look like they've been here for years. Something doesn't feel quite right.
Evangeline kind of looks back at you as you mention this, listening to you intently.
It's something I can't quite put my finger on. And I just kind of look at the orbs, and then I guess I'll just meander back to the caravan, just kind of in a thinking, and then I'll start bringing off some supplies, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Yeah, you guys you're not really restricted to your movement here. This is kind of just an overall map of the village. You guys will only be restricted to movement when we're in other maps, so you can kind of move around as you please, as long as it's within reason here. So you kind of move your way back. All right, so Jack, you're kind of hearing some things about, yeah, we're in the right place, that kind of thing. This is all sort of happening at the same time. What is Jack up to during this time?
I don't think of much, but Jack walks off the caravan and starts to look around a little bit. Right. I'll put him somewhere over here. And I just wanted to ask, can I also, do I notice those glowing things?
Yeah, all of you would definitely notice the lights with your passive perception, these weird little like glowing orbs. At first you all kind of think they're probably like some sort of firefly, but when you look at them again closer, they're definitely not. It's just these weird little like floating, almost kind of eerie glowing blue orbs. And there's little speckles, and you can kind of see they're sort of just going all over the place throughout town. You can, even in the distance, you can kind of see them. They're all over the place.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I just only noticed the orbs, honestly. I don't know what to do.
Okay. So you notice these orbs, and you being a spellcaster, just again with your kind of like passive perception, you're definitely getting some sort of like energy from these orbs. Almost like there's definitely something about them that's kind of calling to you. Maybe they're magical. There's something about them that's different, that stands out. They're definitely not natural. They're not something that you would normally see every day. Even though you've only been in the casino, like you can tell there's something special about these things.
Yeah.
All right. So Jack's kind of taking a look at these orbs in particular, kind of feeling something interesting from them. All right. So
Yeah,
Sana, what is Sana doing? So Jack's checking out the orbs, kind of looking around, being like, these things are kind of weird. What is Sana up to?
Sana had no idea what to expect over here, because she kind of decided, you know what, I'm going to see some new things. But now that she feels this forest, it feels so awful. It feels decrepit. It feels like everything is in some state of entropy, and it just keeps on. It makes her skin crawl, really. Is it possible to roll for perception and also talk to an NPC?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's fine. You can always talk to NPCs and stuff, and then you can do like one major roll if you'd like to. Yeah. What are you kind of like looking for with the perception? Anything in particular, like really standing out, or just doing like a major perception of everything?
Maybe a major perception, because what sticks out to her is the forest. The trees feel dead somehow.
Okay.
So let me roll.
18. Okay. So you step out of the wagon, and you because you have such a connection to plants and wildlife, the second your foot touches the ground and you feel the earth beneath you, you feel this like overwhelming sense of just decay and death, and like something here just is not right. You're like, we may be in Poppy Crest, but like you almost get the feeling that you're also not in Poppy Crest. You're in like there's also like something else here. There's something like not right here. Something deathly, something sickly is here. And when you step out and you kind of close your eyes and you sort of inhale and you really, really focus on everything around you, the wind, the trees, everything else, you can just faintly, as the moonlight kind of casts these trembling shadows through the ruins, you hear a very faint voice cut through the wind and the silence, and you almost swear you hear a voice kind of coming out from this sort of center city square. Helena! Celine! Lean! At first, it's sort of distant, kind of wind-blown, uncertain. But then again, you hear it. Helena! Celine! Lean! You hear that the name Helena and the name Celine being yellen and echoed from some kind of voice coming from that direction.
Oh my god. Oh jeez. She walks over to Quentin and Eve, and she says, "Hey, are both of you sure that we must go through here? Can't we take some sort of detour? Everything feels fetid somehow."
Quentin.
I know I wanted to see some things, but I don't think that this is something that'll be for anyone's benefit, really.
Quentin kind of looks at Evangeline, and Ava looks back at him, and Ava goes, "Well, I mean, we could keep going, but we had contracts with the elder of this town, and as well as, well, one of the aristocrats here to do business. But based on the looks of things, maybe we were told misinformation." Quentin looks at her and looks back at you, Sana, and says, "Perhaps so. Obviously something isn't quite right here. You look like you look almost pale. Are you all right?" He questions you, looking very concerned, because you definitely are. I would assume that you're kind of giving this look of like, "I don't like this," sort of expression.
You're assuming right. She literally looks she looks like a ghost right now. Literally, even the air tastes bad to her, and she says, I don't see anyone here. Who do you expect to be trading with?"
And again, in the distance, you hear like, Celine, where are you? You hear in the distance. You can hear this very, very clearly through the wind. Even the trees are almost kind of rustling it to you. And Quentin goes, you, I suppose we could turn back if you're really feeling uncomfortable." He looks over at Barugash and he says, "Your friend here assured me you would at least go check it out, but I suppose if you need to stay here, Sana, you could." He looks a little hesitant about it. He's like, "I did hire you to protect our caravan." He kind of like, he's kind of like, "I did pay you to protect us." He's a little hesitant about the whole thing.
She's just looking to the others to see what they say.
Is it okay if I say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's probably kind of it. So we're kind of back to everybody, so everybody can kind of react to everything that's going on right now.
I want to put a hand on Sana's shoulder. Say, "It'll be all right, friend. If something's wrong, you can always run back to alert the caravan. But we do have a duty to these people. We must at least figure something out."
I suppose.
And remember, Sana, you're the only one that's heard this voice, whatever it is, calling out for these people back there.
But didn't you all hear it? It was clear as day. It carried on the wind. Did you hear it?
Hear what?
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? We can't just leave them then. They do have some sort of duty here. You're right. Maybe it was just me.
You see Evangeline look towards you and she goes, I would appreciate if you could at least check it out, like Barugash said. But you said hear it. What exactly are you hearing?" She sort of gives you a little bit of a look like a huh? With a raised eyebrow.
Yes, well, I heard a most ghastly voice. It was two people. They called to each other like they were being tortured. Just Helen and Celine. I don't know. It was Helen and Celine, and they felt so miserable. I felt it. It was horrible. Really, you believe me?
Any thoughts from anybody about this? So I will say it's the same voice. It's a person, like one male, like masculine-ish voice is calling out for Helena and Celine. It's like a voice that's calling out for the names, and then like, "Where are you?" is what you're hearing.
Ooh, noted.
So, Alani kind of. Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
So I kind of just like raise my head and I kind of like lock in on that, and I'm like, someone's in trouble, and I kind of go into like a not a fight or flight, but I just kind of lock in a little bit. I'm gonna say to is it Raylith the guard?
Mm-hmm. Yes, really.
So Raylith, you're staying here. If we go, I'll go with them.
Indeed. He kind of looks at you. I will protect the caravan if you're going towards the, the voices. He says he kind of like looks over at Sana like she's crazy. But he doesn't say that out loud, but he gives you a look like that.
Send him a glare at that.
He glares right back. He does not. You can tell he just does not like you. He glares back, but he looks back at Larny. He seems to have this warrior's connection with Larny, and he goes, very well then, you and the turtle. He says he looks back. Jack and Sana shall go check it out, and I will stay here with the caravan. Should you need me, I suppose I could help, but if Sana's hearing voices, that's not good, but perhaps there are people still in the town that need your help. He says he kind of looks back at the caravan. I'll do my best to protect those here. We'll stay on the outskirts of town. Stay safe for now.
I give him a nod, and I hop down from the caravan and regroup.
Alright.
When Sana says that she's hearing voices, Baragash will tighten his grip on her shoulder to like reassure her and say, I may not know much, but I do know that some people are more in tune with the arcane. And if that's something you're hearing, I don't doubt that it's there.
Thank you, friend. I'm glad at least you believe me.
Grandma again kind of gives you like a, yeah, whatever. But then he'll kind of look, and he makes his way kind of through the caravan and starts instructing people, you know, we're going to be staying here for a little bit, everyone, you know, be on high alert, that kind of thing. Quentin looks at the rest of you and he says, well, if you are going towards that town center, please, especially he looks towards Barugash, who he trusts very, very heavily at this point, keep your company safe. He looks over towards Larny. He says, your sword sharpened, your bow at wits. Looks over towards Jack. Your spells at the ready. Whatever that voice is, it could be calling you in there as a trap as well. Just be on the lookout for anything. This place is eerie. It's creepy. It's definitely not what we were expecting coming here. And it's nighttime. Who knows what ambushes might await you? Evangeline nods. Please, be careful. I know you all are very strong based on all of the encounters we've had so far, but something about this place just seems wrong, unsettling, evil almost. If anything goes wrong, please alert the caravan, and we'll send Gramwell if we can. Be careful, won't you?
Of course.
All right.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Aye.
Are you all in agreement to kind of make your way towards this city center location?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right.
My character is mostly just quietly following the group.
All right, give me just 1 second to switch you guys over. Let me put the character order back on here, because that's the only thing I don't like is that you don't keep the character order when you go to like the next page.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking Barugash went first, then Larny, then Jack, then Sana, if I remember correctly.
Yes, I was third at least.
Yeah.
That's all I remember.
All right, so give me just a second. You guys should switch to a new screen here.
Ooh.
Oh, damn.
All right, so the supposed bustling trading town is indeed silent, especially for a supposed city center. There's no lit torches anywhere. There's no distant clatter of carts or laughter of villagers. Only ruins greet you. Burned out homes, collapsed barns, and splintered fences. There's weeds crawling through shattered windows. There's ash marks that streak the earth like scars all over the place. Most of the buildings and homes here are totally collapsed or destroyed, except for one over here on the side, which still seems to be intact, but suddenly you kind of at first hear what sounds like wind, but then it happens again. Rushed footsteps which echo between the hollow buildings, and finally a figure sort of bursts into view, running towards you. Oh, it's an older kind of elven gentleman in tattered rancher's clothes. He's sprinting towards you, eyes wide with panic, his face almost a mask of just like desperation and just like bewilderment. Though his dark skin kind of gleams with sweat, looks like he's been just exhausted. He's unnaturally pale, sort of drained, as if he's kind of seen something that's almost like shattered him. You know, something that's like he's seen a ghost almost. He kind of skids to a halt near your group, just kind of clutching his side and sort of
Could I
gasping
just
for
like
air.
yell halt as he's running up?
Sure. So
Because I'm just a bit on guard.
Yep, yep. So you yell halt, and he kind of like skids to a halt and kind of like, kind of gasping for air. And he's like, "Oh, thank the gods, I wasn't losing my mind. I did hear horses way out there. Someone's still here," he says as he kind of takes these deep breaths. His eyes sort of sweep over all of you, sort of taking a good look at you. He's not like holding on to any weapons. He's not wearing any cloaks or anything. He's pretty, from what you can tell, Larnie, he looks like he's unarmed. He's wearing pretty, again, tarnished kind of rancher, almost farmer looking outfit. Looks pretty torn up. He looks exhausted. He looks like he's been running around for a while. He's sweating. He looks just, he does not look good.
Okay.
Yeah, he looks a little loose for wear. He kind of looks over all of you and he says, Wait. You're not from around here. You're travelers, outsiders." He kind of, you see him quickly sort of glance behind him real quickly and kind of look around frantically as if something almost might like chase him or something like that. Are you just clicking that just to see what it does?
No, I thought it was going to expand it. My bad.
Oh, no, you're fine. I was just asking. All right, you're good. So we'll kind of start off with, if you guys want to kind of do things at the same time as somebody else, let me know. That way you can kind of take turns sort of in conjunction here. But so you got this guy. He does halt a decent a ways from you. He's eyeing you. He's like he's obviously knows you're outsiders. He's looking frantic at stuff behind him. He looks exhausted. There's ruins everywhere around here.
I'm going to kind of like stand, or I'll just stand like right here, like a decent enough away, but like still.
So kind of on guard, but sort of in
Not
front
on
of
guard,
everybody.
but, like going to approach him.
Okay.
Yeah. Alrighty. What happened here?
He kind of looks at you. He looks around, and it's almost like he's just so excited or just relieved to see somebody that it's almost like a panic just bursting from his mouth when you asked him this question about what happens. He just goes, it was just a few hours ago. I was up working on my ranch, and he points up. Imagine the picture of the village. He points like up towards like the top right, way up on the cliff at the top of the village, up at a ranch kind of beyond the forest even. He says, I had a view just over the hill up at of the whole town, and then this herd. He kind of like holds out his arms in this big elaborate motion. This black mist, this shadow just rolled in from out of nowhere. He says as he looks almost frantic. It covered everything, just everything. And he's making these big, again, elaborate movements with his arms. Swallowed the market, the square, the elder. Thank you, Peanut, for the scream. That was perfectly timed. He points over here towards this building. The elder's house, everything. Where it touched, things just rotted, just ruined, just wood turned to ash, stone crumbled. It was like a dream collapsing in on itself. And he just kind of takes this big gulp as he kind of almost slouches over in like a panic. When it finally pulled back from the rest of the village, it all gathered up there. And he kind of turns around and he points way up there towards, up on that hill where that looming mansion where all of that stuff is at that you saw earlier. And he says, that's the Pendragon estate, Alden's home. He's an aristocrat fella. I don't know how, but that place is like holding it, like that shadow it's been swirling around. He's holding his hands up in the air, swirling around that place for a while now. He says as he kind of breathes out again. He just looks like he's in a panic. Looks like he can barely breathe at this point.
Alright, I'm gonna go up to him, kind of put a hand on his shoulder, and say, alright, I have a job for you.
Thank you for the fart. Alright, so you tell him and he's just kind of like, a job? He says.
I need you to guard the caravan and tell them to leave town just outside of it. But I also need you to not send anyone into a panic when you do this.
The panic? He's like, I'm panicking. He looks around. He's like, my wife Helen and our daughter Celine, they were in town and just to pick up a few things. I haven't seen them. I've searched every ruin, every damn street. There's not a goddamn soul left until you lot showed up here. He's like, I was just about to search the Elder's home. Hell, Elder Laroon said some shit like this would happen sometime, and I didn't believe the old coot, but here we are, he says as he's looking around again, just baffled by everything that's happened.
Wait, what did he say specifically?
She said something about someday darkness would come, and we all thought she was nuts, but here we are. He says as he kind of just again sort of shrugs and gives Baru like a I don't know, we all thought she was crazy kind of look.
Okay. Well, take a moment to gather your breath. Try to calm down a little bit, and then I need you to go tell the caravan to move.
All right. I want others to be able to maybe interact with him too. So
Yeah.
you're kind of telling him this, and he's just still kind of like I don't know what the hell's going on. He's farting out of panicking, according to Peanuts. He's got panic farts, he's again, you'll also take note that there's more of these like blue lights in town that kind of seem to be like all over the place. You see this kind of just to give everybody another idea that you see all of these abandoned sort of ruined buildings. There's this very strange looking cart that is another wagon. It almost is very similar. Thank you for the hydrate. Let me grab that real quick. Everybody grab that real quick. That's a good idea.
Stop. May I say something?
Sure. Yeah.
Like, are we doing turns right now, or?
Yeah, so everybody kind of gets like a turn to kind of talk and do stuff. So Larning will kind of get to interact next, and then you, and then Sana, and then we'll have this guy actually do what you guys kind of ask him to do, whether it's to do what Baru said, or if you guys want him to stay, whatever. You can kind of decide what to do there.
While Baru was talking to the man, I was thinking, like, can I say something because of, like, the people, like, those names he said?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're allowed to kind of react. So if you have a reaction that would take place around the same time, you can kind of speak up really quickly. That way it doesn't, like, we have to backtrack to it. What were you wanting to say?
Oh, I was just, wondering if something like that happens, can I just say something?
Yeah.
Immediately, or because I don't want to interrupt in the middle of explaining.
Yeah, if it's me kind of talking, I like if it's me having a NPC say something, or if somebody else is talking, just wait for them to kind of finish their statement and then be like, hey, my character would have something to kind of say about that. And then I'd be like, yeah, sure, say it. That would be kind of what you would want to do.
Okay, noted.
Yeah,
Because I was like, with the names that he said, I was like, didn't like Santa or something do that? That was what I was thinking.
Yeah, so you can kind of mention to Larnie and Santa, isn't that the names that you heard somebody shouting earlier?
Yeah. Exactly.
Thank you for the dragon potion, Titus. We'll go ahead and do a dragon potion. So Sana, did you hear Jack tell you that? Like, hey, isn't that the names that you heard somebody calling out for earlier?
You're right. I recognize that voice. And she would kind of walk a bit closer to him. Oh, thankfully, yes, I can walk over. So she actually walks up to him because she sees that he's obviously very distressed right now. And she says, hey, are you all right? I noticed that you're clutching your side. I heard you yelling before. How are you feeling?
He's kind of like, I'm just mostly tired, is all. Don't worry about me. I've just been running around this place trying to find people, because he's like, not a damn soul around. Ain't nobody. He's like, all that's here is this wacko-ass cart that's never been here before, and all this ruin and shit. And he says as he kind of is looking around, my wife's nowhere, my kid's nowhere. He's like, I don't know what the hell happened.
Wife and Helena and Celine?
Yeah, you probably heard me shouting for him. I've been yelling my lungs out trying to find him, and ain't nobody here but you folk, he says as he, again, kind of lets out these big breaths.
And where was the last you've seen them? Was it when the mist came?
When they left to come down into town earlier, yeah, and then after the mist, I ain't seen nobody, but it took me a while to get down here. I had to go through the forest and everything.
I see.
The forest is treacherous, lots of plants, lots of all kinds of shit to get through there. Takes me a while to get back into town.
I see. Huh. And you're sure you're not wounded? You're not ill?
Oh, no, I'm just tired. I'm confused as hell, I'll tell you that, but I feel pretty good other than that.
He looks over to everybody else in the team. Like, what do we do here?
All right, so there's Sana. So Larnie, we'll have you kind of interact next since it is your turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep one eye on this guy. I'm just a little bit naturally skeptic.
Okay.
But I am interested in this cart over here.
Okay.
And I kind of want to just like inspect it while kind of lightly listening in on the conversation.
Okay. So you come over here and you see this big kind of torn down sign that is very rickety and kind of worn out, but you can read it. The sign says Alistair Fenwick's Cart o' Curiosities. And it looks like it's some kind of very high value collectible cart of like enchanted scrolls and magic items. It's the cart is splintered and very much half decayed. Its one very vibrant canopy is now kind of shredded banner that's clinging to this kind of scorched wooden frame. There are char marks that kind of crawl up one side and shattered wheels that lie all over the place. But despite the devastation around the place, the cart's wares and various little spell scrolls and stuff kind of remain intact. There are items for sale here, and each one is displayed on top of velvet cloths that kind of look very, expensive and luxurious based on their prices. Some of the objects are fascinating. Each one has a tiny little brass nameplate affixed to it, kind of mounted on warped woods. And just looking around, I'm going to kind of give you some of the names. So you see the Lament of the Skyborn, the Orb of the Eternal Storm, the Bottle of Sunken Hours. You're kind of just getting a glance of different little objects around here. But amidst all of them, only one of these objects seems to have been purchased. It's the only thing here to have a sold sign on it. And this spot stands out. the surrounding wood of the cart and the stones of the cobblestone ground below it kind of are blackened, as if scorched or almost maybe like cursed by something. And there's almost an eerie, shadowy kind of mist left behind, but whatever used to be here. The shape of this shadow is sort of like a flat, but kind of rounded, cylindrical object from what you can tell. But all that remains now is a sold sign on the brass nameplate that simply reads, "The Everglass of the Hollowed Vale, worth 50 platinum pieces."
Jeez, that's one heck of a coin. I'm gonna turn around to the guy and I'm gonna go, do you know a Fenwick?
Fenwick, he says. Hell no, I don't know a Fenwick. He says, if you're talking about that weirdo cart, I've never seen that thing in my life. He says, we got a lot of merchants coming through here, but never seen a guy named Fenwick before, no. He says as he kind of like ponders and thinks for a moment. He's like, no. And then he really, he's like, I have no idea.
So, looks like that something has been bought or taken. There's a shadow. I don't get this. I'm gonna kind of say that to the rest of the group, just to kind of get their reaction.
Okay. Jack, you're kind of the first one to react here, since it's your turn. If you have a reaction first of all, everyone else can react after that. But you're kind of, it's your turn next to kind of do something. So you see Larnie go over to this, and you being, you know, a sorcerer, you can definitely feel a lot of magic coming from this particular cart over here. Lots of magical energy coming from it. Magical items, magical scrolls. And you see Larnie looking confused and is like looking at different magical items sitting over here.
Okay, Jack goes ahead and walks up to Harmony. Just like that. Well, he walks up over there and he asks, what are you looking at?
I'm gonna point to this Everglass potion. I'm gonna be like, well, this thing.
So you point, and again, it's like essentially a leftover shadow, and the best way to describe it is it looks almost like a shadow of what used to be, and just on your basic perception, you can probably tell a flat, probably what used to be a mirror, most likely, used to be sitting here, some sort of flat object. That the sign says the Everglass of the Hollowed Vale was the name of the object that used to be here. And it was sold. It's the only thing here that was sold. Every other magical item is still here. The Lament of the Skyborn is still here. The Orb of Eternal Storm is still here. And the Bottle of Sunken Hours are all still here. The Lament of the Skyborn is some wing-shaped pin. The orb is a small white orb with lightning inside of it. And the Bottle of Sunken Hours is some corked bottle with shimmering turquoise. But as Larnie points to this weird leftover shadow, it definitely is giving off some weird, almost like the same sort of shadow that's left behind. Reminds you of the weird stuff going on at the mansion up on the hill. It looks very similar to that.
Okay, so I'm guessing that's just my instinct.
That's just what you guys are getting just based off of your like passive perception of this thing.
All right.
Okay. So for the rest of my turn, I'm gonna kind of hear Baragash and Sana say to this guy to go back to the company, and I'll kind of just nod in agreement, and then I kind of want to just start a patrol around the square, just, you know, I want to like look out if there's any dangers or anything like that, anything that catches my eye. I'm happy to roll a check for that as well.
Go ahead and roll just a perception.
Yeah, perception. Here we.
Also,
There we
while
go.
you're doing that, can I ask something?
Yeah, sure.
I was just planning on inspecting all the items on the cart.
You can do that during your turn. Yep, your turn is next. So once Larnie does this perception check, your turn will be next. So Larnie, you start
not roll for
kind
you?
of like, yep, it rolled. I see that. You got it 15.
Okay.
Yep, I see it. Yep. So
Cool.
you start, kind of making just a quick little round because this city center isn't that big. So I'm fine with you kind of like making a round. And you take a look around, you kind of walk around these abandoned buildings. You do a pretty thorough inspection. You don't really see anybody there. You're looking through here. Don't really see anybody through there. This house is still intact. The walls are still there. The ceiling's caved in a few places. You can kind of get a little bit of a look inside, and from what you can tell, you can see through a hallway. There's not really anything in there yet. You'd have to really go inside to check. But from what you can see, the only thing that's around are these weird blue orbs every so often in different places. They're even inside some of the homes, but there isn't, again, just like our friend here, this gentleman said, there's nothing around.
Okay.
So you definitely have done, and that's a very thorough patrol of the place. I will say you've definitely done a very, very thorough patrol.
Okay. I'm gonna just kind of stand guard, I suppose. I'm still a bit wary, but
Okay. So do you want to say that you're kind of like at the ready in that sense?
yeah.
Okay. All right. So Larnie's kind of at the ready, on guard, weary, not really sure what's going on. So Jack, you're wanting to, Larnie has ops. Yep. Larnie's ready. Exactly, Ted. We should totally secure these items so that they don't get stolen. Yeah, exactly, right? That's what Toxic's doing. So Toxic, you're wanting to kind of like check out these magical items that are kind of here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to have you just based off of like the little sort of notes that are on them. You can see that the Lament of the Skyborn, which is this wing-shaped pen, it says something about being able to control what's called the Echo Flight. The Orb of the Eternal Storm says something about being able to move like a tempest. And the Bottle of the Sunken Hours says that you can get back lost moments. And for you now to really understand what these do, because you are a sorcerer, I will allow you to do an Arcana check to see if you can kind of figure out like exactly what these items might do in particular.
I'm gonna just.
Hi, Vampire. Welcome in.
Oh God.
Good to see ya.
Okay. I'm guessing this is gonna be a really low roll right now.
You never know. Give it a try. A 6.
Yeah.
All right. So with that roll, I will allow you to do one item. So which item in particular are you most interested in? So you've got the Lament of the Skyborn, which has something to do with being able to control Echo Flight. That's the wing-shaped pen. The Orb of the Eternal Storm, which has something to do with being able to move like the Tempest. Or the Bottle of the Sunken Hours, which allows you to get back lost moments. Which thing are you most interested in? Also, Mathis, welcome in as well. Hi.
I presume the echo thing, the pen.
The pen?
Whatchamacallit, because it 100% has something to do with the orbs.
Okay.
But I do want to add, Jack picks up the other items
To take with you?
stacks them away.
All right.
Yes.
So you take all of the items
Stacks
with
them.
you, but in particular, you take a look at the Lament of the Skyborn, the thing about Echo Flight you wanted to know?
Yes.
Okay. I'm doing pretty well, Mathis. How are you doing today? We're doing some D&D, so we're kind of chilling and
My
hanging out.
character is a loot goblin.
So you take a look specifically at the Lament of the Skyborn, and you can feel a lot of energy coming from it. I do these kind of as like because nobody really has any spells or anything that tell you what stuff does, I do an Arcana check for it. And because you are a sorcerer and you kind of have worked in a place that deals with a lot of antiquities and that kind of thing as products, you definitely have read about these kind of things before. And what this does, the Lament of the Skyborn, I'm going to put it into the chat so that you have it. It's going to be in the chat. What this does is you get Echo Flight, which means that you gain a flying speed equal to your walking speed for 1 minute per long rest. So it allows you kind of to fly. And by that, I mean you can probably, it's a very like basic form of flying, so it's more like a hover, I guess. you can kind of like float through the air. Just the person wearing the pin can. And you can hover about like 10 feet off the ground and kind of fly, which is pretty cool. Matthew,
Can I
thank you so
still
much for
do
the 100
something with my
beans. You can still use your movement, so if you'd like to move somewhere, still you can. Mathis, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Mathis0075 cheered
I
100
basically know
bitties.
what it does now, right?
Yes, you know what it does.
Jack,
That puts us
He-
up to 290.
he asks, if I may, asks people to like get over to him really quick because he has something to say. He has a theory about what's going on with like the orbs.
Okay, everybody definitely would be able to kind of like hear you, so you could probably tell everybody from this point, and they'd be able to hear what you have to say.
All right.
Or you can also move closer to them because you're the only one that can technically move at the moment because it's your turn.
Technically, I'll move over there then.
And yeah, I'm not worried
They
about
should be
over
able-
encumbrance because the loot's pretty minimal. So, but you definitely have picked up all of the items from the cart, and have kind of
Yeah,
brought
I'm a
them with
loot
you.
goblin. Jack says, after inspecting the item and such, he says, guys, this pin, I've noticed that it has some, that it can make you be able to fly, but it does leave a trail behind you, and I'm not sure if it has anything to do with the orbs, but it might have something to do with them. But I'm not sure yet.
All right, thoughts, guys, about what maybe?
Tell Jack your thoughts. No.
I just kind of look at myself and go, I'm not the most athletic person. I'm good.
And do you have any thoughts about that? Maybe this kind of pin or something like that. The idea of this echo flight might have something to do with these little orbs at all.
I'm gonna say not. Lani's not very magic averse.
So Larny kind of gives you a shrug of like a maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Baragash is just gonna put his hands up and be like, "Don't look at me."
Sana, you
What
have
makes
any
think
thoughts?
that
Go ahead, Davis.
What makes you think that they're connected?
I mean, it's just I've noticed that the orbs, they are definitely. I had a slight feeling, at least, that they might be connected to magic, and this shaped pin I have, it does leave a trail, and I just had a feeling because this is definitely something magical. It's a magical tool that they might have something to do with it.
You see the gentleman, he just goes, well, I mean, there's lots of magic and such. The Elder Laroon's always talking about magic and crazy such. If you want answers about magic stuff, it should probably be, well, I mean, most of the stuff around here is all torn to heck, but her house seems to be pretty intact over there. You could always go check that out, I guess. I haven't looked in there, but Celine and Helen aren't in there, so I doubt the Elder's in there either, but her stuff sure could be. By the way, my name's Abram, Abram Langhorn. I'm sorry for not introducing myself earlier. Y'all just, it was just nice to see some folks for once.
Okay. Jack quickly just goes ahead and says, "Greetings. What was his name again?"
Abram, he says his name was Abram.
Okay, I'm noting it down. I forget names instantly.
Mm-hmm. And as a reminder, he's kind of told you that this house belongs to Elder Laroon. and it's a she of some kind and she supposedly told him and others that the town would fall into darkness. So the elder knew something was up here. He also mentioned that he lives up on the hill and that he came through the forest and that it's a treacherous place. Those are some things that he's kind of like explained so far to like recap things that he's kind of talked about, and that he's checked the whole town. No one's here except for you guys and the caravan that he's found anyway.
Okay, am I at least able to say we should inspect the house?
You can say that. You can be like, yeah, maybe we should check the house out. Yeah.
We should. I'm gonna say how Jack would say it. We should maybe check out the house, as he said, because if that's the only thing intact, we might be able to find some clues. And that's the end.
All right.
I'm not gonna say anything anymore.
You're good. All right, so we're back. Yeah, back to Berugash. So, are you guys in agreement? You all want Abram to maybe go back and kind of alert the caravan to maybe head out of town, or at least head out further in the outskirts because something funky's going on here?
I'd say
down.
so. I'd say so. He seems too distressed already. I wouldn't want him to be out and about.
That is true. We should definitely let him go back to the caravan
All right.
and maybe calm down there while telling the others to just maybe leave a little
All
or
right.
go somewhere else.
Larnie, you in agreement with this as well?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Abram kind of looks at the rest of you. He's like, well, if you are going to go check out the elder's house, be careful. I'm not sure what all was in there, but she normally, other than being a little crazy, was a nice lady. Composes a lot of music, makes a lot of little knickknacks and stuff. She's always been nice, just has a lot of, what's weird oracle-y type weirdness. We always thought she was a little strange, but her family, established this town, so we all gave her as much respect as we could. He says as he kind of looks at the rest of you. If you find anything, please tell me. I'm going to keep looking for Helen and Celine while I make my way to your caravan out there, but be careful, will you? This place is creepy now. He just kind of looks at the rest of you.
More details.
Gives you kind of a pat on the shoulder, Berugash. Kind of gives Sana one as well. Y'all take care now, all right? Helen, Celine, where the Sam hell are ya? He says as he kind of takes off, heading towards the caravan.
Make sure to rest.
He just kind of takes off, jogging sort of at a sprint. He's like, where the hell is my wife and my kid?
That's very Skyrim NPC. Like, they have a whole conversation. He just runs away.
Yep.
And he's like, I can't find you.
He's like, where the hell is you? All right.
We go in her house and one of us kicks a ball and all we hear is a new hand touches the beacon.
Yes. Oh my god, yes. All right.
Sorry, Traveler, you called me on my run.
Sorry, Traveler.
Helena!
You caught me while I was jogging around looking for the goddamn people. Ain't nobody here. How are you doing today? I've been better. How are you? I've been better. Oh god. All right, so Baru, we're back to you. It sounds like Larnie kind of did a good scope of the place. You saw her kind of look around, came back, didn't really seem to be alarmed by anything. Jack seemed to have taken some things from this cart, was talking about this pin. Obviously there's maybe some stuff to look at in this elder's house, which seems to be the only thing intact here at the moment. Yeah, that's where we're at.
Okay.
What you
I'm gonna turn to Jack and just say you paid for those, right? I wouldn't tempt the fates, not in this situation.
Oh God. No, but I just took him thinking there might be a clue with it. We have to say if anything we can just to find out what happened, right? What Jack says while he looks away.
Lani gives like a slightly disappointed look.
Is there really any harm in it? There's no shopkeeper.
For now.
That is true. Yes. I totally agree.
This Alistair Fenwick is nowhere in sight.
My character will stay Loot Goblin this entire time. I hope you guys realize that.
All right, I think Jack doesn't care. He's like, it's mine now. It's mine, my precious. It's mine now. You can't take my stuff.
Like Bobby, my precious.
Yeah.
Any pin, so nice to pin. Look at my pin.
It's
Can I
mine.
ask a question?
That's exactly how Jack would act if it wasn't with you people.
Yeah.
Well,
I will like lean over and like talk to Larny for a second. Say, did you find anything when you did that little patrol?
I'm gonna kind of jokingly say nothing for free, and then I'll just kind of So these lights, I saw them all over in the house over there on the square. I can't get my head around it. I don't know what it is. Something about it is just really eerie. And as I say that, I'm just kind of like resisting the urge to kind of just to reach for my sword as in kind of just like a reaction.
Something ain't right here.
I feel uneasy. You can definitely see it.
Sana goes over, she just looks over at both of them and she like agrees. She says, yeah, it's quite tangible, really. And actually, Jack, are you sure that those items you took are going to suit you well? They have an entire cart, really. It had an awful feeling about it. Are you okay?
I think I'm fine. I really hope there's not too much bad about the car. Because those items, they do seem awfully precious for it not being here before. And some the shadow thing you found, it really did look like the shadow up on the hill near the house.
No, so he points to that same location. So at the cart, you guys still see there's this little basket of scrolls that no one's really looked through. But next to the basket of scrolls, Baru, you and Sana both see the same thing that Larny and Jack were looking at, that empty space where that weird shadow, almost like leftover image of this thing used to be, with, again, the little name tag that reads the Everglass of the Hollowed Vale used to be. And again, that weird sort of smoky residue that's, like Jack said, similar to what's up on the hill.
Is it just like located in that little spot, or is it like leading somewhere?
It doesn't lead anywhere. It just is like, it was sitting there for so long that it like left a little remainder of smoke there or something. But from what you can tell, it doesn't really seem to lead anywhere, no.
Okay. Well,
He stole my pen.
we investigate the house.
My pen.
He burnt my shake.
He burnt my shake, yeah. he stole my pen. He stole my orb. He stole
my pen.
he stole
Nobody's
everything
taking
but
it.
my scrolls. Because Jack didn't take
Exactly.
Jack didn't take the scrolls. He didn't take
The
left my
scrolls.
Hey, he left my scrolls, but he took everything else. The scrolls are still
It's not
there.
worth it.
His little merchant buddy's like, you what?
He what? He what now?
I'm tempted to make my character look at the scrolls now.
He took your
Sorry, I shouldn't
scrolls.
have said that.
You want to have the others step into the house? Jack just like sneaks back over, takes the scrolls, goes into the house. I mean, you can if you want. You can
Wait,
if you
are we
want,
going
Toxic.
into the house right now?
I think so. I think Baru, if you want to go, Lana, you can have Baru head into the
I
house
am
if you'd like.
I recommended it, but
Yeah.
I have given my approval. I'd stick behind in kind of like a defensive position, but yeah, I'm still very much following.
All right, so you definitely head into this house, and there are little remnants of the blue lights heading in here, but then they stop, and you find yourself just in this very open hallway. There's an open door that kind of leads to the right into a bigger room, and then a closed door on the left, and a bigger, just open archway towards the back. There's not really much in this hallway other than just some destroyed tables and kind of like torn up things and parts of the roof that have been collapsed. Not really anything worthwhile checking for. There's picture frames that are broken off the wall, but mostly everything in here is pretty well destroyed.
okay. Can I check this room right here with the closed door?
You want to check like the door itself, or
No, just like open it and then see what's inside.
yeah, you can go over. I think you should be able to click on the door.
You should, at least.
Here we go.
All right, so if you head on over there, you've seemingly entered an old living room. Dust hangs thick in the air, and there's this scent of old ash that lingers from this kind of unlit old fireplace. It sits cold in the far corner, its soot-streaked stones cracked with age, and in the center of the room, a very once elegant blue sofa lies collapsed, and its stuffing is spilling out all over in torn seams. There's shattered tables all over the floor, and against the back wall is this very beautiful but partially broken piano that sits in pieces. Its lid is torn off, and some of the the little piano keys are kind of scattered all over the floor like broken teeth. There are picture frames that are still clinging to the fragments of old faded memories and kind of dusted, that are smashed and crooked. And of course, a giant chandelier that also is like crashed against the ground. But definitely some things worthwhile to kind of like look around in here. And it definitely looks like it's been a place. Motherfucking Chicago. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're having a fantastic day.
Damn,
Hello.
Oh my god.
Welcome,
What
Mother
a name.
FKN
That's a
Chicago,
beautiful name. I
1996.
love it. Love the name. So it definitely looks like a very cozy, warm place that an elder would have to live.
All right, I've played enough Mario 64 to know not to go towards that piano. But I'm going towards it anyway.
All right.
So I want to see what's around.
Just lightly
All right.
hold the control stick.
Yep. So you see
Just
another open
slightly move it
doorway
forward.
and an open archway that leads towards another open door leading kind of somewhere. You're not really sure exactly where. But do you want to just kind of inspect the piano?
Yeah, I'll inspect it, see if there's anything inside it.
Okay. So go ahead and roll investigation for me. The urge to play chopsticks is strong. Must
Play chopsticks!
I mean, Star, I just want to say, after everyone enters the building, I'm gonna steal it. Just so you know.
No worries. All right. Also, sorry, I'm sort of
All right.
snacking, so if you hear some weird things. Okay. So
You're good.
you kind of take a look at the piano. You lift some things around. You touch it. You kind of run your hands over some of the keys and notice that most of the keys are broken. And you kind of ding, 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 ding. Notice that most of the keys are broken or are soundless, but some of the keys still produce sound. A, C, D, E, and G keys still make sound, but the rest of them kind of don't. And there is still enough sound in the piano to still make a fairly pretty tune, should you want to try and play yourself a little melody, but there isn't anything suspicious about the piano. How you doing? We're doing pretty well.
Delightful.
How you doing? Yeah, no mimic, no creepy thing in the piano. It appears to just be a very lovely piano. One thing you do notice, though, while you're kind of looking around, is there is some scattered sheet music around it that you do notice is written by an Alara Laroon, which I'll put on here. Most likely, the Elder. And as you remember hearing Abram say, she was a musical composer.
Okay. I
Is that all?
will take this opportunity to throw it to the next person.
Yep. All right, so Sana, you are next.
All right, so after she mentioned the whole thing about the weird aura that's around the cart, she does hesitantly walk over just to see whatever's left. So you said that there's scrolls left?
There are some scrolls in there. Would you like to take a look at
Can
them?
I look? Yeah.
All right, so you pick up one of the scrolls and it kind of scatters into dust. And you pick up another one and you read the scroll. And it looks like it is a one-time use. So the way that these kind of scrolls work is as long as it is in your class, you can use it without a problem. If it is not from your class's spell list, you just have to roll an Arcana check. And the DC is just based off of whatever level it is. So the one that you have found here to begin with is Word of Radiance. So it is a cantrip on the cleric's spell list. You utter a divine word and a burning radiance erupts from you, and each creature of your choice that you see within range must succeed on a constitution saving throw or take 1d6 radiant damage, which is like light damage if you want to think of it like that. Since you're new to D&D, radiant damage is like light damage. And for you to be able to use this, you would have to pass a DC of 10 on an Arcana check. Would you like to take the scroll with you?
Are there any others?
You keep looking and you kind of are shuffling through. The scrolls are very easy. You don't need to make a roll or investigation. And the other one that you find is that is intact still is one called Scorching Ray. And Scorching Ray is a second level spell on the Sorcerer list. And it is you create 3 rays of fire and hurl them at targets within range. You can hurl them at one target or several. You make a ranged spell attack, and on hit, the target takes 2d6 fire damage. So a fire spell or a radiant spell are the 2 scrolls that you have found. The rest of the scrolls seem to just either be some mundane things that don't really seem very helpful, or the scroll just kind of disintegrates from the decay. Miss DM, I don't feel good. He burnt my scroll. Yeah. she disintegrated my scroll.
This shopkeeper's not having a good day.
The shopkeeper, Mr. Fenwick, come back. He's like, "What the hell? What in the Sam hell you people doing to my
Did
scroll?
all the scrolls just disappear or one?
Where's my shit?" So there's two scrolls left in this scroll pouch. The rest of the scrolls either don't really seem very helpful, like they don't really do anything important. They're kind of basic, or they just straight up disintegrate upon touching them because of the decay that's happened.
Okay, then I'm going inside next.
Yeah,
Never mind, I'm
yeah.
not doing anything.
You're
I
good.
give
So you already got some stuff, so you that's all good. Let some other people try to get
I
some
want
stuff.
to move.
Sana may not take them both either. Sana, would you like to take the 2 scrolls, or do you want one? Do you want to leave them there? What would you like to do with the scrolls?
Do not ruin my life.
She's about to take one, and then she looks over at the spot where the Everglass spell was, and it just gives her like the biggest ick.
The heebie-jeebies?
Is it okay if she investigates that?
Yeah, you can enroll investigation. Go ahead and roll investigation on it. Okay. So you go and you kind of investigate it a little bit further. You put your hand on this marking, and when you touch it, it feels extremely, extremely cold, almost like deathly. The magic that you're getting from it is necrotic, very evil, very cold, very stark. When you touch it, it gives you a similar kind of feeling to when you touch those blue lights. It's almost like the blue lights and whatever this mist is, this shadowy mist that's kind of left over from whatever this Everglass thing was, are kind of connected somehow. They have a similar energy, but the blue lights, there's something positive about them, something calm about them. But the shadowy stuff that's left over by whatever this Everglass item was, you can only assume it's some sort of like flat object based on what it is. It's got to be like a mirror or a poster of some kind, something like that. And the more you look at this, and the more you look at the thing up on the hill, 100% the misty stuff that was left behind by this object and what's on that hill are one and the same. Like they are definitely connected. You're just not sure how.
Yeah, most of the magic here isn't something that she would willingly partake in. It feels too nebulous for her. She decides to take only one scroll, which is Word of Radiance, and she follows the others.
All right, I'm gonna put that in your little spell thing for you, so you've got it.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna put it as a feature because it won't take me as long to put it there, and it'll just show what you need to roll. So no worries there. All right, so you take the Word of Radiance scroll. It is in your features now at the bottom. It's a one-time use thing, but you have that scroll now. So the other scroll, you see Jack. The other scroll she puts back down in there, and she walks away. Would you like to use? Thank you, thank you, Tyler. She's like, "Yep, I don't want to play with this other scroll. Goodbye." Would you like to use your movement still? Because you can still move. Because you saw Baru go inside the house. You saw Baru Gash go inside the house. So if you'd like, you can still use your movement.
Yep.
Hello. It's having a fantastic day. Hi,
Whose turn is it right now?
It's Larnie's turn.
Welcome, Shooky.
So you head inside the house and you do see Baru just kind of barely at the end here kind of make it into this other room, open the door and kind of walk inside this other room.
As Baragash is already in there, I kind of just imagined that Lani would have followed them in anyway.
Okay.
So I'd like to think that Lani's kind of just in the hallway at the moment.
Okay. That'll work.
She's gonna be like still on guard, but I want to start snooping around a little bit. So this room on my right here, this one. I kind of want to just like peer in and have a look around, see if I can see anything, like some of the lights and some of maybe stuff that I could investigate, if there are any clues, anything like that.
Yeah. So you kind of peep your head in, and this appears to be some kind of parlor of some sorts. It's cloaked in dust, and there's scattered pieces of wood. It's like everywhere in here. There's floral wallpaper along the walls that's kind of peeling at the edges. In the center of the room, there's a very large table that's broken, and its surface is kind of split open and toppled with splintered chairs. Along one of the walls, there is a broken but narrow display table that still holds a few wilted plants and some cracked pots. There's scattered sticks of chalk and other small knickknacks that are scattered about the floor all over the room that could be of interest. And in the back right corner, you see this kind of small, what looks like a closet with a very kind of chipped but sort of intricate looking door that's flushed against the wall.
I'm intrigued. I'm just gonna yell out to Baragash and to Sana, just say,
Thank you so much for following.
I'm gonna check this out in this room here.
Welcome,
It looks like a
_.
closet or something, and I'm just gonna kind of walk up to it
All right.
and
Alright, sounds good.
I'll yell back. Just be on guard.
All right. So you head on up to this closet and you kind of grab the little doors and you notice that the closet has some kind of little latched lock with a keyhole in it. And when you try and kind of pull on the doors and you kind of dustle the handles, you notice that the closet is locked.
Can I try and like break it open with something?
Sure. What would you like to try and break it
yank
with?
it open.
Yeah, you can try and yank that sucker open. Would you want to try and do it with like brute strength? Would you like to use something in the room?
I want to maybe. So I'm thinking I could either like hit it with the hilt of my sword, or I could like try and kick the lock or kick the door in so that it kind of gives way.
Yeah, let's have you. Which one would you? Either one. I'm still gonna have you just roll like a brute, just like straight up strength roll for. Which one do you feel like Larnie would rather do for flavor purposes here?
I'm gonna say kick.
Kick.
I'm gonna say kick the door.
Kick the door,
Yeah.
like try and kick the door in. All right, go ahead and
Yeah.
roll just like a straight up, just like strength roll for me. All right, so you see this thing. It's made out of wood. You're like, yeah, you know, this can't be that bad. So you take a step back and you kind of look down at. And do you have like what I would assume like kind of gauntlet boots where they're made out of metal?
Yes. They're kind of like leathery bits with reinforcement.
With reinforced metal on the bottom. All right, so you look down and you kind of gaze at it and it's like, okay, I can do this. So you back up a little bit and you kind of take like a little bit of a running start and you kind of boom, throw out your foot and you kick towards the door and your foot kind of just you feel a little kind of and you step back a little bit and you kind of smirk as you see that there's little bits of the door has already sort of cracked in and you're like, oh, well, yeah, this isn't a very strong wood. It's already decayed. So you step back in and you take one more kick at it and you kick one more time and the door opens up into a fairly large little storage closet. And inside you see a kind of semi-destroyed little crate as well as what looks like an ornate broken kind of the chest is still somewhat intact, but it looks like a very ornate special little chest in the corner.
Okay. I'm just gonna yell back out to the others, just saying, "It's me, don't worry," just so that they don't.
Yeah,
worry about
they
the
probably
loud
heard
banging.
some snapping and some banging sounds coming from that room. So you all probably have heard this little echoing, sort of like a dum, 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 kind of snapping sound coming from that foyer room over there. All right, so you kind of shout out, "Hey, it's me. You know, everything's cool."
And I want to check the crate and the chest as well. But then I think that might be my turn.
Yeah, I'll have you kind of check out which one would you like to check out more?
Probably the chest.
The chest? Okay. So you head up to this chest, and like I said, it looks very, very ornate, very unique. And when you open up the chest, you see a couple of different things. There are 2 small flasks of lantern oil and a very beautiful hooded lantern. So the oil are 1 pint each, and the hooded lantern would give you a 30-foot bright light and then a 30-foot additional dim light. And in addition to it, there is a very small box, kind of with some runic symbols on it. And when you open up this box, I'm going to add this into your inventory. So let me know if you can see this. Give me just a moment. It should show up in your journal. Let me know if you can see it. It should be under items. Would you like to take the lantern, by the way?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay.
Star.
Yes?
I'm checking my journal, but I don't see the items I took, by the way.
Oh, those won't show up in there because I don't have them as a like an actual like item thing. I'm gonna add them to your character sheet.
Alright.
Yeah,
Thanks.
the items that you can find that like actually do something are gonna go in your character sheet, which I'll add to your little thing in a second because I need to do that still. Let me add that. I'll do that right now, actually. So thank you for reminding me. Let me put that lament.
I mean, you reminded me that the journal exists,
Yeah,
so
hold on.
it's even.
So I'm gonna put Lament of the Skyborn is gonna be here. All right. So your Lament of the Skyborn is there. It's in your little thing. Can you see these little glasses things in your thing, Shu?
Not seeing it, no.
Why is this not showing up? It should show up under items.
Okay.
Like it should say there should be a thing that says like characters, and there should be a thing that says items, and there should be a hooded lantern, and like strange glasses.
Oh, yeah, no, I see it.
Okay.
I was looking in completely the wrong place.
No, you're good. So you see this like small box, right, that contains these very strange looking glasses. They have these gold rims and this kind of bright blue lenses with what looks like an eye in the center of them. They look very ornate, and again, they are not destroyed by time at all. While the lantern has like some rust and some stuff like that on them, these glasses are in like pristine condition.
Okay. I might call out to Sana and Nick, because they might know something a bit more, but I feel like I'm happy to like pass the torch the next turn.
Okay. All right. So you've collected the lantern, the oil. You're taking the flask of oil as well, I'm assuming, with the lantern. And okay, so you've collected everything from that chest. All right. So Jack, you are up.
Yes, let's go. Well, I'm not at, because I knew Santa. Didn't they took the thing or whatever, and some of them broke and they weren't worth anything. So I just head on in, but I go further into the back, like over here or whatever, and I try to open like that door.
I'll let you guys, because we're not in battle, I'll let you guys kind of move around more than your movement, as long as it's not like within too crazy of a space. That's fine.
I mean, I just want to go in the back of
Yeah,
the
I'm
Yeah,
just gonna, I'm
yeah,
just
you're
gonna run
fine.
around the house.
Yeah, and check
Run
it out.
around the house 50 times.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fly into space.
Yeah, so as long as it's within reason. So you walk back through the back of the house, and you open that back door, and what you see back there is that this room, from what you can tell, has a lot of broken bookshelves which line the walls. They're once proud frames, kind of sagging with age. You can step inside one more, I would say, and have it be about there, because you've gone quite a few spaces at this point.
Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah, I would say you probably used your turn to like dash inside at this point.
Exactly.
You can tell that this is probably what once used to be a library. So you see that most of the books in here have succumbed to decay. Their spines are collapsed, the pages blackened with mildew. But there are a few volumes of books around here, if you were to look around, that probably are still intact. There are torn papers and brittle little pieces of parchment that line the floor as well. But the most interesting thing is in the far off corner here, kind of bathed in the light of the broken part of the wall, stands a very striking contrast to the rest of the house. On the wall itself is this very beautifully carved stone statue. The statue is of a bird in flight. Its wings are outstretched as it's kind of soaring towards a sun that's etched above it in very golden detail. And around the bird are little like musical notes, almost looking like the bird is chirping a song of some kind. And despite the decay around it, right, despite everything in this room being destroyed, the statue is absolutely pristine. No broken bits, no nothing. It is untouched by the decay.
I would
Completely
love
normal.
to inspect it, but that's the end of my turn because I've moved way too much.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think at this point you at least can get a good look around the room, and maybe you can shout to the others like, "Hey, I found a library." What if you'd like to shout anything to the others? You can at this point.
Hell no! I shut the door.
You shut the door, okay?
I shut the door.
All right, you can shut the door. So you shut
They
the
are
so
not
you
stealing
close
my
so
items.
you close the door behind you.
Yes.
So
So
be respectful. Make sure that the heat doesn't get out.
So Baru,
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
standing here inspecting the piano, and all of a sudden you hear this ka-dunk of a door close behind you, because Jack went
no.
through this way, and so you just hear this door close behind you. But it is your turn.
Please do not inspect it. I'm trying to sneak items. Please.
Jack doesn't work well with others.
Oh, please. I don't like this anymore.
You're just hearing like silent prayers.
I'm just blocking the door.
I'm gonna go in here and just see.
Do
What you doing?
So you just kind of walk around through this what looks like a dining room here, and then you peep inside, and you also see that this is some kind of library, and you see Jack just like, are you actually holding the door, Jack?
Absolutely.
So Baru, you just walk through this dining room around the corner, and you just see Jack standing there holding the door like closed, kind of hunched over, like being real quiet, holding the door closed.
Can I actually hide kind of like behind this little thing and just peek at him? Just to see what he does.
I want to notice you.
No, so yeah, you're just kind of hidden, just watching Jack just sort of stand there, holding the door closed.
Worst part, he's in my POV on my screen. All I see is this room and him in the corner.
I'm gonna have you. Do you want to spend your turn just like kind of hiding and watching? Or
Yeah.
Wait, does that mean he's spying on me?
because I was
In
gonna
my
say
turn next.
I can have you kind of like roll stealth to see how well you're sort of like hidden
I
behind.
was just about to say, could I roll stealth?
Yeah, let's have you roll stealth. Cause you're like, what
Do
is
it.
this dude doing? He's like just standing there, fucking holding the door closed. What is going on here?
My character is good with noticing stuff. So if he rolls like a low number, I am noticing that man instantly. Roll stealth, my dude. Oh my god.
All right, so Jack, you'll have to roll perception to check and see if you would notice against that roll.
Perception. We know
So-
how bad my rolls always
Yep.
are.
So Baru, you're kind of tucked down behind this sort of broken down hallway, doing your best to just kind of hide.
I hate everything.
You kind of duck yourself down, and you're just peeping through like this. I'm imagining this sort of broken down, sort of hole that you're kind of gazing through between the broken cobblestone, watching Jack. And Jack, you do not notice this giant turtle, who's just watching from behind.
I rolled a 20. I swear.
So you do not notice. So Baru, you are very completely just well, for as large of a turtle as you are very well just totally stealth from Jack at this point.
Is my character a dumbass?
No, you're just very much
Really?
like you're just very much focusing on trying to not be caught by people. That you can't notice that you've already been caught by people. All right.
He's locked in.
So Baru is very much just like, what is this man doing? And is just kind of watching Jack at this point.
Let's make it interesting.
but-
I'm gonna just
yeah.
say Jack says to himself, I just want to take these items.
I just want these items. All
Yeah,
right.
To make us turn interesting.
Baru, you also, even though you've kind of, I wouldn't say you've noticed this statue because it's kind of around the corner, but you definitely notice there's a lot of books intact in here that could be of use, but you're still just more focusing on kind of like hiding with Jack. Anything else you want to do for your turn, Lena?
I mean, I've already made my ability check and done my movement, so
Wasn't sure if you wanted
Not
to
really.
like say anything or have Baru think anything. Okay. In that case, it's Sana's turn then. So
Alright.
you heard some doors kind of close. You heard a lot of banging and cracking and heard Larnie, that's me, coming from, over here.
Okay. This entire house is so creaky. So she decides, since Larnie did call her over, she decides to head over there. And right now she's kind of freaking out. I've never seen an elder's home look like this. You called for me, Larnie?
All right, so I think Chew stepped away for a moment. Chew just says that she'd regroup. So I'll say that Larnie is kind of like,
Hello.
yeah, oh, there we go.
Okay.
Chew's back. Cool. So, that worked out weird. I was gonna be like, Chew would probably just say like, hey, I found some stuff in this closet. So go for it, Chew. So Sana's just asking you like, you said that you had found a closet or something over here. So that's where we're at.
Yeah, I found these, and I'm just gonna like present the glasses. I'm like open-handed. If you know Sana wants to take them, she can, and I'm just gonna be like, these look a bit out of place, I suppose.
All right, so Sana, I'm going to put these in your chart too. So now if you look in your journal, under items, you should see a thing that says strange glasses in the journal section. And you can take a look at them as well.
Oh, interesting. I've never seen something like this. What do you think they're for?
I don't know. They stole my glasses.
So you having magic, being a druid, would definitely be able to tell that there's at least some magical energy coming from this of some kind. If you would like, because it's probably a little bit more attuned to you since you use magic, you can do an Arcana check to see if you could maybe get a little bit better idea of what these might be able to do for you.
Yeah. Okay, once she has the glasses in her hands, she closes her eyes and kind of focuses on the feeling of the magic in the glasses, and it doesn't necessarily feel too bad.
Ooh, a 20. Okay.
Ooh.
So you're focusing on the magic of the glasses, and you put them on as well, and you kind of like look around. And when you put them on, you notice that all around the walls, what once was just like floral wallpaper, when you look now with the glasses on, you're seeing little painted runes and things on the wall, like just little drawings and things. These don't really necessarily mean anything, but now you understand the magic because you're kind of, I'm saying this is like a quick attunement just because this is a short campaign, because you rolled so high and you like you're right now, your senses are so heightened. You now understand that these glasses will help you possibly see maybe invisible runes or invisible like ink written on things that could maybe help you find clues or something that maybe the elder has left behind.
Oh my god, it's everywhere.
What's everywhere?
There's writing everywhere on the wall. Look, you can probably
So,
use them here.
Like as Sana says that, Lani's just gonna look around at the walls, being like, "There's no writing."
Yeah, like there's this old decrepit wallpaper.
I'm gonna like take the glasses for a second. I'm not gonna put them on, but I'm gonna like look through the lenses. Does that make sense? Just like at a distance, just be like, okay.
If you want, I will let you also roll Arcana just to see if you want.
I'll give it a go.
Yeah, you can try.
It's a strong
Yeah.
suit, but...
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, Larnie, you look through them and you're just like, what the hell is she talking about? There's no... That was a 3, chat. That was a 3. Yeah, you're like, yeah.
That's a nat 1. That's a nat 1.
Oh wait. Oh, that is? Oh god, it is a nat 1. Yeah, you're right. That's a 3 with your bonus. Yeah, the nat 1. Yeah, you're like, what the hell is she talking about? There's nothing here but decrepit wallpaper.
The only time I'm happy that I get a nat 1.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
So she's like, there's nothing here but decrepit wallpaper, and you like pull them apart, and Sana's like, no, look again, and you like poke your eye with the glasses, and you're like, yeah, no, I'm good actually. She like wipe your eye, like, nah, yeah, it's I don't know, there ain't nothing there. Sana, you're weird. You're hearing things. You were hearing things. You're seeing things.
One person being called a schizophrenic and one person just being a greedy bastard. It is already going.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh my god, I love it.
I would wonder who the greedy bastard is. Definitely not Jack.
I like Jack. He's honest.
It's Santa, definitely.
Totally me.
I mean, what do you
How much have you
expect
had
by
from
a
a
character
hidden wizard?
raised in a casino?
Yeah, I know, right? Larnie's like, so how much have you been drinking?
Drinking?
Yeah, no, I
You
know.
didn't see anything.
What? Yeah, exactly. So, anything else you would like to do for your turn, Sana? You kind of you now realize that there's definitely something important with these glasses. They're special. You can see. Obviously, at least you can see. Larnie can't, but you can see something through them.
I mean, is it possible to walk into the other room, like over here?
I think you can probably walk over there. Yeah, that's fine. I know Larnie. I'm
That's it?
assuming is probably gonna check the rest of the closet, so she might catch up with you later. But yeah, you can walk over there. Like I said, as long as it's like within reason, because this is like a small house. The only time movement's really heavily restricted for you guys is if you're in battle. Really, I don't mind otherwise.
Alright.
Yeah.
So yeah, she's just like, she puts them on again, and she's like, whoa, and she's looking everywhere, like on the ceiling, on the walls. She's just like, oh,
Yeah.
this is
So for
fascinating.
the most part, as you're walking into this other room, again, just for general perception with the glasses on, you don't see anything of note other than, again, it just looks like the elder has put a lot of sigils on here. It's probably the reason, you can only assume, it's probably the reason why her house is still intact, is she probably put a lot of sigils around her house to protect it. Most likely.
Ooh,
It's definitely
interesting.
what you can assume from all of these sigils and stuff. All right, Larnie, we are back to you. So Sana's kind of wandering around, looking everywhere. The ceiling, the floor. She's just, like almost cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs over here,
She's
looking around.
schizophrenic.
Yeah. Like, I don't know what she's doing, but she's looking around all over the place with the glasses on.
Hey, I want whatever pipe witch's got in her pipe, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I want what she's having.
Wait, guys. Isn't like Santa something with plants, a druid or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's definitely smoking some different plant.
Yeah, see, there you go. Yeah, what the fuck is she looking at? Yeah, exactly.
She's smoking some plants all day.
She got some good stuff over there.
Okay, go on.
I'm gonna quickly check that crate, but I'm not gonna like investigate it. I'm not gonna get in every nook and cranny. I'm just gonna peer in. I'm gonna see what there is, and then I'm gonna follow
All right.
Sana.
So this crate looks mostly like it was just maybe like some gear that the elder had stolen away from old adventuring. There's a half-broken crowbar in here and a grappling hook.
Oh, I might take that grappling hook.
All right. I'll have you take the grappling hook and we'll just put that in your inventory. Do you want me to type it in there for you, or do you got it?
I'll give it a go.
Okay, yeah. So you can just put grappling hook, and if and when you want to use it, I'll tell you what you have to roll and all that.
Okay.
But just type in grappling hook.
Grappling hook. I'm not sure I know how to add items actually.
I can do that. It's just
Okay.
we'll put it here, and then it'll just be in your inventory. So we'll do just put grappling hook. There you go.
Oh, cool. Okay, thank you.
And then we'll just that way you've got it.
And then yeah, I'm just gonna follow Sana. Kind of again. I'm still very on edge. I'm still very uneasy. So I'm just gonna like keep my guard up. I'm gonna, just keep looking around, see if maybe I could do like a perception just to check for like any movement of other people that we don't know, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Hi, Silvermoon. Welcome in. I will tell you, just with your general perception, you don't see anything, and you don't really need to roll anything for perception either. There really isn't anything here. There isn't any people.
Okay.
There isn't anything that seems out of the ordinary or suspicious yet. There might be.
Okay.
You definitely know that the air is kind of thick with this like weird presence. But again, you don't see anything. You don't feel anything.
So I kind of just have that, like, okay, we might not be in trouble yet, but best to keep an eye out, best to keep guard up, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, basically throughout the entire adventure, because you're kind of in that mood, I'll have you always kind of be like at the ready to a degree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. And we can have you just be like next to her if you want to be like here. That's fine with me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
So you both kind of also enter into what looks like this living room, and you see this piano and the broken keys and everything else as well. Kind of the same thing everybody else is seeing. So Jack, you're still here holding the door. You don't hear anything on the other side of the door, except for some.
No.
You don't hear anything at first, but then you finally hear like some echoed footprints, or you kind of hear a couple sets of feet, and you probably hear a little bit of chattering from these two, maybe more so like some breathing and stuff, but the big breathing that you heard earlier from Barugash is kind of gone now.
I mean, so let's just say I hear them a distance away, at least talking, not too close.
Yeah, not too close to the door.
So, also, Star, before I say this, is that a rolling pin from, like, cooking or something on that table, or what the hell is that?
For what? Oh, for this? It's a rolled up
Yes.
scroll. It's a scroll. These are all just like scrolls and books.
Okay, well, Jack, the greedy bastard that he is, he goes over here and inspects the books. I'm gonna...
Yeah, alright, so you're kind of taking a look at some of the books. Baru is still just well hidden. Like, you cannot see him.
Perception check?
I would say because you did the general perception check, you maybe can towards like the end of your turn here to see.
All right.
But for now, yeah, I would say you still don't see while you're looking through the books. So
let's say what I find.
yeah, so you're kind of looking through some of these books, and you see a few titles. You have and let me know if you want any of these because I will put the books in your inventory. So you have
With
the
names,
the Hollow Reaches. You pull it out, and I'm having that you kind of pull them out and look at them. So some of the books just disintegrate. Others you pull them out and you kind of look at them. So you have the Hollow Reaches, which is a biographical journal describing strange creatures and forgotten ruins found in deep forests. You have what?
Keep going.
Okay, you've got Spooning for Dummies. 300 pages dedicated to the history of collecting spoons.
Oh, I was excited.
Which I will say, Sana and Larny, you guys probably did. You didn't really like look around the room super carefully. You more so looked at the closet, but there were little spoons all over the place in here, on the ground.
Oh my god,
Spoons I'm interested in.
Yep. So Spooning for Dummies, and I'm kind of having that you're kind of looking through all of the books, so this is kind of like in general in the whole room. So you've got Spooning for Dummies, then you have Verdant Whispers, which is a herbalist's guide to flora and fauna. Then you have the Tome of Forgotten Tongues, a partially intact lexicon of dead languages. 50 Shades of Fae, a scandalous and wildly inaccurate romance novel about Fae mating rituals.
I'm interested again.
And then the Silence in 9 Tongues, a guide to hand signals and gestures used by silent spellcasters. Any of these ringing a bell or seeming interesting to you?
So the last one was spellcasting.
Yeah, so the last one is Silence in 9 Tongues, a guide to hand signals and gestures used by silent spellcasters. Would you like that one?
Well, the greedy bastard that I am, can I take multiple?
Which ones would you like?
The first one, what was that again?
The first one is The Hollow Reaches, a biographical
thinking
journal
of-
describing strange creatures and forgotten ruins found in deep forests.
I mean, it was called the Ruins, so I was thinking of that. 6.
Okay.
And I was the first one, the last one, and the fourth one.
Okay. So I will say, with The Hollow Reaches, roll investigation.
Roll investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god. I wanted to look at that scroll later as well. I am greedy as hell, and that's exactly how I am IRL as well, so I can say anything about it. Investigation. Nah, I'll do intimidate. I will not talk anymore.
All right.
I give up.
So
I
you
give
kind
up.
of are skinning through the pages, and at first you thought that one of the pages seemed to be kind of bookmarked, but then you were like, yeah, I'll whatever, it doesn't really matter, and you just put it in your bag. What's another book that you are interested in?
I just know the first one. The
So
spell.
you have The Hollow Reaches, then you have Spooning for Dummies, which is about collecting spoons. You have Verdant Whispers, a herbalist guide to flora and fauna. Tome of the Forgotten Tongues, a partially intact lexicon of dead languages. 50 Shades of Fae, the scandalous and wildly inaccurate romance novel. Or Silence in Nine Tongues, a guide to hand signals and gestures used by silent spellcasters.
I was honestly just thinking of any other than the spoon or the romance, and I just tossed those. I tossed the spoon and the romance aside.
Okay, so you throw the spooning and the romance books onto the floor behind you, and you take the rest of
Yes.
them?
Yes,
Okay.
my character.
And
is
Baru, you are
greedy.
watching him throw these books into his bag. So you see that there are some books that might be useful to you because they are the Elders books into his bag, but you see him throw these other two books onto the floor, and all right, those are all in your... If you look under the items in your journal, you should be able to see all the books now.
All right, I would have searched more through the room, but I think that's
Yeah, that's...
already too much.
Yep, that is it. So, Baru, you're watching him go through these books and, like, looking through them and, like, you know, tosses one aside and kind of hits the floor and looking through other books and stuffs it in his bag and then stuffs another one in his bag and then tosses one on the back and stucks another one in his bag.
Also, I will say the herbalist one. I will give that one later to Senna.
Okay. The
Yes.
Verdant Whispers one about the herbs? Okay.
Absolutely, she's a whatchamacallit, druid. That
Yes. All right.
she's that.
Cool. So, Baru, you watch this all go down from your little sneaky corner.
I'm just gonna like try to like spook him and just be like, I hope you have a library card for those.
And you do. This probably makes you jump, Jack, because you did not know that Baru Gash was there.
Yeah, I gasp and everything. Yeah, definitely.
So it's one of those like, oh, Jesus.
Oh, jeez. I'm in a goofy mood. Anything can make me laugh.
You know, secrets are unbecoming of a man.
Wait.
I guess in your line of work, that all you keep, I guess.
I was gonna study them, and the herbalist one I was gonna give to Santa.
Just I was trying to talk normally, but my stuttering makes me actually seem nervous. It fits perfectly.
There you go.
Alrighty, well,
Wait.
see,
Go ahead and
things
talk
like
on.
this normally don't happen. So let's just try to stay on each other's good sides, right?
Yeah, definitely, Baru. But we need them for proof, because they might help us save anyone, since that people disappeared.
Relax, my friend.
It's fine.
It's books,
But you
right?
see-
Just books?
Yeah, they are definitely just books. If you want some more, there's a romance and one about spoons over there on the floor.
I think I'm good.
From
You
this
sure?
angle, I can see the bird statue.
Yep.
Right.
Yep, from here you would be able to
Okay.
see that
Oh,
bird
no.
statue on the wall, yeah.
My bird statue.
Then I'm going to go investigate it.
My
Go ahead
bird
and
is
roll
really
investigation for me.
I don't like this.
Alrighty. You can't just hoard everything.
I know, right? Jack's like, God damn it, it's mine. It actually is a part of the wall though, Jack. So like it's literally a part of the wall.
God damn it! What the fuck?
My God. I want to
Okay,
rip it
well-
out of the wall.
All right. Well, Baru, you walk over and you're like, huh. Again, you see it's a bird like with its wings outstretched, and it looks like it's got little music notes on it. You look and you're like, this is weird. It's like the entire wall is a carved statue. It looks very out of place for one, but for two, the fact that it hasn't been corroded or broken or anything is just weird. Like it stands out so drastically compared to everything else here that you definitely can tell there's something unique about it, but you don't really see anything else interesting about it. But it definitely stands out, that's for sure. Also, Moonbeam, hi. Stream's going well. We're doing some investigating. Jack's stealing everything he can find.
I would like to
There's
note
2
that
books
There-
left.
he left the 50 Shades of Fae and the spooning book.
I would like to add that like the past 3 rolls
Are all threes?
have been they're all 3s. This is rigged.
You've got my dice luck now.
Three.
Also, Baru, please rip it out for me. I want that.
It's a part of the wall. Baru would have to like.
Rip it out of the wall.
That's some damn.
I would have to literally yank it out of the wall. And I'm not
What
doing
is a
that.
kleptomaniac? Wait, I'm getting called a kleptomaniac.
Baru,
What is this?
a kleptomaniac is someone who steals things. Anything else you'd like to do for your turn, Baru?
Could I like possibly go back into the kitchen and just see what that door is leading to?
Sure. All right. So
There's something
you can
I
kind of. I'm fine with you like heading inside there, so you can see a little bit better.
Okay.
That's totally fine. So you can tell that this is. You can go like one more. You can go like here. You can
Okay,
tell
cool.
that this used to be some sort of bedroom. It's definitely in a chaotic mess of sorts. The bed just sags under a torn, ruined mattress. Its frame is cracked. It's leaning over. There used to be a tall sort of wardrobe over here. Its door is just hanging off of its hinges and clothes, and things are just half spilled onto the floor. Over inside here, you can kind of see when you walked in that there's a mirror that was just kind of leaning against the wall. Its glass is fractured all over the place. There are papers inside of this room that are just spewing all over the floor. There are letters, music sheets, journal pages, sketches, all kinds of things that are scattered all over the place that seem to be kind of fluttering from this sort of slightly small draft from a broken window over here. They're just kind of blowing around in here. And then there are also a lot of just personal items scattered around the debris all over this bedroom as well. So it's definitely the Elder's bedroom. Lots and lots of just different items kind of all over the place.
Alrighty. Can I make another investigation check for like the papers?
Sure, that one I will allow. Since you didn't pass the other investigation check, I'm totally fine with you doing another one since it didn't really go anywhere.
Cool.
I will be kind.
And you were in
Swear to God, if I get another 3.
There you go.
Okay, cool.
All right. So you're looking around through the papers, and a lot of them are like notes of different things. The elder talking about different ceremonies and things for the village. Different notes for spoon collecting. You can tell it looks like she collected a lot of spoons. But then there's one thing that stands out. And I'm going to put this in your journal so you can see it. a music sheet whose name just seems sort of relevant. A music sheet called A Light in the Shadow. And it's one of the only music sheets. It should be in your journal under where it says items.
Music sheet? Wait a minute.
I'm not seeing. I see equipment.
In the like little journal section, there should be a thing that says characters, and it'll have like your character, and then a little thing that says items.
Items. Okay, sheet music. Okay.
Yeah. And so if you pull it up, it's just A Light in the Shadow by Alara Laroon. And it is the only music sheet that doesn't seem like decrepit or kind of torn up. And again, it has the word shadow and the word light. And it's the only thing that has anything to do with what's going on. But the fact that it's kind of not torn up like the others is weird.
Okay.
The rest of the paperwork doesn't really seem all that important. It's just kind of like different letters and random other sheet music and assortments.
Baru's got an idea, but he's gonna wait till his turn.
Yeah.
Steal it,
Yep.
His
please.
next turn.
Yep. All right, Sana, you are up.
Okay, so Sana's seeing all of the runes on the wall for like protection and stuff, and she really can't decipher it. It's not really a language she understands, and the glasses she's wearing are also really thick, so she's kind of like getting motion sick. But there's also those interesting blue dots, and we did find out that they don't have necessarily a bad energy. So she would kind of turn to Larnie and go, this is really peculiar. The inside of the house doesn't seem as bad as one would think. I think it has to do with the writing on the wall. And she just says this offhandedly, and heads over to inspect the blue speckles over here in the middle of the room.
All right. I think for these, I'm gonna have you do just. All right. What are you trying to inspect about them? Because it's the same little blue orbs that have been all around town. It's the same ones again.
Okay.
I have multiple books for Santa now.
And maybe she's trying to figure out what exactly they're here for.
Okay.
Because if they're all over town, she's probably wondering like, what is this, you know?
Yeah. So I would go ahead and let's go ahead and still roll Arcana for this.
All right. Let's see.
So something that you noticed when you came in the house was that the entryway to the house, something that you would come in and out of a lot, had the orbs. A sofa where someone would sit down a lot has the orbs. Outside, when you saw all the orbs, places like the paths where people would walk had the orbs. Benches along the side where people would sit down had the orbs. But places where there wouldn't really be a whole lot of people, or places where you wouldn't really go very often, don't really seem to have the orbs.
I knew it.
Oh, and she
Furious
turns
with
over.
confirmed.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
I meant to mute.
You're fine, Lana. Theories. We like theories.
She turns over to Larnie, and she's like, "Oh my god, I think I know what all of this is." And Larnie, she's still really like at the ready. I'd say something true.
What is it? She says kind of bluntly.
All of these are remnants of the people that were here. I think that these orbs here are a trace of the elders, maybe of the disappeared.
Oh, damn.
Damn.
I knew it was like a
Damn.
Twilight Princess type of thing.
Interesting.
I'm gonna just as Lana says that, I'm just gonna like run my hand across the sofa. Sorry, I said Lana, I meant Sana. Sorry. Like just gonna rub my hand across the sofa. Like I'm gonna maybe like just try and reach out, I guess, spiritually, but I'm not expecting anything in return.
Yeah, you are.
Okay. To like see if maybe there's like a response from the blue lights?
Like a response or like some kind of presence, like a sign that someone's there, you know.
So you reach out and kind of do that to see if maybe there is something there, and the little lights kind of move up and down very quickly from that, as because you're focusing really intently, and your intent specifically is to reach out and to be like, I know you're there kind of thing. And the lights do, they kind of bobble up and down, and you get the sense that like maybe there is someone here. And after the lights bobble up and down, you watch as the lights kind of bobble up and down, and they stand up and they start walking they start floating this direction and start walking, like kind of floating through this doorway,
Oh.
as if someone was sitting here and is now stood up and is like moving.
I'm gonna like
Interesting.
watch for a second and then slowly follow, and I'll like as I'm going past, I'm gonna say, Sana, on me.
Okay.
All right.
And then she decides to follow Larnie.
Okay, so we'll go into Larnie's turn at this point because you kind of did make your check and stuff. So Larnie, it'll be your turn, and we'll have that Sana will just kind of follow you since you've told her to follow you. Are you okay with surrendering your movement to just kind of follow Larnie? Are you cool with that,
Mhm.
Deva? Okay.
They're friends.
So Larnie, you watch these lights, right? Go through here so you can kind of follow. Go through here, go through this open door, and when you come through here, you see Jack standing here.
Yeah.
Right? And you follow the lights, and you see the lights continue, and they go towards the statue here, and through the statue, and disappear. Through the wall.
Wait, may my character do something?
So you see Larnie and Sana, because Sana would be following, walk into this room, and you see these blue glowing orbs go past you, Jack, and go whoop through the wall. Through the statue, through the wall.
Alright,
So you can have a reaction,
I-
because you see these two following these orbs, and the orbs just whoop, go through the wall.
I mean, my reaction is towards Lana. If I may.
If is it about like the books and stuff, or is it about the
Yes,
blue orbs?
absolutely.
Wait for the books, because this is because it's Larnie's
But I
turn with the
also want
orbs
to ask
first.
about
But
the
yeah,
orbs.
yeah. So I would say because your turn's next, I would wait in that case and let Larnie react first then, because if it's gonna be like a combination of the orbs and the books, wait in that case.
Alright.
Okay, so
I
Mhm.
like signal to Sana and just say, "Did you just see that?"
Yeah, it was crazy. What happened?
Just went straight through. Maybe it's some kind of door. Can I like investigate or percept to see if there is like, and this is an actual door?
yeah, you can do it. I'll have you do investigation, because just with perception, like you'll have to actually do investigation to kind of see more of what's
Okay.
going on. Yeah.
Investigate. Engage.
That's a little bit better than the 3 that we got from Lana. So
Oh, yay!
so I'll help you guys out a little bit. So you get to look in, and you see the statue. Same thing, like I've said before, but this time, now that you've seen something go through it, you're like, okay. So you look a little more, and you're like, okay, this thing's gotta be. There's something weird about this. and you look at the floor, and you can barely make out that there's like some scratch marks, and you're like, yeah, this is some kind of door. Like there's definitely a door here. That's why this wall is so different. But you don't see
This
any
opens,
keyholes or nothing like that. But Sana, you and Jack, definitely, like I've said before with Jack, you get a weird feeling from this thing, magically kind of feeling from this thing.
Oh yeah.
But
I'm gonna just like
Larnie, you don't see any sort of keyhole or anything like that as far, but it's definitely a door of some kind.
okay. I'm gonna like get on one knee and just like touch the wood with my fingertips, and just like try and feel for the like scratches. Is it like an in or out door? But then yeah, that will be my like.
So it
turn,
looks
I
like the
suppose.
door goes inward.
Okay.
The door goes in. So the scratch marks kind of show that it goes in towards what has to be some sort of room back there.
Okay. Can I just like shoulder push on the door? Just like walk up to it and then just like push it with my shoulder.
So you kind of that sucker is like tight, like
Okay.
immensely tight. It feels heavy, like heavier than anything you've ever felt.
Not budging. Looks like it opens on to the inside.
All right, so
Perhaps the wild-shaped man could help us.
all right, so Jack, we're on.
Am I
yeah.
hearing all of this? from the
You,
other
yeah, I
room?
was gonna say you probably, yeah, I would say you're hearing like this has to be a door, da da da. So yeah, you're definitely like overhearing this kind of conversation.
Oh shucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Jack, you're up, and then yeah, Baro, you're definitely overhearing this stuff. So what is your reaction to the lights, to Sana and Larnie showing up? You're seeing Larnie kind of pushing on the door, bending down, looking at this thing that you now have heard Larnie say, this thing's a door.
Oh, okay. My reaction. Okay, let me just. My reaction would be. Why can I not think anymore? My reaction would be. Have you guys seen any other things that may be suspicious? Because I have some books that I found over here that were pretty good. And I still need to inspect the scroll over there.
Oh, you basically have inspected everything in the room. The scroll is like decrepit. You got, yeah, it's all the books and stuff are in here are checked already.
Fine.
Yeah.
I wanted a cool scroll. But, okay. Then just remove the last part of it.
No, you're good.
I found some books, and if you have any other things that you have found suspicious, it may be in those books.
Did you want to give that one book to Sana?
No. But it was just a question. And as I asked that, I pull out, which book was it again? What was that stupid name?
The
Verdant Whispers. I pull Verdant Whispers out of my bag.
Okay.
And ask Sana, do you want it? It's about herbs and stuff. Flora and fauna, it says.
Yeah, so it's about like flowers and plants and mushrooms and like moss and things like
Plant
that.
is enough.
Flora and a guide to flora and fauna.
Yeah.
If I may, and then she like takes it and then she flips through it, and as she reads through, you can see her getting more and more like visibly excited. She's like,
She's like an addict to
Yeah.
learning about.
She's very excited about it.
"You're certain I could use this? I don't even need to have it. I could read it when I want."
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Oh, Jack, thank you, you paragon of kindness. Thank you. And then she like puts it in her bag like way too quickly. She's glowing right now.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I will take it out of
Glowing
toxic,
is
and
insane.
Deva, it is now in your bag. So there we go.
Okay, so I gave that to Sana, I guess,
Yep.
and for the rest, I keep the rest, I believe, just in my bag.
Okay.
I was looking if I can pull anything out of my bag. That would be. Wait, no. I take the Tome of Forgotten Tongues out of my bag.
Okay.
If I mean. And I say, I also found this about ancient languages, but I have no idea if it can be of use. But it seemed interesting. Have you guys found anything other, like around the house that may be interesting? Jack says, still greed in his eyes.
So, anything else of interest? Do you think this book would be helpful?
Yeah.
Well, Sana, she takes like a sideward glance at it. She's not really too interested in it until she sees that the script is kind of similar to what she's been seeing all around the house in the rooms. And then she says, "Oh, this does seem familiar, Jack. Look, I have these glasses, and they show so many different things around, and look, just hold them." And then she passes them over to Jack so that he can see.
If you'd like to try, you can also roll Arcana to see if you can see through the glasses.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I can't open my character healing.
And I know we're coming up on the 3 hours. I want you guys to be able to get into this room, and that's probably going to be a good stopping point for our halfway point. All right, so you got a 9. Okay, so you take the glasses and you put them up to your eyes, and you look through them, and you start to kind of see
Already?
a faint outline of runes, but not. You're like, oh, I can kind of see, but not. Nothing discreet, not as well as what Sonic can see. You can just kind of see like a little bit of outlines of some stuff on the wall, but not. You can't really make out all that much.
Okay.
You see it, right?
Jack,
Right?
Yeah.
Wrote it everywhere.
Yeah, I only see a little bit of it, but wait.
Just don't let Jack swipe the glasses.
See, I told you,
Hey,
Larnie.
yeah,
Yeah,
since
you
they are
definitely.
magical, at least.
Yeah, you can definitely sense they're magical, but you are not seeing what Sana's seeing. You're definitely just kind of seeing some basic runes. And when you flip through that book, right, the Tome of Forgotten Tongues, you can definitely, Sana, because he probably like lets you look at that for a moment. You see some of the symbols, and yeah, definitely, based on the runes from the Forgotten Tongues book, you can tell that specifically she has written runes to protect the house from shadow, from the ethereal, from the word wraith. These are some of the words that you're seeing when you're trying to look through the book to match up the runes.
Who saw those?
Sana did.
Okay.
When you let her kind of glance at the book and kind of like quickly look through the book.
Yes. That's
All right. So you guys are both kind of looking at the book, looking through the glasses, trying to figure that out.
I want Santa so badly, Say something about the creatures.
All right, Baru, we're up to you at this point. We're back to you. So
Alrighty,
you're overhearing
I'm
all of
on
this.
my way.
also
I'm on my way.
May I say something really quick?
I'm gonna peek my head in here and say, "Come here," to all three of them.
All right, so you're like, "Hey, come here."
Skunk.
Yes, what is it?
Okay, There you
I'll
are.
wait. I'll wait for all of them to like appear over
Would I be
here.
like pushing on the door and be like, what?
Yeah. Larney's like. Yes, Toxic.
What happened when I asked may I take these glasses, because like I kind of like cut off.
Oh,
You
we
guys
we
kinda
didn't.
cut
Oh,
off
we didn't
after
hear
that?
you say that. I would say you probably should give them back to Sana, since Sana's the only one that can see you out of them.
All right, that happened.
But now
I wanted
Baru
to
is like,
bully him
hey.
by spiking him.
Yeah, hey, Sana's. But Baru's like, hey, can you all come down here? So, dude, does anybody go down there with Barugash?
Sana would.
All right, so Sana comes down there. Does Larny or Jack go down there?
I follow Sana. Absolutely.
Okay.
Since
Or is Larny still
Since
like
she
pushing on
knows
this wall?
yeah,
I kind of just give up with it, and like, well, it said that I would kind of protect them anyway, so I begrudgingly let my obsession with the door go for a second, and I
Like, I'm getting
join the team.
I'm getting through that
I'm
goddamn
coming
door.
back. I'm coming back.
You're doing that whole fingers to the eye, like I'm coming back for you.
You stay right there. You stay right there. I'm coming back.
I would like to add, Jack only followed Sana just for the glasses.
Jack's trying to steal the glasses, huh? All right, so you all
Absolutely.
gather around Baru.
Baru has this kind of like sly smile. Well, you know how you guys were talking about a door. It
Yeah,
seems
there's
like all you need are the right keys, and then he'll sit down and start playing the notes that are on the sheet.
All right, so you start playing the song. You play the notes. It's very
as
like.
Ari's playing. Can I just be like, there was no key in the door though. There was no keyhole.
So you're just like, there was no keyhole, and then you're just like, just for the fun of it, I want you to roll performance. This is more for flavors purpose, but I just.
Okay. Please, God,
And it's
don't
like
embarrass myself.
equally.
Please, God, don't let me embarrass myself.
Please be bad. Please be bad. I want to laugh at Bao so bad.
Yes!
This is it.
21!
This is it.
Let's go.
21! So, Baru sits down, puts down the a light in the shadow, and dum bum 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 dun 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 bum bum, like starts playing this beautiful, elegant piece of music, and some of the keys are missing as you're playing. Some of the keys are not there, so you have to skip them. And the piece is beautiful, other than the missing keys, but there are missing keys. And you play, but it seems very elaborate, and you finish playing, and it's like the most beautiful song anyone's heard on a broken piano ever. But something's missing, because you don't. Larny kind of like peeks through. The obsession with the door is being like real right now, and you don't see any changes with the door. You peek back around the corner, you're like, yeah, so the door's still locked, but you, Baru, know for a fact you are onto something. There's just something, this piece of music
Hey,
is
Jack, say
important.
something.
Something is just missing. But you are definitely onto something here.
Star.
Yes?
Jack definitely looked at like the bird type. Whatchamacallit thing. The bird on the wall.
The bird on the wall? Okay.
Did Jack see that? I think it.
Yeah, oh yeah,
I
oh
did,
yeah, you
right?
saw that it was a statue of a bird, yeah.
And did I see the notes?
What do you mean, the notes? Like the...
There was definitely the bird
Oh
was
yeah,
doing
yeah,
something.
yeah, the bird has music notes, but you can't tell like what notes they are. They're just like little musical notes on the bird.
But can I just say that I saw notes?
Yeah, you're like, well, you're like so you agree in that case that Baru is right. That has something to do with the
Yeah.
piano.
Okay, I'll just act it out. Wow, I do think you're definitely onto something because I believe I saw that in the previous room there was like a door or whatever they said it was, but there was like music notes on that special thing on the wall that I definitely did not want to steal. Yes, I added that to the thing.
Hmm. Could I possibly go into the room to see what notes there are?
Like on the statue.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the statue, I will tell you without even going over there, like you would have already seen, the statue doesn't indicate any notes in particular.
So it's just like the same note over and over?
Yeah, it's just
Or is
it's just like a picture of like a basic music note. So you don't know
Okay.
exactly like what note it is. But obviously you now know there has to be something to help you indicate. There has to be something somewhere to help you indicate what notes you have to play.
I know what's going on, Star. I don't
Go
know.
metagame. Go metagame.
No, but I have a book. It has something about creatures. and they,
So if
There was a
anybody
specific
has any ideas, you are free to share.
I do.
All right, yes, Sana.
there was this.
Okay, so Sana, she loved the performance and she gives him like a little applause. She's like, "Oh my god, that's spectacular!" And she says, "If only you had the other notes here. Are there any piano pieces on the floor? I think you mentioned that before.
Yeah,
like
so
some
there
keys."
there are keys on the floor, but most of the keys are all broken, and even if you got them back on the piano, like probably wouldn't work properly. But you do take note again that there were certain keys on the piano that did work specifically, like really, really well. A, C, D, E, and G keys work really, really, really well. It's just a matter of figuring out what keys you have to play.
I'm getting aggressive. I want to do something.
Wait a second. You said I'm gonna turn to Sora. Sorna?
Yeah, Sana.
Sana.
Yeah, Sarna. And I'm gonna say you can see things with those glasses, correct?
Yes, I can.
Would you mind going to look at that door to see if the notes say anything with those glasses?
Oh, yeah.
I really
That's a
want to say
wonderful idea.
something. I
Go
really
for
want
it.
to say something.
And-
Star,
Yes.
I was watching your stream for a second.
That's all good. That's all right. We'll figure it out. So Sana walks over to the door, and she looks at the door, and looks at the notes on the door with the glasses, but doesn't see anything on the door itself. But she's like, this has to be it. Like there has to be something with the glasses and the notes. So you don't see anything on the door, Sana, but you walk back into the room. So you come back into the room and you let them know you don't see anything on the door.
I'm sorry, friends. I don't really see anything there.
Was Sana wearing the glasses?
But Sana is wearing the glasses now. Yes.
Okay.
Is Jack allowed to say something?
Jack can say something, yeah.
Guys, there was a bird on that statue, wasn't or the thing on the wall, wasn't there?
Yeah. There was a bird.
Do we have anything about other creatures around this house? Because I found a book about strange creatures and ruins.
I see something about wraiths, but not of birds, I don't think.
Sana, are you looking at anything in particular right now with your glasses on?
Just kind of looking at Baru, at the piano.
You are looking at the piano?
Mhm.
Are you looking at what Baru was playing by chance?
No, but I guess maybe she would like look over there, like, she's looking at everyone.
Okay, so You quickly make a passing glance, and at first it's just like a little difference, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, and this is why I was like asking, what are you looking at? So, because now that you have the glasses on your face, you were like, wait a minute. You see a little passing glance as you look at Baru, and you're turning to look at Jack, and you look at the piano, and you see the thing that Baru is playing, and go look in your item sheet, if you would.
Okay, so she checks out what he's playing, and then she sees it. There's so many interesting patterns in specific notes, and then she's like, "Oh my God, Baru, look at the sheet music," and she says, "I found the notes. It was hidden all along. She placed special runes in the notes. Try playing A, C, E, and G."
I'll play those notes.
All right, so you play the notes A, C, E, and G, boom, 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 boom. And they all sound, but nothing happens.
Interesting.
So you have the notes A, C, E, and G.
Wait, can I play them C-A-G-E?
C-A-G-E, like this. All right, so Baru, you're like, you turn around and you do boom, 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 C-A-G-E, cage, and you hear this boom, 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 and you hear this grinding sound, and you hear a very large grinding sound, which sounds like something, and Larnie turns at the obsession with the door and sees that the back door has now opened.
Yes!
So excited.
As expected of a
Okay, I
musician.
need you to not. Come on, seriously? Hold on, give me a second. It keeps like grabbing my scroll thing when I'm trying to move my character.
Stop it, Roll20. Stop it.
Honestly.
I'm
That should
gonna
help.
kind of move all you guys back there just for time's sake, because I know we're gonna get to our break. So everybody kind of moves back into this little room.
I kind of say to everyone, like, follow me, and kind of lead them into the room.
Yep. All right. So you all hopefully can see. It's a little small, a little cramped, but so you walk by, and when you go by the door, you notice that on the door now there is a magical glowing cage around the bird, like a rune thing, Sana. When you're looking through the glasses, you see a ruin of a cage around the bird now that the door is open. And inside this door is this very small, elaborate little magical room. On the floor is this big, giant, drawn-out magical circle that's kind of glowing, and this room is completely pristine. Everything inside it has not been touched by rune at all. No withering, no decay, no destruction. There's a big, beautiful, elaborate desk with a giant journal on top of it that is kind of scattered about. It almost looks kind of like it was thrown open in a hurry. And there's also a chest over on the side that is also kind of thrown open, almost like someone was trying to grab something in a hurry. The journal is open to a page that's written in a very elaborate handwriting. And like I said, the chest is also open. What would you guys like to inspect first? This is going to kind of be a group thing.
What do we want to inspect first? What was in the room again?
So you have this
The chest and the journal.
either this chest or this big, huge journal on the table that's like open.
Journal, books.
All right. Do you guys all want to check out the journal, or would you like to do the
I'll
chest?
check out the chest.
Wait. You guys want to
Yeah,
check out the chest or the journal?
I vote the chest.
All right. So we got
Okay, we do the chest.
chest.
Jack opens the chest.
All right.
As
So
Greedy does.
you look inside of the chest, and there is only one thing in here, right? Inside the chest, wrapped in a violet cloth, is a very beautiful pendant. And I'm going to put this in all of your journals for now until a little later. So I'm going to put this so everybody can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It should be in everyone's journal. And I'll explain what it is because you guys are going to read the journal in a minute. But that's what it looks like. It is this very elaborate blue shining crystal in the middle. It is a crystal gem that's kind of shining, and it has a bunch of phases of the moon around it, and it's made out of like a sterling silver. Very beautiful, and it's releasing this sort of blue energy. I know it looks kind of like smoke, but it's not like black smoke. It's actually like a blue ethereal energy and light coming off of it. Very, very beautiful. And again, wrapped in purple cloth. That's the only thing in this big chest. It's a huge chest, and it's the only thing in there. Does anyone touch it, or do you just leave it sitting wrapped in the cloth?
It must be something very precious then. I feel like she would unwrap it just to inspect it. Like she'll hold it up so everybody can see it.
Okay, so Lana, you pick it up with the cloth. You don't pick it up with your hand, but I'm assuming like with the cloth, you pick it up and show everybody the pendant?
No, she unwraps it.
Okay, so you unwrap it, but you're holding it with the cloth, and you're like, hey, there's this big pendant in here. It's this necklace of sorts. And it's kind of glowing this really bright blue. It looks really beautiful. It looks really elaborate. It's the only thing in the chest.
Can I just like touch the gem with my claw?
Yeah, so you kind of you tap it, and when you touch it, it kind of lets off this this almost like humming sound, and the light gets like a little bit bigger when you touch it. It's almost like when you touch it, a little bit of like your energy kind of gets put into it to give it like a light of sorts, make it glow a little bit. This kind of blue glow.
Can Jack ask for
The pendant.
I'm gonna say no. Because Barogash doesn't really trust you.
Yeah, Barogash is like, do not give it to Jack.
Guys, I promise I can figure this out.
I promise I'll give it back.
Wait, Bo. I shall give it back. Later,
But
of course.
If you intend to give it back, why do you really need it?
Because, guys, if you
Good question.
haven't thought about it, I have some books that might explain some of this, because we have something about dead languages and something about forgotten runes and creatures. The pendant might have something to do with those. And
Then let us see the books.
I'm good with
let us
spells.
let us check out the books. There's also the giant book that's
Sure.
open on the table over here too.
Sure, I bring the two books, like the tongue one and the reaches one, out of my bag, but I do not say anything
Okay.
about the silence one.
Okay, so the Tome of Forgotten Tongues and the Hall of Reaches book you put out. Does anyone look at either one of those in particular?
She'll look into the Tome of Forgotten Tongues because there's a lot of runes here in the room.
Okay, so you kind of look around through those, and you definitely clarify now that the runes are talking about shadows, they're talking about the ethereal, they're talking about wraiths, they're talking about something evil, they're talking about a mirror, they're talking about those kind of words. They're all words that you're seeing in there. Does anyone look at the Hall of Reaches book at all?
I will.
All right, so you take a
Also,
look at
may
that
I say
one.
something?
Uh-huh.
About like the pendant, may I inspect it in a little?
Yeah. I also want everybody to try and do a little bit of things before we also read the journal, because I'm going to have you guys read the journal, and that'll be where we're going to take a break. So when you look at the Hollow Reaches, since you now are getting a better look at it, you actually notice that one entry is bookmarked with a little brittle feather. A Barogash, and it says, it describes something called the dreaded Dire, a very mysterious plant-like creature. It almost looks kind of like a Venus flytrap, but like alive monster that apparently can become
Green mother from outer space.
Yeah, very creepy looking thing. It says it apparently can become very aggressive when provoked, but there is a part that is underlined which says the creature is easily put to sleep by the chirping lullaby of the nightingale bird. If you want to make a note of that. The dreaded dire, a mysterious plant-like creature, can become aggressive when provoked, but it's easily put to sleep by the chirping lullaby of a nightingale bird.
Okay.
And it's apparently important because it was bookmarked with some kind of feather. But those are what you guys get from looking at those 2 books. You don't really get much else. Nothing about a pendant, nothing about anything else in there.
I'm just waiting to inspect it. That's all.
You, Jack, take a look at the pendant, and
Absolutely.
you see that it's glowing blue, and you get this like really magical energy from it.
What do I roll?
I'm not even going to have you roll anything because you'd have to roll so high. This is something that you'll actually learn just by doing some other things. This is why I'm not going to have you roll for it. AKA journal on the table. I'm not going to waste your time
Don't spoil it.
I'm not going to waste your time by having you roll something you don't need to roll. So you just get the feeling this thing is very, very powerful magic. But you're not really sure like what it does necessarily. But you can tell that it is connected to the journal on the table because when you sense the magic on it, you sense the magic from the journal and they're connected. That's why I'm having you read the journal.
Because I'm good with magic.
Because the journal also has the same kind of gemstones on the cover of the journal as well.
Ooh.
May Jack do something? Secretly?
What would you like to do? Because Larnie also needs to do something too. So I'm going to have Larnie go next.
Okay. I just wanted to slip the pendant into my pocket, but okay.
The others are watching you very, very closely. You would have to roll stealth to do that.
They are reading a book!
Is that a stool I see next to the desk or the table?
Yeah, there's a little stool that you could sit down on. Yeah.
Okay. Could I like sit? Like I'll just pull it out and sit on it, and then I'm gonna put my like arm on the desk, and I'm gonna try and feel for that presence again to see if I can just like reach out and feel if they're still around here or if they've just kind of dissipated or something.
Yes. So because you've already connected with it, I'm not going to have you roll, but you close your eyes and you sense for the presence and you feel the presence kind of, you feel it almost in your hand. And when you open your eye, you see the little kind of glowy orbs around your arm, and you kind of feel your arm sort of move upwards and reach towards the journal. And you get this like feeling that whatever this presence is, whatever this thing is that these orbs are a part of, desperately has a message for you. Like desperately has a message for you.
Ooh.
I'm not feeling like threatened by it. It's just like a
no. It's like it's almost like a cry for help. Your instinct to want to help people, Larnie, is like screaming at you, like help. I need you. This is a message, like distress. It's like that, like desperate plea, sort of, but it's like a warm, desperate plea kind of feeling.
Yeah. It's not like menacing.
It's not a menacing threat at all. No, it's like a very like cry for help, a very like pleasant feeling.
Yeah, I definitely want to follow that feeling then. But obviously, I don't want to get too far ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, no, I would say you probably skim the journal and maybe start like reading it out loud. Could be.
Yeah, I'm good for that.
To get the others dime. So you all start to. I'll send you the journal so you can kind of like see what it looks like before the others. So this is what the journal looks like for you, Shu. It's very, you kind of like, you see where the page that it's open to, and you start reading that first part there, which you can kind of read. And you see, you kind of open and close like the journal, and you see it's made out of the same sort of elegant crystals on the front as that pendant, that sort of blue crystals. It's very foretelling of like a seer or an oracle. You're kind of skimming through the other pages and see a lot of foretelling dreams and that kind of things. Very, very beautiful, beautiful journal. And so you're reading
Okay.
through and you're like, oh, this is a cry for help, because this is like, if you're reading these words, the vision I have feared has come to pass. Like, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you start reading this out loud to everyone. To whomever finds this, unless you want to read it, you can read it if you'd like.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah, go for it.
To whomever finds this, to the brave villagers of Poppy Crest or passers-by, if you are reading these words, then the vision I feared has come to pass. Long ago, before Listeria grew wild and blooming, before our hearts knew peace, a wicked thing slithered from the folds of the other ethereal plane, the land of the lost souls and the realm of the dead. They called it the Penumbra Wraith.
Mhm.
Those names do little to contain its nature. It does not kill outright, but takes, dragging the living into shadow to feast upon their soul. It moves through the veil, a dark mist of death and decay, and where it spreads, time withers, buildings corrode, and hope bleeds into ruin. Do you want me to keep going?
Yeah, if you'd like. Does everyone start listening as Larnie is reading this out loud?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I take the pendant from
Can I take the book?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Can I
yeah.
say something?
I would say that Baru, if you want to take the pendant, you're probably gonna be able to. But I would say you both can roll strength if you're gonna try and keep it, Jack. And then we'll have Chu continue.
No, I was planning on stealing the book. No, I was gonna say, Jack does listen, but he's way too focused on how the book looks like.
Okay.
I wasn't planning on stealing anything for once.
Are you gonna try and hold on to the pendant if Baru asks you for it?
Absolutely not.
Are you...
I'm already on his bad
Yeah,
side.
Okay,
He's
so
on his-
okay, so you are going to hand the pendant over to Baru then in that case?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
Otherwise, he's gonna beat me up.
okay, in that case, I'm going to put the
I'm gonna
pendant
beat you up.
specifically into Baru's. So, Baru, you are the one that has the pendant currently.
Okay.
Aww.
Okay. All right, Chu, go ahead and continue. So, hope bleeds into ruin.
Okay. But it was not left unchallenged. A mage, ancient and mighty, forged a weapon not of blade or fire, but of reflection. An enchanted mirror known as the Everglass of hollowed veil. He traps the wraith within, locking it in a prison of truth and illusion. For a time we were safe. But time, like all things, turns. I saw it not in dreams, but in waking sight. The Everglass would come to Poppy Crest, carried on a wagon of curious and chaos, and with it, the Penumbra Wraith would rise once more. My body, like my years, is brittle, and I know I either may not be here, nor be powerful enough when the veil darkens our doorstep. So I leave this journal, and I leave you my trust. To weaken the Wraith, there is a ritual, old but proven, that can weaken the creature, unraveling its hold long enough for the original spell to be recited, and the Everglass to be its prison once again. You must gather fresh ingredients from places of magical resonance, cherished forest for herbs and flora, Blackdrape Cavern for crystals and spores, and Leiru Spring for the sacred water that is blessed by my ancestors, water once touched by starlight. Protection from the veil. Wrapped in a violet cloth, within the chest inside this room lies a pendant, one of my fine magical craftwork. The bearer of this necklace will shine with a protective light, a sanctuary of radiance in a 30-foot radius. So long as you remain within its glow, the veil cannot claim you, and the Penumbra Wraith cannot drag you into its realm. One of you must wear it. Guard them well, for they will guard the rest of you. The final task. Once all ingredients are in hand and the veil source is found, enter it with the pendant. The bearer must light the path, the others must distract the wraith. Keep its eyes, if it has such things, away from the one performing the ritual. The person performing the ritual must find the Everglass and do this ritual beside it. Begin to mix the ingredients together in a small cauldron I left on this desk. It is inscribed with runes, and the performer of this ritual will need to heavily concentrate on its magic. It will require lots of willpower to do so. Only when it is weakened should the incantation inside this journal be spoken. Do so by placing one hand atop the Everglass. You'll find the spell enclosed in the final pages of this journal. Speak it true and with all your willpower, and God's willing, seal the Penumbra Wraith again. If I am no longer with you, you know that I, as well as others, are most likely walking right beside you in spirit, glowing brightly. Elder Alara Larune.
Alright, so I've sent all of you the ingredient list and sealing the Penumbra Wraith spell to all of your pages that are at the back of the journal, because Larnie would probably show this to you all.
Yeah.
And I'll put the journal in everybody's thing. So, reading this journal to kind of go over it, it sounds like this creature, the Penumbra Wraith, was once captured inside of this thing called the Everglass, right? And now, somehow, the Penumbra Wraith has gotten free from the Everglass, and the Elder saw this coming. She has prepared a list of ingredients that you will have to go and find that are fresh, that are found in places throughout Poppy Crest. The cave that you saw in the mountains, the forest, which Abram said is by his home, and the spring, which you know where all of these are. And all of the ingredients are in this list. It looks like the part of the list is kind of been either destroyed or has been redacted by something, perhaps the Wraith's influence. But it looks like you are looking for certain herbs in the forest, crystals and moss in the cavern, and you need flasks of spring water in the spring. Can everybody see the ingredients and the sealing the Penumbra Wraith spells? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that is we are now on to the second half. We're going to take a break, but that is where we are on next, is we have these 3 places to go: the forest, the cavern, and the spring, to collect these ingredients. And one of you is going to have to perform this ritual to combine these ingredients and seal the Penumbra Wraith, while the rest of you essentially fight it and distract it long enough to seal it back into the Everglass.
I really want to suggest me doing it.
Before we go, I actually want to give the pendant to I keep blanking on her name. What is
Sana.
Sana. I don't know why I can't think of that.
It's alright. I have all of the names
I
on
want to give it
post-it.
to Sana.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
So
Sana,
so to clarify here, whoever wears the pendant, when you go through the veil, so when you go through that black mist that's by the manor, whoever is wearing the pendant will be able to shine a light in a 30-foot radius, and all of you will have to stay within that 30-foot radius, or the black light, the black mist, will swallow you into the ethereal, just like everything else in the town. So whoever has the pendant is the one that's going to have to be very careful to be close to everybody else. So it probably should be somebody who can stay, kind of in the middle of everything. So giving it to Sana, not a bad idea.
Kind of going back to the needing the distraction, I kind of just turn to everyone and go, I'm happy to put myself on the front line. I couldn't risk anyone else getting hurt.
All right. So Larnie has volunteered to be part of the distraction, because you're going to need one of you is going to have to perform the ritual, and the rest of you are going to have to be distraction for this wraith thing. So Larnie's volunteered to be a distraction. Try and fight the thing.
Honestly, if we're fighting something ethereal or dangerously untouchable, we're gonna need some more magic on our side, and I think, Jack, you're gonna be the perfect person for this. Personally, I think you, me, and Larnie will all have to fight it while Sana does her thing.
All right. What do you think, Sana? Do you want to be the one to perform the ritual and use the herbs to try and seal it back into the Everglass while the others distract and fight it?
it says here that the person who combined the ingredients must have their hand on the Everglass when the words are read. Oh my god. This is a lot of responsibility you guys are putting on me. It's
Can I just give a reassuring nod to Sana?
Sana, would you like for Larnie to roll a persuasion roll to try and help you, or do you think Sana would just take it as is. It's up to you.
The fate of her team is kind of here, and possibly even more implications. She is quaking in her boots.
I think that's a yes.
Yes, yes.
All right.
I can't move him. No, I can't move him closer.
Do you
I was
want?
gonna move Beauregard
There we go.
just a little bit closer.
I was gonna say I can
just
help
be
move
like-
you.
Yeah. We trust you.
If you guys want, you can do like a team effort, like a persuasion roll here. You can do like a multi-persuasion roll. See where you're
Okay,
at.
I'll also try to do something for once.
Go
That's
for
nice
it.
of
We'll see.
please.
We'll see if your combined roll here will be good enough for Deva. We'll
I
see.
promise you, mine is gonna be so bad. Like looking at my previous rolls, every one of my rolls has been bad. Do not think it's gonna be good this time.
Ridiculous.
Okay.
Persuasion. Oh wait, I already
you
have a
say-
basic.
Oh,
When you say a group roll.
Oh damn!
When you say
Oh damn!
when you say
When I say
group
when I say a
roll, are
group
you-
roll,
are
I'm
you saying,
taking
like-
the highest roll,
Okay.
which right now is a 24.
Well, I couldn't even scratch that if I wanted
All
to.
right. So, a 24, that's a nat 20. 24. Would that convince you, Deva?
Yeah.
All right, so your
No,
whole
I don't
team,
think so.
your entire team, even Jack, who has been done nothing this whole time but basically try and steal things, is like, you know what? No, we just learned that this, like, ethereal dead creature has taken everyone in the town hostage, because essentially, now that you all have kind of figured out, except for Jack, he wasn't really there for this, but Baru kind of figured this out, and Larnie and Sana, and maybe you guys can discuss this, we can say that you kind of discuss this with each other, that way we can take our break, discuss that these blue lights are essentially the people, right? In the ethereal realm right now, these blue lights are the people walking around because they've all been taken by this black mist, by the Penumbra Wraith, into the ethereal realm, into the ethereal plane to be basically he's feasting on their souls. They're all just trapped here in the town. Somebody's got to save them, right? Somebody's got to save the town.
It's definitely not Jack.
So it's up to you guys, essentially. Because who knows? Maybe this thing will spread even farther than the town if it gets powerful enough. Obviously, it's scary. So you all have kind of given your oath to Sana. We will protect you. We will keep that wraith off of you. You know, we will distract it so that you can get to the Everglass. We'll find it. It's got to be somewhere at this mansion, right? It's got to be somewhere in this veil of darkness. We will help you find this thing, and we will protect you while they do this ritual. Sana, what do you say?
I mean, maybe somebody else. And then she just looks at everybody, and they're like dead serious, and she's like,
Lani's trying to give you like a reassuring nod, but because of how like stoic and blunt she is, it doesn't come across very well. She's trying though.
Beauregard is going to like try to reassure her and say, "Hey, me and Larnie aren't good with magic, and
But I am.
if I'm being honest, I don't trust Jack that much. But
Jack looks disappointed.
I mean,
I'm
can you
actually not
blame
gonna
him?
God damn.
I don't really blame him, but Jack looks disappointed.
Jack got
can
sent to
blame
the
him.
shadow realm.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, technically, you could
Jack
be.
is one of those people. Jack is one of those people that's like, that'll just be like the fucking Lotso bear type, like, help me up, help me up. Oh well, looks like I'm up and you're not. Bye bye.
Yeah.
But you know,
No, Jack
Yeah,
is
but-
just greedy. He wants items. He wants to help, but he just is greedy. That's all.
yeah.
All right. So, Sana, do you think you're gonna do it?
Huh?
Do you think you're gonna do it with all of this like gusto behind you?
She eventually looks at everybody, and she says, "All right, yes, I'll do it. I'll do my absolute best. We'll just fight an ancient evil together. We'll do it.
We
All of
got
us,
this.
surely. But she will do it.
All right. So, to kind of just get me prepared for after the break, because we are going to take our halfway break because we're halfway there. Would you all like to go to the forest, the spring, or the cave first?
I was gonna say let's go to the spring first so that we can give the caravan an update.
Yeah,
Um,
I like that.
and just because we automatically know where the spring is.
Yep, the caravan's over by it.
The crystals and the herbs and stuff. We're gonna have to search for those.
Hmm.
And I feel the further along we get, the more dangerous it's going to be, and and you know, we don't want to bring that closer to the caravan as we go along.
What do you think, gang? Do we agree with
Jack
Baru?
Jack nods,
Yeah.
agreeing with them. That's
Okay.
fine.
All right, I will
That's a
put
great
us,
idea.
I'll put you all back here just to the overview of the town. So you all kind of make your way back towards the caravan, which let me put, because our friend Abram is over there with them now. So we'll kind of get you all back here towards the caravan. So to get an idea, as you're walking through town, you do all see the spring, you see the cave over here in the mountains, and you do see the forest. So you can kind of see the three places you have to go. You know, you came from over here, you're walking back towards the spring. And we will come back from our break and we will start with you guys updating the caravan, and then we will switch to, there is an individual map for each of these areas, so we'll switch to those areas. But yeah, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to pause the timer for the donathon as well. So we're going to pause the donathon timer for now, although I think it's still going, but that's okay. I'll redo it. I'll redo the timer because I need to add more time to it anyways. So we're going to take a moment. How long do you guys want? Do we want to do like 15, 10? What are we feeling? How's everybody doing?
I think 15 for now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
15's
let's do
good.
15.
Do like a 15,
Oh, no,
like
that'll
a...
bring us
wait.
that'll bring us closer to 1.
Okay.
So it's, well, whatever. It'll be closer to the top of the hour
Okay.
for everyone.
I'm going to set a little timer for 15 minutes on my end. I'll probably be back to chat with chat a little bit because I'm just going to go downstairs and grab a little bit of food. So when everybody's ready, just come back and say you're ready and chat, but we'll give us a good 15 minutes for everybody. So try and be back here about that time. I'm going to bring us to the Be Right Back screen for now. And then I'll be back to chat with everybody, and once everybody's back, we'll get started again. Hopefully everybody's having a good time so far and is enjoying the story and
Yeah.
everything.
Heck yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
I'll
you.
be
love
back
it.
in like
Yeah.
a year.
Well, I see that you've changed your name to Kleptomaniac, aka Toxic.
No, I would never.
All right, my friends. Let's go ahead and head over to Be Right Back. I'm gonna put us on some quick little cute lo-fi music while we go to BRB, and I'm gonna silence the Discord and my mic for now until everybody's back. So we'll see you guys back here in about 15 minutes. Everybody, thanks.
Thank you, Star.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. I might as well come back since I'm sort of here. Hello. Finishing up a little bit of food. I hope you guys are having fun. Hello. Hello. Hello.
I'm eating ice cream now.
I'm getting everybody back. We've got about 3 minutes, so we've got a little bit of time.
Coidal.
Toidle.
Mhm.
How's everybody enjoying the campaign so far?
I like it.
Or I guess the one shot's not really a campaign, but
I mean, it's fun.
Dude, I've been having a blast, honestly. It's amazing.
Yeah, me too. But apparently, one of the people I know IRL is watching the stream. He suddenly messaged
message me. Like, what is
Oh.
it with you and the name Jack?
Yeah, or as Rayleigh would put it, the turtle.
Because
Mm.
Jack is a D&D character I made somewhere else.
I gotcha. He's a toidle.
Hello. I am back.
Welcome back.
I am a toidle.
But yeah, I really hope
What
you.
are we talking
I
about?
hope you guys have been enjoying the one shot so far.
Nobody enjoys this. Jack does though.
We love it. We love it. That's like a DM's worst fear is to be like, no, we hate it.
The kleptomaniac loves it though.
I'm really enjoying the star. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
I'm glad you're having fun with it. I'm glad.
I'm gonna be honest, this is amazing. I mean, this is also one of my first times doing D&D.
Like I said, everybody DMs a little differently and does different things. So D&D is always a little bit different experience based on who you DM with and like who you play with, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But the basics of the game are kind of the same. Just different storytelling, different characters, different environment, but same general core, if that makes sense.
That is true. Also, Matt really loves Jack being called a kleptomaniac, I guess.
Gotcha.
I mean, I did take the name from him anyways.
Is everybody back? I don't know if Deva is back yet.
I don't know if Dave is back yet.
Oh yeah, technically it's not stealing if the owner cannot be found.
He's a collector. He's not a kleptomaniac. He's just a collector of all
I'm not
things.
stealing.
Of all
I'm just
things
finding
not
lost
nailed down.
items.
Yeah, of anything that isn't nailed to the floor, he will he will take it.
I mean, I was planning on ripping the thing out of the wall.
Yeah, you were planning on stealing like the magical statue even. Alright, I'm gonna go. Thank you for the hydrate,
even
everybody
if
grab a
it's
drink.
nailed down, I'm stealing it.
Grab a
Like
drink.
at a museum. They would like put stuff in a glass box. Suddenly the glass box died and disappears.
Now be careful, guys.
Why did
be
they
careful.
take a glass box? I don't know.
Alright, so I did add the time for the gifted subs that KT had added on that the timer didn't add. So got the timer back up and going with that time added on to it.
Because I'm guessing breaks don't really count as a time.
No, I had paused the timer. So I paused the timer plus added the time from KT's stuff. Is everybody back and well fed, bathroomed, all of that? I didn't go to the bathroom, but I think I'm okay.
I'm still feeding myself, but yes.
Okay. I think we should.
Wait, what ice cream was? What ice cream is this even? Oh, it's what's it called in English?
Chew beats the check. There you go. Chew's ready. Chew's ready.
I'm eating raspberry sorbet.
All right. So we are gonna. Is everybody good to kind of keep going? Then is everybody back and ready
Yeah.
for the most part here? Okay. Lana, you good to be back? Deva,
Yeah.
you good?
I'm good.
Okay, everybody's back. Okay. So
Yeah.
everybody's gonna kind of make their way. We're gonna just sort of be in. I don't want to have to put the turn order again right now, just for the sake of being here. So you all make your way back towards the caravan, and you do see that a lot of the caravan has kind of moved its way further down out of town. There's only a couple caravans actually left. It's just, I would say, Gramwell's and Quentin Kennedy's two that are left actually pretty close to town. The rest of the caravan does seem to have kind of moved off quite a bit further, probably thanks to Abram, coming back and telling them what's what, kind of like what Baru asked Abram to do, kind of ask them to, maybe get a little bit further away from town. But you do arrive back. You see Quentin, Evangeline, Abram, and our good buddy Gramwell are all kind of waiting for you near the original caravan, and they see you coming, and you hear this, "Oh, thank the heavens! They're all still alive! Hey!" You hear as Abrams kind of shaking his arms back and forth. "Did you find Helen and Selena? Anybody else?"
Their voice is amazing.
Thank you. You know, he looks happy to see you. Like, he's really, you can tell genuinely. Like, you know, Abram's probably a very good man. He genuinely is very happy to see that you are safe and that you are alive.
Oh god, brain freeze.
I will come over and be like, all right. It's good to see you as well. We figured out some things in the house. We need to seal something away. And honestly, the further people are, the better.
Seal something away? What the hell are you talking about? Like sealing like oats or something? Or what?
Can Jack say this?
Yeah,
Because I
go
want to
ahead.
say something.
Go ahead. You can just say something. You don't need to ask.
I would rather ask than just disturb people, okay?
No, you're good. You're totally fine. This is an open area.
Yeah.
Okay. We need to seal away the shadow, like smoke. That might have taken, Selena, or whatever those names were.
Oh, Selena and Helena?
So, the smoke that took Selena and Helen, we're trying to seal that away.
Oh, you mean the stuff that's still up there in the mansion? There's a way to get rid of that? You can get my wife and my daughter and everybody else back there. You found something in the elder's house, huh? I knew that old kook would be able to help you out somehow, even though she's gone. Bless her heart, crazy old bat.
We don't know about bringing your family back, but most likely.
I'm sure it'll all work out.
Absolutely.
We
will try to save everyone.
You definitely see this, like,
as Baragash says this, he's gonna look at the orbs that are floating around and say, just know that they're close by.
When you say that, you see this kind of like look of relief on Abram's face. He's like, well, you all, based on what Quentin and Evangeline here say, I'm to trust you folks. Seem like decent people. If you think I'll get my Evangeline and my Helena back, well, I trust you just as much as I trust them. They sure done helped me. Gave me some nice roast beef. He says as he kind of like rubs his stomach a little bit, and you hear Rayla kind of like, huh. So I take it your exploration in town went well. Obviously, you discovered something to seal this weirdness away. We decided to pull most of the caravan away from the city. What is it exactly that you wish us to do while you're dealing with the smoke or whatever it is? He says he kind of stuffs his, nose up into the air, kind of pristoutly.
Jack says, protect the damn caravan. Exactly like that.
He kind of like gives you a glare and sort of like continues walking. He gets close to you, Larnie, and he gives you that same sort of warrior's look to you, as if like a, be on your guard kind of look. And he says, Larnie, anything I should be weary of that you know of yet, that you've seen? He says kind of under his breath, very shallowed, very eyes sort of darting around the area.
Imagine they say hungry.
You see these lights?
He says he looks back at them.
Yeah, they might be the townsfolk.
He says he like kind of steps forward. You mean like dead people walking? He says he kind of like shudders. So, the people are still here, is what you're saying. He says he looks further through town. My lord, there's a lot of lights. I suppose that would mean this is quite the bustling town. You suppose you can get them back in that case? He kind of gives you like a little bit of a snooty sort of smile.
I kind of just give like a vague shrug. I'm not 100% sure if they're savable or not.
You do that, and he just kind of gives you another like, Well, I trust you best be on your sword, us warriors will be. He kind of looks again now towards you, Sana. I trust your skills have gotten better since I met you at the inn. I suppose you will defend them with your honor, won't you, Sana? Turtle, he says as he looks back at Baru.
I can only hope, Sir Granwell.
Can I just... Sorry.
I'm gonna...
And Jack Ty being nice.
What were you gonna say really quick, Quantum? Since he did just say turtle.
I'm gonna go up to him, kind of like wrestle him into a headlock and be like, "Yeah, we got this."
And when you do that, he just kind of is like, "Oh, get." We are not under pleasantries, Mr. Turtle. And he kind of like smiles, but he goes, "Just be careful, would you?" He says like a little bit of blush kind of lines his cheeks.
Of course.
Now he
Wait a
looks.
minute, I need a light.
Now he looks over towards you, Jack.
I was honestly just trying to say, he's a good turtle. That was all I was gonna say.
Okay. Well, now that you say that and you say he's a good turtle, you hear Grandma go, yes, he's a good turtle. I know. Jeez. He says
All we hear in the background is just, "I don't like turtles."
I don't like turtles in the background. You can
Like
yeah, exactly. You can tell, even though he's kind of a gruff dude, he's going back to the rest of the caravan. You can tell he secretly is actually kind of he's kind of worried about you guys. He secretly likes you. He doesn't want to admit it, but he likes you.
Isn't there like a term tsundere for that or something?
Yeah, he's a
tsundere.
tsundere.
It's not like I like you or anything.
It's not like I like you.
Be careful.
I just
I don't want
It's
to. I
not
don't want
like
to
I
do this
got-
thing alone
like you,
again.
but I
I
totally
just don't
do.
want to have to protect the caravan on my own. God. Just be careful, would you, turtle?
He's being nice but in a subtle way. I have the total opposite.
So,
I always say mean stuff.
so you see Quentin kind of usher Abram to also kind of follow suit, and Evangeline as well. And as they sort of walk away, Quentin looks at the rest of you. We will pull the caravan back as far as we can. This darkness that you're sealing away. Are you sure the four of you will be all right doing it alone?
No.
We got all we need.
Wow, way to be confident, Jack. No.
I'm
No,
gonna
but
smack
it's gonna
Jack
be
on the
fine.
shoulder. I'm gonna smack Jack on the shoulder and be like, "Yes, we have this. Don't worry."
Don't listen to him. We need help.
As long as I get some loot, Jack says.
Quentin kind of has this worried expression on his face. He says, "This isn't what I hired you for, but I've got to give it to you. You all are a brave bunch, braver than any group of adventurers I've ever known. But this..."
I mean, would you rather we let them die?
Well, I know, he's getting there. He's like, "Agreed, but this town, if these floating lights really are the people of this town, there's a lot of them, and they need you. Our caravan
No, they
needs you.
don't.
If you can, save them all."
Can we just hire someone else? I just want the loot. guys.
He just kind of looks at you and he goes, "I don't think there really is anyone else. If what Abram says is true, all of this happened in just a mere hours. This entire town wiped. Imagine what would happen if this shadow, or whatever this thing is you have to seal away, imagine what happens if it gets out of Poppycrest. Imagine what it could do everywhere else if we don't stop it here and now. It could threaten the entirety of Listeria."
True,
I
true.
just feels like
But I'm
pink
lazy.
white.
Sorry, David, what did you say?
Jack being.
Say what were you
Deva,
saying
what'd
again?
you say?
Yeah, what did you say, Deva?
Oh, Sana just goes like sheet white at that. Like, oh my god, it's gonna get worse.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's why you gotta stop it. And-
Well, good luck, guys.
Boy,
I'm
thank
gonna
you
go
so
leave.
much for the follow. Welcome to Angela. Hope you're having a good day. All right. Anything else you guys would like
Welcome,
to talk to
011Y.
Quentin or anyone else at the caravan about?
I just want to say good luck, guys. I'll stay at the caravan
Okay.
and try to leave.
All right. What about you, Larny?
I'm just gonna say to Quentin and to I guess Raylith as well. Just be like, I'm gonna point to the smoke and the smog up top, and I'm just gonna say, just as far as I can tell, do not let that touch you. If that thing starts to move, you pull back.
Gramwell kind of gives you a very stern look, and he's like, "Right, Larny, I shall protect the caravan as much as I can. Don't let the black, whatever the hell that is, touch us." Quentin looks again. Right. Black smoke, bad. Is that what made the town vanish, I assume?
Maybe.
That's our theory for now.
It's very likely.
All right, then. That's kind of what Abram said as well, and if we're all in agreement, then we definitely don't want that touching the caravan, especially the children. Right, then, Gramwell says as he steps forward, I shan't let any of that black smoke touch anyone here, and if it does touch anyone, it shall touch me, and I shall absorb it all into my body, like the man that I am, he says as he, like, kind of gives a arm up. Quentin,
You're gonna
everyone, back to the caravan! We shall get as far away from here as we possibly can. Not too far, because we want to be able to, of course, be able to pick all of you up when this is all over. Good luck, he says as he kind of smiles and, like, grabs Quentin and is like, let's get the hell out of here.
Gramwell is weird for saying I'm gonna absorb it. Jack says.
Hey, he's trying, alright? Firestar, welcome
My-
in. Good to see you. Hi.
I'm so glad I'm not playing myself, because if it was like children, big mist that makes people disappear, onwards to the mist. Go ahead,
I know,
children
right?
first.
Children first, go!
It's 100%
Go,
safe.
children into the mist! Go play!
I mean,
Play hide and seek.
Push the
Play
children
hide
in
and seek.
there! Get on in
Wait,
there, kids!
I wanted so bad to just run away, but I'm probably not allowed to.
Go, little Timmy. There's another candy shop on the other side. Yeah, exactly.
Just take one of the stuffed bears and just like yeet it into that thing. Be like, oh no, Mr. Fluffles.
Oh no, not Mr. Fluffles! Not Mr. Fluffles! You gotta go get him!
Go get Mr. Fluffles, little Timmy. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah, see,
Just-
exactly. Yeah,
just-
my boy.
Let the
Jack,
old one go
stop to
first.
Just push little Timmy into the damn mist.
Poor little Timmy's going down into the mist.
Well,
Oh
I
my-
guess he's
What's that,
gone.
boy? Little Timmy touched the mist. Good job.
Good boy, good job, little Timmy. Oh my god. Okay.
Honestly, if like those merchants were there, one of them, I would just push him into there.
All right.
That's
So
the dog.
we are going. Let me get the music changed here. So, let's see. We got. Let me get us where we're at here. Okay. So.
I just
You all kind of pull away from the caravan, and you find yourselves kind of at the top of the Laroon Spring. This beautiful spring growth, it just has a lot of growth, a lot of beauty. Sana, you feel a little bit more at ease around the spring, I will say, compared to other places in town. Also, why did the music stop? Hello? It's thinking.
no music.
There we go. It was thinking.
Aw.
It was thinking. There we go. I'm like, hello. We want the little sound effects. Can you guys hear the sound effects, by the way? Hopefully.
Mhm.
Okay. Just making sure. So you're definitely feeling a little bit more at home. The spring is very beautiful. It's kind of glowing with this serene, almost otherworldly radiance. Larnie, you'll recall reading that kind of signpost at the beginning of town that said that it was once sort of touched by starlight. It's a very radiant, very kind of blessed place, right? The crystalline water is sort of shimmering in these shades of luminous blue and turquoise. It's kind of casting this soft light across the jagged stone walls that encircle the pools, almost like a natural sanctuary of sorts here. You'll notice as you're walking around, there's kind of like these beautiful, almost ethereal looking themselves plants, kind of like bioluminescent petals that bloom along the water's edge and into the cracks of the surrounding rocks, almost kind of pulsing and breathing like stars. Maybe they too were touched by this starlight, quote unquote, that kind of came here to Poppy Crest at one point. The spring is dotted with mossy stones and just freckles with little bits of mist in the air. And you see before you now this kind of narrow stepping stone, which the map will show you kind of where the edge is if you're not sure. There is kind of a border that will stop you. This stepping stone that leads all the way down towards the center of the spring, where there's even this small little walkway. So here is kind of next to the water, and there's also this walkway you can walk out on that's a little slippery, but where you can gather water. So you see, again, if you pull up in your items, that ingredient list, that at the Laroon Spring, it looks like you need to gather 2 flasks of spring water here.
Okay. Do I have any kind of thing that I could actually scoop the water up with?
I think all of you at least have like basic like water skins. In like adventuring kits. I'm thinking you all have like at least a kind of like a water skin that you should be able to sort of fill up.
Yeah, I do have water skin over here.
So you could fill the water skin up. A water skin would be like multiple flasks worth. So as long as somebody has something that you can fill up with water.
I'm just gonna go ahead and like empty my water skin and then just scoop up.
Okay.
Yeah.
For here, I will say I do require movement. So you can only go your movement here, I will say, for this particular map.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and have you guys, just because we're back, I'm gonna have everybody re-roll the out of turn initiative, just so we can kind of get a fresh new sort of start here.
Stop. May I do something? My roll is bad. Oh my god! Again?
So I need Jack and Baru to re-roll for me, please. You both got a 15.
Yep.
I'm gonna be below him, aren't I? Oh my god. Let's go, I'm first. Wait, no, actually, I hate everything.
Okay, so Jack, Baru, Larny, and Sana is going to be our out of turn order for now.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't think that Grandma has beef with Baru anymore. I think it's more of a like kind of rivalry, like friendship rivalry almost, sort of.
Definitely.
Like a one-upping each other kind of thing. I think is more what it is.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't think they really like don't like each other.
Star, did you say Gramwell?
Yeah, Gramwell or Raylith. Raylith Gramwell is his name, but a lot of people have been
okay,
calling
because
him Gramwell. Yeah.
Don't ask me how, but I heard Grandma.
No, Gramwell. Yeah. the other
yes,
guard,
Grandma.
not Grandma. Gramwell.
Grandma, the warrior.
Grandma,
Grandma.
she's here. It's actually the Elder Laroon is back from being an orb. She's Grandma.
Yeah.
She's so
Anyways.
grandma core.
She's so Grandma. She's so here. So Grandma.
Also, Star, I wanted to ask something about earlier.
Uh-huh.
You know those 2 random items I also took from the car?
Yes. Would you like to
When-
know more about them?
When am I allowed to inspect them?
Whenever you want. It will probably take an Arcana check, though, so that will take up, like, your kind of... You can still do your movement, but that will take up kind of, like, your turn of doing stuff to inspect them. But if you'd like to, you can inspect them whenever you like.
Okay, at least, can I let Jack go to the bottom? Like, at least somewhere on the side over there?
Yeah,
Like,
you
and I'm
can
here.
try and still do your movement. I definitely still... I would like for you, because you need to go down the stairs... I am making you guys do movement on this map, so I need you to use the ruler. So if you look on the bottom, like the left-hand side of the map, there should be a ruler icon, And if you click on that, you can, because you need to follow the stairs. You got to
What
use the
is the
stairs to go
maximum
down.
movement?
So, for you weren't here for when we did the session 0. So, I'm trying to go over this stuff. So you can go 30 feet. Or you can dash and go 60, but you won't be able to do anything else for your turn. So 30 feet at a time. Because, yeah, I do require movement for this particular map because it is slippery and because it is, well, you'll see. This map requires movement, so.
I will put my character over there to say he's on the side.
Okay, so you're on the side and you're going to kind of be inspecting. So
Yeah.
go ahead and roll Arcana for me to kind of take a look. Which of the items are you inspecting? Are you doing the Orb of Eternal Storm or the Bottle of Sunken Hours?
Sunken Hours.
Okay.
Arcana, here it is. This is rigged, isn't it? This is mad rigged. I
Okay.
hate everything.
Well, one thing, while you're looking at the Bottle of Sunken Hours, you take it out and you notice that there's something that you didn't notice before on it. I will give you this. You see that on the back of the Bottle of Sunken Hours, there's actually a secondary, smaller little potion connected to it that you kind of just thought was part of the bottle originally. And you have also, you still don't really know what the Bottle of Sunken Hours does, but you have found yourself a potion of greater healing, which will heal 4d4 plus 4 hit points. It is attached to the Bottle of Sunken Hours.
Okay, can I at least secretly stash it away
Yes.
in my pocket?
Yeah. Well, yeah. It belongs to you, so yeah.
Absolutely. I'm stashing it away in my pocket.
Okay, I'm gonna put this in your little thing here. I'm gonna write what it does. So it does regain 4d4 plus 4 hit points, because that will probably be helpful to you.
I set it in my pocket because later on, if I forget I have it and we need it, I don't have to search through my damn backpack because I know you might
No, you're good.
ruin my life because I need to search.
Oh,
through
I'm
my
not
damn
one of
old
those
bag.
DMs. As long as you have the item,
No,
I'll let you use it.
they're-
I'm not one of those DMs that's like, oh, it's in your backpack, you can't. Yeah, no, that's not me. I'm not a
Great,
stickler
absolutely
like that.
That's like a really toxic DM trait.
Yeah, it is. I hate
Oh,
that.
you can't find it in your backpack, but you know it's in there.
Yeah, no, I hate that. If you have it, you can use it. That's one thing that drives me absolutely nuts when DMs do that. I'm like, no, I'm sorry, no. You know it's in there.
I mean,
Yeah, like
you
this one
might
time,
find it, but it takes a little time.
yeah,
That
but
is
like
what I was thinking of.
my dad was in a really toxic D&D game where the DM would just be like, yeah, a green dragon just shoots through the wall and you all take 20 d6 damage. And it's like, dude, what the fuck?
What the hell? Yeah, I'm like, oh, no. That's like with me with rolling things. If you roll low consistently during battle, I'm gonna finally let something hit, because it sucks when your character is trying to attack and you miss and you miss and you miss and you miss. It's like, odds are,
It's
at
so
some point,
frustrating.
your guy's gonna fucking hit the thing, because you know where it is. It's not like, you know, like, I'm not one of those DMs. It's like, oh, you missed it, you're gonna miss it. Like, for flavor purposes and to have fun, why don't let your character, like, why not let your players have fun, you know? Like, that drives me nuts when DMs are, like, sticklers like that, because it just ruins the fun, you know?
I mean, only sometimes missing is fine, but constantly.
Yeah, and that's
if you
kind of
roll
like
the
with
back
you
deck,
guys
it's
rolling low on this kind of stuff. I still give you things for it. I don't just go like, well, you got nothing at all, you know? Like, you still get something, because it's, you know,
That's
you
good
can't
because
help
my greedy
RNG.
bad-
You know?
My greedy guy cannot handle not
Yeah.
getting anything.
So while you're kind of like inspecting this item and you find this greater healing potion, you're kind of just chilling on the side. You do take note, everybody does, just with your passive perception, that it is a little bit slippery here, and it is starting to get a little bit maybe kind of rainy. It's starting to get a little dim. The sky is a little bit, so it's definitely a different environment here than it was back when you were in town. So Baru, we're on your turn now.
Oh, I already moved.
Wait, this is the lake.
I got nothing else to do, so
So you're just kind of chilling, looking around, that kind of thing.
yeah. Well, actually, can can I investigate this bush next to me?
Sure. Are you wanting what kind of thing are you wanting to do with the bush to know like what to roll kind of thing?
I wanna see, because I noticed on the list it said like some like bell thing or whatever, glimmer bell.
Or are you wanting to kind of see like if it might be an herb that you might need, or maybe like what it might do for a
Yeah.
plant? Why don't you go ahead and roll nature for me?
Okay.
Nature?
Yeah, nature. It's for like plants and anything that's kind of involving nature essentially to learn more about something. Ooh, okay.
This is really
So you take a look at this plant, and based on I'm going to show this so that people in the chat can see it. So what Lana's talking about is it says up here that there's a thing called a glimmer bell, and it says resembles a bell in petals, white, and it says translucent and reflective. I'm thinking that's probably what you're sort of talking about. And you're looking at this, and you take a look at these kind of almost translucent looking plants, and you're like, well, I read something about translucent. So you go over and you bend down and you take a closer look, and they definitely are translucent and very sort of reflective and almost like ethereal light in nature. And they do match that description, but they definitely don't really look like a bell or anything like that. But when you go up and you touch it and you kind of put your hand through it, they almost let out this little like liquid that touches your hand, and it leaves this sort of radiant light liquid behind on your hands, almost like you could maybe coat something with it, and that seems intriguing. It's something different that you're not used to. Kind of leaves behind like a radiant sort of liquid.
Can I like take a branch with me?
Sure. So in your inventory, do you know how to type in the inventory here in Roll20?
I do, but I don't.
I can also add to it if you want me to, if that makes it easier for you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll add it.
You sure? Because I can do it. I just don't trust that it won't delete it for
yeah,
me.
that's fine. So I'm gonna add in here. So this is called a radiant rain fern. So I'll add it in here.
Okay.
Also, guys, this is unrelated to just Jack saying something, but
So you will take. Do you want to take? How many do you want to take? Do you want to take 1, 2?
I'll take 2.
Okay.
go beyond take 3.
All right.
Anyways,
Yeah, usually I'll let you take up to 1d4, and if you want to take more than that, because you're not really used to how to like take the substance, but I'll let you take 2. So you've got 2 of this radiant rain fern plant. Could come in handy. Could be, could be something of use, but it definitely leaves behind some sort of like radiant liquid behind it. Eat it, turtle. Gain the power of God. Is what Chad says.
Hey, man. Oh. No, it's like you may have the power of this entire island under your spell, but 20 minutes ago, Hermes gave me some starts tripping.
Some good shit. Some good stuff. All right, so Baru's kind of checking out this plant, that kind of thing. Larny, you're up now.
Hi. So I'm just kind of gonna try and step down towards the water side.
Okay.
So I just want to make my way down that way. Obviously trying to be careful on the terrain. Obviously there's rocks next to water. So can I move to here?
Mm-hmm. Yes. And you will notice there are some blue orbs here, so probably people walking around here at the spring as well.
Okay, for my action, can I just like hold up my hand and like again just try and reach out spiritually again just to see what these guys have to say?
For this one, I'm gonna have you roll religion, since this isn't an elder that you're trying to reach out to. These are more just regular people.
Okay, yeah. How? Chow.
Ooh,
Oh,
nat 20.
let's
Okay,
go.
with that one, I'm gonna say you hold your hands out and you kind of are really focusing on, again, trying to kind of branch out to the ethereal plane. You are really opening your heart, opening your mind, and your focus to being accepting of whatever these orbs have to show you or have to say. And you see some of these little blue lights sort of dance around you before they flow down into here, and they kind of dance around at the bottom and kind of whoop, dance and prance into the water. They look like really happy and really glad to see you. They're sort of going into the water and just sort of playing around. And then you see one come to the edge here and stop. And just the lights just sort of stop and look out here. And they're just stopped here. Just kind of bobbing up and down almost as if they're looking. You can kind of get an essence that they're telling you that they're looking out here.
Okay.
At something. Like everything over here is like wee, but then all of a sudden, looking over here.
I got my little Poidal friend, and the kleptomaniac just tripping balls and just having like this.
And you're just like
moment.
this spiritual moment with these glowing dead people.
Yeah.
Dude, you're not the only one having a spiritual moment right
Dude,
now.
I'm tripping out over here, man.
Dude, like, why don't we all just like love each other, man?
Love and trust, man. All right, so
But I think for my future turns, I'm definitely looking at that little orb, and I think I'm probably going to follow it in the next few turns.
All right, so kind of wondering what is this orb looking at? What is going on here? Sana, we are on to you. So everybody's sort of kind of doing their own thing, checking their own stuff out.
Yep.
Okay. The second she sees a bit of the landscape here, she kind of looks at the plans and flips through her book just to see if there's anything, anything similar to the ingredients, right? And she feels a lot lighter here, so she kind of just takes a deep breath, just. Okay, you know what? It's time to be focused, and she just centers into that for a bit. Is it alright if she says something too?
Yeah, that's fine.
When she sees that the rocks look really like moist and slippery, she calls out to everybody and says, "Hey everyone, please be safe, okay? Remember we have rope." And then she just dives back into her book.
Okay. I will say, looking at the book, if you're going to be doing that, in particular, is there a specific ingredient, because you're going to be looking, that I can read out to you more in depth? What ingredient? Because I'm going to try and do this each time it's your turn and you're looking through the book.
Okay.
Because you don't really see anything in particular here that matches any of these, but if there's one, I can at least tell you what it is so you can be prepared for it.
Guys, may I say something?
Wait until I'm done in just a second, if that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Which one are you interested in?
I am interested in. We're in the spring, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think then she would try and join the others for the water. Is it possible to still move then?
You can still move, yeah. I'm saying if you want, you can read up on one of the other ingredients in the meantime, if you want.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then actually, I'll stick to that then. Yeah, I'll start reading up on one of the ingredients on Gloomspore moss.
All right, Gloomspore moss. Okay. And then, so while you're, go ahead and make your movement then, and then Toxic, what were you going to say about the ingredient list? And then I'll read off what the Gloomspore moss is.
I mean, in all honesty, it says where the ingredients are in what part of the map, so I don't think you need to search for them on this part.
Yeah, that is true. But she can always do some research on
because-
what these things are in the meantime, which is fine, because there's not really much else to do other than walk down there.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
trying to say,
yeah.
not try to use the list to research things right now, because the only thing we need is the spring water.
Yeah, the list just kind of gives you an idea of what else might be out there. But I will say, Deva, you look up Gloomspore moss, because all the list says is something, bulbs growing from a something, moss along the something cavern, something, caution, be careful, something produces something. And when you go and look this up, you see it says that there is a strange moss cluster that clings like cloth to the cavern walls, and then the actual spores are turquoise bulbs that are faintly translucent. The moss itself, if it's crushed, has a tendency to give off a puff of smoke, which can cause hallucinations.
Ooh,
Which is
interesting.
probably what the caution was warning you about.
Also, my turn is next. Let's see.
All right. So, Jack, you are next.
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
Turn those
right now.
papers into Mad Libs.
About the Glimmer Bell, I'm pretty sure.
Mad Libs journal.
Wait, which one? No, the Dire Vine. It says something. This grows from. With a caution. I think that might have to do something with like. Something we read earlier. I don't know what it was called again.
Mm-hmm. Somebody read something about something that has to do with a dire
it was. What was the name again of that venom thing? It was a trap of some
thing.
sort.
Yeah, it wasn't you who read it, so I can't tell you. And I don't think it was read out loud, so again, I can't say. Unless that particular person says, because that is what is called metagaming, and I can't do it, unfortunately.
Okay,
But, yeah.
then I'll just make Jack ask something. What was the name of the character? Let me open stream. Sana,
Mm-hmm.
do you have any, you have the book I gave you earlier, right?
Yes, Verdant Wind Whispers.
Can you check anything about dire vines, perhaps? Because it does say a warning on the list.
Dire vines. Okay. So she starts flipping through it. Dire vines. Ah, here it is. And it says.
All right, so it says
I do not know.
it is a thick, dark green vine with silvery colored thorns. It grows from the dreaded dire, a monstrous plant creature. The vines can be cut off quite easily if the blade is soaked in oil, it says.
Gotta lube it up. Sorry.
Lube it up. So you read that out loud. So Baru, you would hear that. Lonnie, you would hear that as well.
Lube it up.
Okay. Also, do you have any idea about what about the dream cats?
So I'm
About a
only
what?
gonna let you do one read at a time per
Right.
thingy, just because it's a lot of
Fine.
information. So
I don't know what to do. Can I just walk?
yeah, you can still take your movement. Yeah, I just count these kind of as a check, but because she has a book, you don't really need to do the actual.
Wait,
roll,
actually, I
that's
was
why.
standing here. I'm gonna bring up my ruler.
Yeah, there you go. If you when you're doing the ruler, if you
20
want,
feet was the max,
yeah, 30. If you
30.
right click, you can change direction. By the way, if you just a quick right click, you can make a little point and keep going. There you go. Yeah.
I'll move over here to the side. Wait, maybe. Select. Ruby. God. I forgot about that barrier.
Yeah, there's a barrier. You should be able to go right here, though. There you go. Yeah, there's a barrier because this technically is like a cliffside. That's why.
I'll put it over there.
Okay. So you kind of are like, all right. So the dire vine apparently grows off of some kind of monstrous plant. So that might be something you have to be a little bit weary about. Wait, I don't want to become a... Whoa, hold on. Lube your sword? I don't... No, I'm not going to become a widow. Don't you die on me, Titus.
What is going on?
Hey! Don't you
What's
die on me,
going
Titus.
on?
I'm reading some interesting things in there.
Just
Don't you
stuff.
die. No.
How?
Titus.
Bad
Bad Titus, no drink
Don't-
venom. Don't you dare.
No,
Make me
Titus.
sorry, Bob.
Put it down. Here's some keys.
Don't you die. I'm marrying
You
you.
want to play with the keys, Titus?
I'm marrying you first. Oh, dang it. Don't you die. I'm gonna die before you because I got health problems. Okay. Go ahead, Baru. You're up.
Oh, jeez.
This just took a very dark
I know,
turn.
right?
It did. Take. Oh my god. Sorry, I was reading something that somebody said somewhere else.
You're good. Alright, so...
It's so quiet. Somebody say something.
Yeah, it's Baru's turn. Whenever you're ready, Lana.
Oh, it's my turn?
Yep, it's your up. Yep. Your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna move my character right there. And then, I'm just gonna look into the water, see what I can see.
Alright, so you peer into the water and you can see a lot of like little bubbles and little effervescent kind of things coming out of the spring water. It definitely looks very crystal clear and very purified. It's probably some of the most beautiful water you've probably seen ever again. Kind of overhearing some chatter about this being a sacred place. It definitely is very special. You can see that because everything is so illuminated here, it probably would make sense that you would need water from a spring like this to fight off something necrotic and something shadowy. But you don't really necessarily see any like fish or any creatures living here. It's just the spring water and the plants.
Okay. Got nothing else to do, so.
Okay, that'd be good. Just chatting away.
I'm actually no. I'm gonna shove Jack down the stairs. Just kidding.
Bye, Jack.
Again.
Don't trust you. See ya. Kadoosh.
Jack.
See you down the
Jack.
bottom.
Wait, what's going on?
We're pushing you
what just
down the
got said?
stairs.
I was cleaning up some cans. What the hell?
He doesn't actually.
You're good. You're good.
Baru doesn't actually push you
You're
down the
good.
stairs, Jack. You're fine.
No, I just
No,
I
but
put
I
an
was-
axe in your skull.
All right, Larny,
Wood.
you are up.
Anyway. His magic shape.
Holy.
I merely jest.
I want to make it down here, but I'm not gonna be able to make it. I don't think with the
Y-
movement I've got.
You guys can always dash too.
Yeah, I was thinking of dashing.
Yeah, I'm like you can always.
But then
you,
I
you-
would make
Yeah,
it.
you would make it. You can always dash and just kind of do like a general like look around. You just wouldn't be able to do like a roll or anything, but you can definitely like look around.
I'm not wanting to roll. I kind of want to like do a little thing with this little orb, but I'm not wanting to like roll just yet.
Yeah,
But
that,
yeah, I'm
so
gonna.
yeah, if you want to just do like a generalized thing, you can definitely dash and go down there.
Okay, so I'm not gonna like sprint down. I'm just gonna like make my way down slowly, and then I'm gonna go where that little orb is, and then I'm gonna like sit down next to it on the rock, and I'm just gonna like look out and like be next to this orb, I guess.
Okay. So the orb you can see is kind of hovering, and you're getting the sense that like it's sort of almost like pacing, like a person that's like, you know, when somebody's really worried about something, they kind of pace back and forth. It's almost like they're worried about something, trying to like look over here, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Something out here has got whoever this is in the ethereal realm worried very heavily.
Okay.
And it's you knowing how on edge you've been. This definitely would give you a sign of like something's not right here.
Okay. But I appreciate that because I did dash. I'm happy to kind of revisit that next.
Yeah. So
Next round.
something's not kosher here.
Shop's gone crazy. Shop's gone nuts.
Something ain't cool here, friends. All right. Sana, you are up now.
All right. Honestly, what do these vines do? Like these ferns?
So you probably would have seen Baru looking at them, and when Baru touched them, it kind of left off this luminescent sort of like liquid on Baru's hands that was glowing kind of a radiant color, and Baru took a couple of the ferns with him as he kept going down the stairs. So they're definitely like used for something to do with radiant because they're glowing and they're definitely very bright. If you'd like, you can look them up in the book as well because you could see their picture, and a lot of the book has pictures.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take some with me and head down as well.
Okay.
What's that blue stuff on the ground though?
The blue stuff is kind of more just like supposed to be like water and like showing that it's slippery.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Let me. How many of the ferns are you taking? You can take up to 4, and if you want to take more, you'll have to roll. Did you? How many would you like to take?
How about we roll, and that way I can see how many I can get.
Okay, so because you do stuff with herbs and you have an herbalism kit, you can actually roll a d8 to see how many you would get.
Okay, let me get the advanced roller here.
So it'll be 4 plus whatever you roll on d8.
4 plus whatever. Okay, nice. That does not seem like the right roll.
Oh, that's 4 d8s. You just need to roll 1 d8.
Oh, okay. Okay, I get it. Let me see.
Yeah, you're good.
Check chat.
Yeah, just to be 1 d8 plus 4. Yeah, there you go. So 7 plus 4, so you would get 11 of them.
Nice. Okay. I put them in my herbalism kit.
Okay.
And I keep walking.
All right. So you keep on walking, and you take a note from your book that these are called radiant rain ferns. Should you want to look up what they do later. Oh, who did we lose?
Toxic.
I don't know.
I heard somebody say something and then leave.
Yeah, it was Toxic.
Is he coming back?
Oh, what happened?
I'm not sure.
Toxic!
No, Toxic!
Maybe lost internet?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Maybe chat heard what he said?
I don't... Do you guys know what Toxic said?
Toxic had to go?
Oh, Toxic had to go.
He said
Toxic
Star
said he
gotta
had
go
to
right
go.
now.
Oh, okay.
Also, you might need to block Starfire VT.
Yeah.
Yeah, Starfire, I don't think we need to say bad things about anybody. I don't think anyone anywhere is bad people. I think everybody has their faults. One few people doesn't talk for everyone. I think everybody everywhere, there are bad people and there are good people. Unfortunately, there are a lot of bad people out there. And for all the people who have maybe hurt you, or the people who are not nice, I'm sorry. But I wouldn't put all people into the category of hurting you or being bad people. Because not everybody is a bad person. But okay, so
Except for
Toxic has
me.
to go. I know, right? I'm a horrible person for sure.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, sorry you feel that way, and now you're banned.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Killer
Like,
show. Be better.
courteous. That was unnecessary.
Yeah, and that's how you get banned from StarfireEspo's chat because you don't need to be like that. All right. Well, since we lost Toxic, what's going to happen now is we're going. You're okay. So Toxic, are you able to come back at all, or are you gone for the rest of the day? If you're able to let us know. Let me know, because if you are, what I'll do is I'll for the rest of the day. Okay, no worries. Thank you for being
Maybe
thank
you
you
can
for
try
being
that?
able to
Yeah,
join
thank
us.
you, Toxic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say we'll have it's okay. Yeah, no worries, Toxic. Thank you for being able to join us as long as you had. I hope you had fun.
Yeah. It's
Thank
fun
you,
having
Toxic. It was
like
fun.
someone who has their own interests in mind in a
Yeah.
party. It's
Yeah.
fun to see like the dynamic
Yeah,
and
you,
how
you
it kind
gotta
of shifts
you gotta have
sometimes.
fun. What I'm probably gonna do. Raylith can join. The only thing is, I really do need a spell caster. So I'm probably still gonna have Jack be here, but I'm gonna have Jack kind of be a NPC with you. I'm not really gonna have him like talk much. He's just gonna kind of help during battle.
Okay.
Main reason being is you guys are kind of fighting shadow things, and having 3 people who are melee might be a little hard. I'll just put it that way. Because I did plan out this campaign where we all made their characters, so that might be a little bit hard. Anyways, so Sana, we'll keep going with you. Sorry about that.
Oh, no, it's all good.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically I just took some ferns and I walked over here.
Okay. All right. So took some ferns. All right. So we'll go. So Jack, we're just gonna have him kind of. He's gonna get kind of quiet for a little bit, but we're just gonna have that. Jack is kind of came into himself. He's sort of like. Kind of. We'll have it that he's like. There's nothing here to like take. No items to take. He's just kind of like, I don't really see anything that I want to take. This kind of stinks. There's nothing here to take. Whatever. So he's just gonna finish coming down and kind of is gonna stand down here and be like, well, we need to get some water here, obviously. So I think he said he had a water skin. Let me see. He does have a water skin. So he's got an empty water skin that he's like, well, I can offer this if I don't really want the NPC character to do much, so he'll just kind of like offer the water skin to anybody and be like, I feel weird about this spring. I know you all don't trust me, so here's my water skin. Like, if you want, fill it up, take it. I don't care. So he's offering his water skin to whoever wants to use it.
That's
Gotcha.
kind of him.
All right, Baru, you are up. Matt wants to play Jack. So there's where we're at, Baru. So if you are up, wherever you'd like to do that.
Okay. I'm gonna go over here. Say, Larny, what do you see?
Something's not right. I'm just gonna keep like scanning the spring. And I'm like every now and then just gonna keep looking at this little orb guy.
Okay, the little orb guy. I mean, I guess if we wanted to do it, Titus, were you saying you could come in and play Raylith as in like actually join VC and play him? Because I just realized that technically you could do that because it is time. Would you guys want that? To have a 4th person?
I'd be up for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just realized that. I was like, we technically could. It would be a little tricky, but we could do that.
Yeah, I'm
mean,
fine with that.
Okay. Well,
I'm sure you can play a good.
Yeah.
a
Well,
good,
okay. We'll finish we'll finish Baru's turn, and then we'll add Titus in. So give me just a second, Titus, and then we'll add you in here. So keep going, Lena. Sorry about that.
Honestly, I was waiting for Larny to finish talking.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Chief.
You're fine. Yeah, there's something just not quite right. I'm getting a weird feeling. I can't like quite express the, there's something wrong, but I'm like trying to like find the words in my brain. I think you could probably see it in my face.
Yeah.
That's something. Yeah, something doesn't feel quite right. You can probably. I would think the expression on your face is definitely like a worry and an unsettled kind of feeling.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, let me set this up real quick to have Titus join. I sent you the link to join Titus if you can see it. I'll have something for you for when you show up. Just give me a second. You're good. Give me just a second to add you to this little thingy. So hold on. Ugh. Just a moment.
Take all the time you need.
Are you in the game, Silas? Can you see it?
I don't see him.
Raylith Gramwell.
Wait, is somebody being the torch right now? What the heck?
What?
I just have somebody who just says the torch says hello. I'm like, who's the torch? I'm like,
Yeah, the torch is hello.
I'm like, who the heck is the torch?
Oh, it's Titus.
Oh, hold on.
Titus the torch.
Titus the torch.
Titus the torch.
It's like a floating torch is just flying
Alert.
around.
Yeah. Fucking like
Okay.
a fucking candelabra in a.
So,
Yeah.
just letting you know, Titus,
Luigi
it does show
Mansion.
your actual name on here, but I won't say it, so nobody say.
I
say
shall
it.
not.
Okay. Yeah. I just realized that, yeah. So hopefully it'll show you, just change it to where it'll show that your name is Rayla.
Oh,
Hi, KT says hi, Torch.
my ding ding dong.
Can you see Rayla's character sheet now?
Yes.
K Tyson 01
Yippee,
cheered
alright.
69 bitties.
Are you able to join
Look
the VC?
who has their mind in the gutter. Hi Torch.
Can you join the VC?
We went by.
You should be able to.
We went by.
Yeah, we won't.
Lily's not hard.
We will not bite too hard, yeah.
Oh,
Hello.
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 Hello, hello.
So
Hello, hello.
give it give it a moment, and I will explain why you show up. So Jack, right?
Okay.
So Jack, right? He, this is what we're gonna do. Okay. So, chat. As you all are kind of making your way down these steps, the light around you kind of starts to dim. And not from clouds or from twilight, but something darker. The air grows heavy, and the gentle lapping of water is sort of drowned out by this unnatural silence. And then from the edges of the spring, over by kind of where Larnie's been watching and where the little orbs you saw were watching, you see them emerge. Give me a second to kind of play this music. So let me make sure that the music isn't too loud. Hold on. Can you guys hear this music okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So all around you, and even from behind you, these creeping out from the cracks in the stone and rising from the shadows in the water, cast by the glowing flora and fauna, these eerie shadow creatures, hunched and half-formed with these elongated limbs and these very almost soulless glowing eyes. They move silently at first, stalking. And then as they see you in particular, Larnie, looking out at them, they reach out with like these long, elaborately stretched out clawed fingers, pointing towards all of you, somewhat menacingly. Gramwell, you from above the spring notice these creatures. Noticed them kind of appearing off and on from above for a while now. And have made your way over. You're going to be last, no matter what. At this point, you're going to be last in the turn order, Titus. But everyone else, roll initiative, please.
Dum dum dum. For dramatic effect.
Also, this UI for mobile is atrocious. I might need you to roll for me.
I can do that.
I got a dirty 20.
Look at that.
Dang.
Oh wait, you need to roll for initiative?
Yep, we're rolling for initiative. Yep. This was for battle. And yeah, I can roll for you, Titus, because yeah, unfortunately, Roll20 is not super mobile friendly. But as long as you can see what's going on, that's the main thing.
Yeah, totally.
You can see on stream though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just need to mute the stream itself so I can see what's going on, but I don't get like double audio.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So.
That's fine. Let's see. We still need Baru. And then Raelith is gonna be at the end. Did we lose Lana? Lana? Hello?
Huh?
You're still there?
Sorry.
No, you're okay.
Yeah.
Turtle, wake up.
Okay. Sorry, I genuinely don't know what happened.
You're all good.
You're good.
Kind of blanked out there. Okay, so
Roll for initiative. Where it's a battle.
gotcha.
You're okay.
I am awake. I promise.
You're
Okay,
really
come
good.
on. There we go.
All right.
19.
Players always go first, so Larny takes initiative over the Shadow Lurker. All right, Larny,
Yay.
you are first.
So they're in the water, right?
Yep. So this one behind you is on the land. You could walk over there and get to them. The other two are kind of hovering above water. These are all hovering, by the way. They all have the
Okay.
hover effect, so they're all hovering above the ground.
Okay. I'm just gonna tap Baru, and I'm gonna be like, 2 on the water. I'm gonna go for this one, and then I'm gonna point to this guy here, and I'm gonna move over next to this little shadow demon guy, and attack, please, with my sword.
Wood out of sword?
With a sword, is that okay? Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it. See if you hit. Or do one.
Oh, brother.
For some,
Does an 8 hit?
you know what? I will allow it. I will allow it to hit. Why not?
Thank you.
I'll be kind to you, Chew. All right.
That'll be 8 damage.
All right. So you see, because I'm gonna have it that you've been at the ready this whole time. There's no way you wouldn't hit this thing. I'm gonna make that DM executive order. Larny has been
Thank
ready.
you.
Okay, you have been ready. That's BS that you wouldn't hit this thing.
Prepared for a fight this entire campaign.
Exactly. All right, so Larny, you take out your great sword. You were already kind of at the ready. You take it out. You kind of make a running charge with great sword at the ready, and you make a downward slashing strike towards the shadow, and your blade goes through it, and it almost feels like you're not even hitting anything. It's a really almost kind of eerie feeling. Like it feels wrong and almost like unnatural as you deal 4 slashing damage to the
What?
shadow with your sword.
Okay, well, that'll be my turn.
Okay. All right, this is our shadow lurker friend out here. So our friend out here quickly sees that there are a lot of you. And this one is going to float inwards towards Baru. And let me see it. Our friend is going to kind of reach out and try and kind of grab at Baru Gash. And fuck. All right.
Well,
All right, let me see. This is a 2d6. And it is going to do a strength drain.
at
So,
least it wasn't that.
so Baru, if you could roll a strength saving throw, please. So you're down to
I'm
32
good at those.
HP.
I'm good at those. 32? Okay.
No, 32 HP. And then if you could roll a strength saving throw for me, please. Oh,
Okay, good.
Good, and your strength score is
Wow.
not reduced, so you're good there. And that is the end of our Shadow Lurker's turn, and it's now your turn, Baru.
Alright, well, that was fucking rude.
Yeah, not very not very nice of it, was it? It's kind of mean.
I'm going to first roll rage.
Okay.
Let's go.
Raging.
And then I'm going to attack it with my great axe.
Okay, I just read KT's comment. I'm not sure fuck is a typical battle action. All right, that'll hit.
So Sorry, I need to see what it was because it's not.
It's
allowing
a
me
13.
To. First, I need to. 13.
Yep, it's a 13. That'll hit.
Okay. Cool. Take. Cool. Take. Cool. Take.
Hey, Met, you're close to the Starlight
No.
Brigade. GG's. Hey.
Alrighty. And then.
All right. Do you have a particular place that you'd like to slash it at? Or I know you like to kind of do your own flavoring for attacking, so if you would like to do that, you can. If not, I can do it for you. Whatever you prefer.
So I'm going to. I'm going to like kind of swirl my axe around, kind of like wisp it away, and then slash through it, just diagonally.
All right. So you come in, do your kind of wisping, and kind of the same thing that Larnie experienced. Your axe goes through it, and you're definitely like slashing it. You can definitely feel a cut through the shadow, but again, it feels like almost unnatural. Feels weird. It feels like you're cutting through something that's there but isn't there. And you deal 5 slashing damage.
Okay. I believe that's my turn.
Okay. Next up is our friend, our shadow lurker that's over there by Larnie. This shadow lurker, Larnie, is gonna also kind of do the same thing that the other one was kind of trying to do to Baru. It's gonna reach out and try and kind of grasp at you, and when it does, it reaches out and you see the hand coming at you, and you immediately sort of pull back, and when you do,
Okay.
It just completely misses you. You pull back and you see the fingers kind of wipe by your face, and it completely misses you. Like, doesn't even begin to grasp at you.
Would you say that that was an attack?
It was an attack, yes.
Bear with me.
It also tried to fuck, yes, and the fuck failed, KT. The shadow fucking failed.
Hey, Lani's on a mission. She ain't interested right now.
Larnie means business, all right? She's been ready this whole time.
She got business right now. Considering that was a melee attack? Star?
That was indeed a melee attack, yes.
I would like to riposte.
All right.
So it's when a creature misses you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction and expend 1 superiority dice to make a melee weapon attacks against the creature. If you hit, you add the superiority dice to the attack damage roll. So I have to, I think, roll to attack.
Yep, roll to
then roll damage, and then roll my
superiority dice. Yep.
Superiority dice.
Yep.
Cool.
So roll to see if we hit. That'll hit.
That'll hit.
Yeah, it's an 18.
Okay,
That's an 18. That'll hit.
And then this is my damage.
All right, 7
and then
plus superiority die.
Superiority dice is 1d8.
D6. Oh, D8.
Yeah,
D8 is
so
level 3?
yeah, that's what my
Oh.
thing says.
Okay.
1d8.
All right, so
So that's-
11. All right, so as this thing kind of does this, swipe towards you, almost as if to like grab you for this sort of strength drain move, it misses, and you immediately grab, kind of jut forward with your sword in a riposte and kind of slash back up at it. And as you're slashing back up at it, the shadow lurker sort of moves back as you hit it, and you're going to be hitting it for 6 slashing damage. But when you hit it, it briefly touches some of these plants behind it, and when it does, you hear this kind of like, this sort of like, lets out sort of like this shrieking sound, and it takes an additional 5 damage of radiant damage from you kind of slashing it into this plant.
Ooh.
And yeah, so that'll be your riposte. All right, you out there. All right.
Thank you.
So, Sana, it is your turn.
All right. Question: Can I play Word of Radiance here, or do I need components?
So let me double check your thing really quick here. Spells.
I think with a scroll you don't
'Cause,
need components.
yeah, with
as the scroll is the component.
Yeah, but just keep in mind that you can only use this thing one time.
One time.
Mm-hmm. It is a one-time use thing.
All right. Then you know.
But yeah, you are correct. You do not need components for it.
I mean, we are going to be fighting the Penumbra Wraith, so maybe that's not the best idea. Okay. Can I cast Wild Shape then?
Yeah. What would you like to wild shape into?
A giant frog.
All right. So you.
Cool.
All right. We haven't done this yet, so this would be fun. All right. So you all kind of watch. Give me just a second as I pull up the frog. So 18. You all watch. Do you have a particular way that you do this? Do you do you have a little magic kind of look to your spell when you cast Wild Shape?
When she casts it, she just gets enveloped by light, and by the time you look at it again, it's just a frog there.
All right. So you all watch as Sana just kind of transforms into this giant frog.
Hell yeah.
And let me add your turn here. Hold on.
Great, we have a turtle and a frog now. What are we, a petting zoo?
That is a beautiful response to that.
Raylis is a comedic genius.
He is. We love him.
All right. Can I still move?
Yes, you can always still use your movement. Yeah, Wild Shape was your action, but you can always still do your movement. So yep, you can still move.
Okay, perfect. Oh, I'm having a few Wi-Fi issues. Give me 1 second.
Nope, you're fine.
Basically, the plan is, if possible, I want her to jump into like the ferns, since they can radiate like that secretion of light and sap, I guess, and head towards the rains.
Okay, so let's see. So if you were to like go into the ferns, that would be 15 feet. And let's see, you can get to like here. So you jump into the ferns and you coat your entire body, your entire frog likeness, until your entire frogness is just glowing with this like bioluminescent liquid, and you're like ribbit, ribbit, and you come out of it, and you're just, and Larnie, you just see this like glowing giant frog come up from behind you. It is beautiful. The beautiful.
Where did this frog come from?
Yeah, the fuck is this giant frog? Yep, giant glowing frog. Alright, so our last shadow lurker friend who's out here in the water, I'm gonna have it kind of come a little bit further. It's going to sort of wisp further out here. It doesn't like the fact that everyone is so kind of in close quarters with each other. I'm gonna do a quick personal roll here for something. Okay. And it does not like what it sees with this frog. So, yeah, it does not like the fact that this frog is covered in all of this, like, glowing light. Oh, no! Oh, no!
No.
Chat, that is a nat 20. That is a 24. Okay. Oh, no.
I don't think that hits. I don't think that hits.
Stopped right at that
I hate
moment
my
too.
shrunk body.
Yeah, I don't think that hits. So you gotta free roll that.
I don't know. All right, we'll see what happens here.
Oh no, the Blossom
Oh
died.
no, Blossom's dead. All right, so you hear this ear-piercing kind of like almost deathly sort of like again this like and
how the mic peaked.
did it did it actually peak?
Yeah, Discord cut it most of it off.
Yeah.
Did it like alright. I don't know if is it still peaking. I'm not sure. But and without even like a warning, Deva, your giant frogness just sees this fucking hold on, that's not it. Hold on. There it is. This beam, boom, this like shadowy pulsed beam just come flinging towards you. And you deal taking 14 damage. Your frog self is very much like ribbiting into almost ribbit heaven. But luckily you're still alive, but ouch, this thing does not like you. Ouch.
Oh my god.
All right, so Gramwell, you see this frog friend of yours just get like obliterated by this crazy death beam from across the water.
Okay, I have a question. What is in my inventory currently?
Okay, so you have a longsword. It's a little hard because you have an NPC sheet. So you have a longsword that deals 1d8 plus 3 because of your strength slashing damage. And then you also have a shield, which the shield gives you your plus 14 to your armor class. Now, that's essentially what you've got at the moment. So you can essentially attack with your sword.
I see.
But you did
Do I
see
get any of the stuff
that,
from Jack?
I'm sure you saw the reaction to it.
Yeah, and then
Because-
I would think
yeah.
you probably still have like your parry and that kind of stuff as well.
Okay.
So if something attacks you, like a melee attacks you, you could still use your parry. I didn't add all of the stuff from your sheet because I didn't want to have to make like a full blown character sheet for him. What were you wanting to get from Jack? Also, welcome in, Kelly. Good to see you.
The potion of healing.
I would say yeah. I would say you probably do get that off of Jack. Maybe Jack is like kind of laying. Maybe how about we have it
Jack got knocked out by a shadow
Yeah,
creature?
we'll say that Jack got kind of knocked out and taken. Maybe Jack turned into the little lights for the time being. I have a feeling we're gonna have to do another session of this, so Toxic can maybe join us again. So we'll say that Jack he doesn't turn into the lights, but he's just knocked out down here. Let me actually put his character back. Jack is just kind of like knocked unconscious, but his bag and stuff kind of spilled out, so his potion is probably down there.
He's Fortnite downed.
Yeah, he's
All
Fortnite
right.
down. Yeah, exactly. Jack's not died. No, he didn't die. He's just kind of like, he's not knocked unconscious. He's just like knocked to the ground. Yeah.
So, as I take the put, okay. So where I'm at is above where Lonnie and Sana are, right?
Yeah, you're pretty far up because basically like you can either try and jump down this cliff, like slide down this
I
cliff.
was considering that. Okay. My only other idea was to tell Sana to open her mouth as I pour the potion down off the cliff into her mouth.
I mean, hey, that works.
I've never seen that before, but
Wait, what are we trying to do? Sorry, I was answering because did that fix it? Did that fix it, Dava?
I'm trying to heal.
Let me see. Let me refresh.
Sorry, Dava said she can't see any of the map, so I was trying to fix it really quick. You're trying to grab the potion and like shove
And
it.
pour it from the top of the cliff into Sana's mouth to heal her.
She's probably too far away from the cliff for that. You'd have to be up close to her
Yeah.
to get it. Yeah.
Okay.
You could probably.
then I will
I'll
try
have
and
you. I'll
pull-
have you like you could jump down. You could try and jump down the cliff to grab the potion and like run it to her. I'd have to have you roll like acrobatics for me to get down this cliff, though.
Fuck.
You got this. You got this.
A really long straw.
Fuck it, we ball. Try it.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I'm trying to figure out why. I'm trying to figure out why you can't see the. Oh, hold on. Hold on. How about now?
Now I see it.
It's because I had to activate. I have to activate vision on your frog. That's why. For some reason, none of your tokens have vision activated on them. That's why. Hold on.
He's a blind dog.
Blind
We're all blind.
Yep.
Now we have
All
I
of
don't know,
your,
wisdom.
yep, for some reason, none of your tokens for any of your wild shape guys, none of the dynamic lighting vision was saved for some reason, even though I literally went in and turned that all on. There you go.
Thank you, Star. Now it works.
All right, do you want to try and roll acrobatics to see if you can get down there?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's do it.
All right, let me try. So, let me see what your acrobatics is. All right, you have a +2 in acrobatics, so that helps. 14.
14, not bad.
All right, so Gramwell, who's at the top of the cliff, sees all of this going down. And how would you go about getting down this cliff? If you would you like slide down? Because it's wet and slippery.
Yeah, I would try and slide down.
All right, so Gramwell, seeing this all go down, seeing your friend Sana turn into a frog and just get like almost obliterated by this thing. You very swiftly just kind of take a running start and just slide down this cliff, and you kind of you feel your bottom just kind of take a few rough hits to the posterior, but you arrive at the bottom and you hear this kind of like sort of like groaning noise from Jack, and you see laying about from Jack's belongings, you see this. I'm gonna have you take not the potion of greater healing probably because Sana's frog doesn't have a whole lot, but I will have you do the potion because I think Jack also has a regular potion of healing.
Yep.
I'll have you do the regular potion of healing, which is the 2d4 plus 2. So you see this regular potion of healing that's kind of like laying there along with some other books and things that have all kinds of shit that Jack has stolen throughout this entire campaign that's just kind of strewn about from his bag on the ground. You snatch the potion and you run over towards Sana the Frog, and what do you say to her?
I say, quick, take this.
And you uncork it.
And
Punk.
Uncork it, yep.
And Sana, do you turn towards? You hear Gramwell come out of nowhere.
I mean, I just turn over, and it's kind of just like pouring a bottle of water into a bucket at this point.
All right, so you're just like, oh, and then you just suddenly see Gramwell just shove this bottle into your mouth and just. And then, Deva, I'm gonna have you do you know how to do the roll for me to do a 2d4 plus 2 roll?
Yeah, okay, let me get it.
Further.
2d4 plus 2.
Also, rough hits to the posterior, yeah. Ayo, KT, I know what you thinking over there, hey. I see you in chat. You know what? I'm gonna make the constitutional discovery to have you roll that one more time. Because one of those is a nat 1, and I'll be kind to your frog. We doing gains? Alright, you know what? You gained 1, alright? You know what? It's cool. You are at an 11. So Gramwell slams this thing into your throat, and you just as you drink this very viscous healing potion. Gramwell, you pull the bottle back out, so you now have an empty flask, by the way. So Gramwell has one empty flask. You pull this flask back out, and the frog is looking a little bit better, and you're feeling a little bit better now, Sana, just a little bit. Also, Leva, welcome in. Hello, yes, we are D&Ding it. Yes, we is. So, Larnie, you just witnessed this all go down. Not only did you see this bright, luminescent frog come out of nowhere. Suddenly, Raylith Gramwell is here, pouring liquid down the frog's throat, sliding down the cliff like a boss, coming out of nowhere too. Everybody's here now, apparently. Frogs.
No time for
Gramwell.
questions.
Yeah.
We must fight.
Yeah, no time. Shadow creatures, bad. Kill bad guys.
Can I?
Yep, straight up.
I'm gonna move
gagging it.
just here. And then I'm gonna try and attack, like, so that like the shadow creature, if it dodges backwards again, it lands in that bush.
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yep. So you're trying to hit it, and if it dodges or if anything else, it'll land in the bush. All right, 19 hits.
19 hits, 4 damage. Oh my god.
9 slashing. All right. Are you trying to hit it into the bush as well?
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna have you do a d6 for me, a d6 roll for radiant damage, please. It is a so this is a homebrew one-shot. It's called Shadow of the Everglass. It's probably going to end up being a 2-shot at this point, though. All right, so you take another, so you kind of meander around to the side of it as it's staring at the frog and at Gramwell, what just happened here. You kind of take it off guard as you pull up your greatsword and do another one long slash through it. And it takes another 5 slashing damage. And at the same time as you do this, it backs itself up, kind of slashing it into this plant. And it explodes in this radiant sort of light from the plant. And the shadow creature just fades away into this brilliant light and slash of your sword as it disappears completely from existence.
Ooh.
Very nice, learning. Anything else you'd like to say or kind of do for some flavor text here? You just sent that creature.
I'm just gonna like yell, "The bushes!"
The bushes!
Ribbit.
Ribbit.
Froggy thumbs up.
Yep, two frogs up. All right, our shadow lurker that's over by Baru now is up here. It watched what you did, and it's like, oh, you know, I don't really like what I'm seeing here. I need to act quickly and finish up what I'm doing. So it's gonna go in for another strength drain here on Baru, since you're right next door. And it kind of reaches in for to grab Baru again. And do you have a way that you want to deflect this, Baru?
I want to put my great axe up and kind of like wrestle it away.
Eric, welcome in. All right, so put up the great axe, and this claw comes in and kind of intertangles with the great axe and kind of whisks right through it, and you hear that sort of like your piercing scream as it completely just misses you entirely and kind of encumbers a little bit of its shadowy claw into your great axe instead. And now it is your turn. Also, Reese, welcome in. Good to see you too. Hello, we're D&D'ing it up today.
Alright, can I bonus action cover my weapon in one of the branches?
You can indeed, my friend. You can indeed.
Alrighty.
That will give you,
that.
that will give you, when you attack, you'll do your regular attack, and then you'll do a 1d6 radiant damage.
Okay. God damn it, stop doing that.
All right.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. All right, so you go in for a slash, and I will be kind again and still say it. So you got an 8 hits. So you go in for your slash with your great axe.
Sorry, I gotta redo my thing because it's
Is it being weird
acting
again?
up. It's being stupid.
I'm sorry.
Or not redo, but I need to like do my thing.
All right, got your 8
8
slashing
damage.
Yeah, and then go ahead and roll a d6 for radiant.
Is it like slash roll? I forget.
You can either do slash roll, or you can go to the left-hand side and click on the little die and click on the D6, whichever is easier for you. But you can also just type slash roll.
Yeah.
Thank you for the stretch, Matt. Everybody, get a good quick stretch. Stretch it out. Good old stretch your knees.
Ooh, my back just popped. Okay.
Nice
so
stretch.
does the slashing damage go all the way through, or is it still halved?
Yep, so let me explain. So your slashing damage, all right? So you come through with you quickly pull out one of those little ferns from the bush as you hear Larnie say something about like the bushes. You're like, oh, I see what you're talking about. And you quickly kind of take out one of the ferns that you had and you splash it on your axe, and that kind of liquid that comes off of the bushes coats your axe in this shimmering, radiant liquid. And you slash forward with your axe, and it takes 4 slashing damage. And then as that slashing strikes it, you also again hear that radiantly like screeching, ear-piercing as the shimmering, that radiant damage from the plant strikes and sort of almost like eviscerates part of the shadow for 6 radiant damage.
Ooh.
So basically what's happening here is these guys, they only take half damage from like non-physical attacks, but you guys can make your attacks have radiant damage, which they take double. Helpful. So this shadow next to you, Baru, does not look good. He looks very upset. I do cry for
Does
the
the
pain.
water have the same effect?
If what?
Does the water have the same effect?
That you're not sure of.
Sorry, I'm back. My phone is near the phone.
No, you're good.
Anyway,
Glad to have you back. You're good.
Yeah.
Did you hear? Did you hear what happened?
I can inference.
Okay. Yeah. Essentially, the radiant stuff deals double damage to these guys, but your slashing, basically melee, does half. But having the radiant liquid on your weapon makes you deal double. So it's kind of
I also
like being able to.
I also forgot.
Deal magic, which is good.
I do an extra +2 damage because I am raging.
Oh, that's right. So in that case, you actually kill it.
Oh, hooray!
All right. So in that case, yep, Baru, you just obliterate this thing, and again, in like a big flash of light, just eviscerate the last of the shadow. And again, it's left with this sort of echoing like yeah, as it disappears into nothingness.
Perfect.
It's the bushes.
He go bye. All right, Deva, we are back to you. We're back to Sana
Sometimes I
in
think,
frog form.
Is this all there is? Is life just some kind of horrific joke
Okay.
without a punchline? And we're all
Thank
just
you for this.
biding our time until the sweet, sweet release of death?
Fraga is going to go over and leap right here behind these bushes. So, yeah, she's basically aiming so that she can. You can't head over there.
Here we go. I'll have to put you up there. Because you're a frog, you can leap over this without an issue, but you'd have to, like, roll to jump over this is why. But you can go over there. I can put you over there just fine. Where did you want to go again?
Right between these two bushes.
Right.
So, like, right over here.
Yeah, I can put you over there. There you go. Boom. Yeah, you're a frog, so you have a leaping. You can leap right over that. No problem without having to. I do that so that you guys have to roll to get down there, that kind of thing. I put like little barriers, but yeah, but you just whoop, jump right over there, and you jump whoop, right in front of the little plants.
And then, yeah, that's basically what I do.
Yeah, 'cause let me see. Yeah, because you're not quite close enough to be able to do any attacking or anything. But yeah, because of your giant leap, you're able to get up there. All right. So this
Actually, wait, one more thing.
this shadow creature, it watched Baru and Larnie both just like eviscerate its friends. It is not liking what's happening here. it almost feels a very high sense of threatening to the point where it wants to alert its master. I'm going to have it roll something really quickly.
Uh-oh.
What?
Hurry,
A
grab it
flip?
with your tongue and bring it to the bushes.
All right. So it takes a look at you. It takes a look at you. It's kind of it's you see it's like eyeing all of you. It's eyeing and surveying the area. It's surveying the plants. It definitely saw you coat your weapon. It can tell that it's not in a good place. And you see as its eyes just kind of glare at all of you that it has some kind of intent as it sort of lets out this ear-piercing cry and disappears.
I was absolutely gonna throw a javelin at it.
So
just gonna
you
fucking-
get the feeling that it left you for like maybe an ulterior motive or purpose, which could be good, could be bad. All right.
Ooh.
So we are back here. We're gonna just start in the turn order that we're at. So Titus, we'll start with you with Raylith. So it looks like the shadow creatures are gone for now. You killed 2 of them. One seems to have maybe realized it wasn't in good luck, or maybe it just left. You're not sure why, but there had to have been a reason for it. But for now, from what you can tell, just from basic perception of the area, everything seems a lot calmer. The skies have kind of lightened back up again. That darkness that sort of came when they arrived has now dissipated. Things look kind of back to normal again.
Hooray! We did it.
Okay. Well, the first thing that I would like to do is take the empty flask that I got and try and get as much liquid off of the plants as possible to fill the flask up.
Okay. So I'd say you, because you're right next to that plant right there, I will go ahead and say you fill the entire flask with it. I will say, for the sake of this, that will allow, because it was just like a basic healing potion, 4 coatings worth of.
Okay, that's
of
actually
it,
better than I
which
expected.
which I think is good. Yeah.
Honestly, I was probably going to use it as like a throwing item at, maybe as a last resort.
You could also throw it, and it would deal kind of like a radiant bomb, which would work as well. You can either use it to coat an item 4 times, or you can use it as like a one like save all bomb, like splash potion. Yeah, like a splash potion kind of, exactly. Either one I think would be fine. But I would say if you're gonna use it to kind of like coat your weapon, you'd probably get 4 good coats out of it.
Okay.
So, would you say that there's like a time limit on?
Yeah, after about
Unlike-
after about 2 turns, your weapon that liquid would kind of fade off of your weapon.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was absolutely about to just, coat my weapon and just keep it that way.
Yeah, I would say it lasts about 2 turns because that liquid stuff's kind of viscous and it will wipe off eventually. So each like coating, which in your case you took 2 of the ferns, 1 fern's gonna do 1 coat.
Yeah.
So you have 1 fern left. Deva, I think, collected 11 of them, so she's got plenty. You can always collect some more while you're here. They definitely are your friends. So the stream will go about 6 hours. We're probably going to end once we get everything here at the spring. We're probably going to have to continue this a second time if everybody's okay with that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
we'll
absolutely.
definitely finish up the spring area at least. I knew this would probably take longer, but a lot of it is because we're having fun and we talk and all that fun stuff. But definitely. So Raylith, you all watch as he kind of takes these these leaves and kind of crunches them up and sort of juices them, per se, if you want to call it that, to get all as much liquid as possible into the vial. And then Rayleigh, you just kind of put the cork back on and have either, like I said, a kind of bomb splash potion or 4 coats worth of liquid in that little flask.
All right. Is that my turn, or can I also walk over to Jack and check on him?
Oh, you can walk over. Oh, yeah, you can still take your movement and that kind of thing, yeah.
Well, I walk over to Jack to check
So,
if he's okay.
yeah, I would say you walk over and you kind of lend him a hand, and you help kind of pull him up off the ground, and he's just like, thanks. Wasn't expecting you to come to our rescue, but, glad you're here. And then he's like, did you bring anything for me?
I stare at him silently.
And he's also like, hey,
Disappointed.
he like sees the flask in your hand, and he's like, he looks down at the ground and sees all his stuff scattered all over the place, but doesn't see his potion. He's like, hey, did you take that? That was mine. That was my thing. That was my thing.
Doesn't feel so good having something you like taken from you, does it?
And he's just like, that's my whatever's in that flask, it's mine now. He says, he like looks at what you're holding. That's mine, right? He's like, I'm gonna take that. But like that flask is mine.
All right, I pocket it in front of him.
In front of him, even. He's just like, you just see this bewilderment, like, how could you? And like look on Jack's face.
Jack really went, it's for me?
Yeah, I know, like, for me? No? What? the audacity!
What?
Excuse me? How dare you do what I've been doing this entire time? What? If Toxic were here, he would be appalled. He would be appalled. No. Oh. Alright, anything else for your turn, Titus?
Nope.
Okay. Larny, we are on to you. So you watch these shadow creatures just kind of eviscerate in front of your eyes.
Is that little light orb thing still there?
It is. It's there. It still is just kind of floating. It's not really pacing anymore. It's just kind of floating right here still. Just a lot more. I would say it's back to that like weightness, sort of like happy. If you want to call it like a happy flutter of sorts, it definitely looks a lot more happy again now. Like, oh, thank God, whatever.
A lot calmer.
Yeah, it's a lot calmer. It's like, oh, that creepy thing that I was seeing is gone now.
I'm gonna sit next to it again, and like I'm just gonna take it in, and I'm gonna be like, just look at it, and I'll be like, is this your home? Do you like it here?
All right, so you kind of walk over and sit next to it, and when you're asking these questions, even though you can't hear it, because the person in the ethereal plane actually can hear what you're saying, like you just can't hear them. So you are asking, is this your home? The little light kind of bobbles up and down, and you see the little lights sort of do this little fluttering spin. Kind of, you definitely get this feeling of like, yes, sort of a, I live in, and it's kind of like flutters and sort of little individual things point this direction, like kind of towards town. Like you get this idea that it's telling you like, yes, I live in town, but maybe whoever it was, when the veil came and destroyed everything, was visiting the spring for one reason or the other. Maybe it was here to protect it. Maybe it was here to collect water. You're not really sure, but definitely whoever this like spirit is of, it definitely is a person who lives here. It isn't like a traveler or a merchant or anything like that.
Yeah. I might just spend some time with it, to be fair. I might just vibe with it for a little bit and just take in the noise of the nature and like the water like lapping up against the rocks and stuff.
Yeah, it's a very, now that the shadow creatures are gone, again, the spring is very calming. It is a very pleasant, a very kind of sanctuary type place. So
Yeah.
you do kind of get this like calmness, this reassurance, sort of, that everything is probably going to be okay. It's kind of a nice feeling, really, compared to what you were just going through.
Yeah, this is kind of like me decompressing after a fight.
Yep. You're like, all
It's
right,
taking a minute.
I'm gonna hang out with my dead friend here, and just
Yeah.
and just
My dead, not dead friend.
my dead, not dead, might be in the ethereal realm friend. Exactly. All right, Baru. So you're seeing Larnie's kind of talking to this floating, glowing orbs of people / person that's chilling next to her. What are you up to?
He's gonna just stand there and smile at Larnie for a second. Before just going over here. First he's gonna like smack Jack upside the head and be like, "Don't be greedy. Stop being greedy."
Yes. And Jack's like, I'm
Smack
not
that.
being greedy. I'm just, he has my flask. It's mine. That's mine. Like that's my flask. It was mine to begin with.
Okay. Do you have any weapons to coat with that?
Jack just kind of like looks in his inventory. He's like, I have a dagger. He says as he pulls out this like little tiny ass little dagger.
You call that a knife?
That's a
Basically a
knife.
knife.
Yeah, that's a knife.
Basically a
Crocodile
knife.
Dundee style.
Anyway.
Thank you. Someone else
Um,
knows that. I love you. Thank you. That's not a knife. That's a knife. This is a
Basically a
knife.
I love the look on her face. She's just like, "Oh shit, he just brought that in here."
Yeah, you're like, oh my god.
Anyway, I'm gonna put a hand on Ramwell's shoulder and say thank you. I appreciate you being here.
Gramwell kind of gets a little flustered at it, and he says, "Right. Think nothing of it. I'm just glad there were no casualties."
He's a hero.
He is.
Okay.
And then I guess I'll go up here and try to get Sona. I need to stop thinking of my own character, Lucilla Runner, because I keep wanting to call you Runner. I don't know why.
It's all good.
Anyway, I'm gonna try to get her attention and try to get her back over here.
All right, so
All right.
Sana, you heard like some hollering from Baru here, like, hey, Sana, frog, hey,
Frogsana!
frog
come
Sana,
here.
hey,
Ribbit, ribbit!
ribbit rabbit,
She
yo.
does like that thing. She does like that thing where frogs do like a 90-degree turn. And first thing she does is she takes like a brief dip, just to like get all of the fern stuff, all the fern juice off her body, and then she hops right.
Okay, you hop into the spring.
Mhm.
All right, when you hop into the spring, you kind of suddenly feel a little bit better.
Hey.
All right.
That the spring water just sort of makes you just kind of, as you kind of coat off all of that radiant liquid all over you, something about the water just feels sort of nice, just kind of refreshing, really.
Ooh. Interesting. Okay. Frogsana, she does not want to get out of there then. So she just swims in front of him. Yo. Hi.
Hello. You just see the frog kind of splash out in front of you, like, ribbit, hi, big frog, big frog, big smile.
I wanted to say I'm proud of you. And thank you for being here.
Aww. She does like the best, like happiest ribbit she can. In the end, it's still a ribbit, but you can tell she's happy. Look at Ari's emotes. That's perfect.
Excellent. Are you wanting to stay as a frog, by the way, or do you want to undo your wild shape?
We'll undo it. We'll undo it.
She'll undo it. Okay. So you just kind of hear like this ribbit, and then
It's me! Ah, thank you, friend. I really appreciate it, truly. And maybe please help me up, because I might fall into the spring. Thank you.
I'll definitely give her a hand.
Ribbit.
and yes, Chu, I can have you kind of whisper that to your friend.
Thank you.
I love all the frog gifts.
Yes, many much good froge. All right.
Froge.
So we'll.
What do you call a grung that's really good at sneaking around?
What?
A rabbit.
A rogue.
A frog. Funny froge.
Frog.
All right. Anything else you'd like to do for your turn, Sana?
Probably just fix my things and put my fern in the herbalism kit. But for now, she's kind of done here. Oh wait, no, actually, scratch that. I take my water skin and I take water from the spring now that I see that it's healed me.
Okay. So are you gonna fill up your entire water skin?
Yes.
All right. So you have an entire water skin full of water, which everyone takes note of this. That checks off your 2 flasks of water that you need from the ingredients list for the ritual.
Hey.
Excellent.
Very nice, very nice.
You guys should all get some too. It's lovely.
And it does seem to heal you. So if you do choose to use the spring water, so Sana, you'll have to use at least half of your water skin to go towards the ritual. The other half you can use as healing potions. It'll do 1d6 healing every time that you use it, and you can use it as like a bonus action. So it kind of works like a potion of healing, but won't do quite as much. But you know, in a pinch, it might help you.
Ooh. Nice.
Perfect.
So we'll do kind of one more maybe round here when everybody's kind of done with what they want their characters to do at the spring. We'll probably call it here. So we'll go back to Titus. So back to Raylith here.
Okay, so I don't really have anything else that I would want to do other than just see what the hell just happened.
Yeah, I'm just kind of be like, so maybe everyone kind of catches you up to speed, because no one really said specifically about the penumbra wraith or anything like that. You were just kind of talking about like the darkness. So maybe everyone just briefly, maybe Jack, since he's there, kind of catches you up on, oh yeah, these shadow creature thingies, they more than likely probably work for the penumbra wraith, which is this, you know, creepy creature thingy. You know, they're probably some sort of, you all can only assume they're probably some sort of like bodyguards or maybe like minions of the penumbra wraith that were maybe sent out to find any lost souls that maybe happened to escape from the veil. You know, it is what you can kind of probably infer based on their behavior.
I see.
And so the idea is, oh, the thing we have to go fight, it's a bigger, badder version of those things. Great. Awesome.
Excellent.
Fantastic.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, that's great. That's great news. Yeah. Good news, everyone.
Good news, everyone.
Yes. You should share that with everyone, Chu, by the way. That's a really cool picture. Can I share it?
If you want, yeah.
I was like, it's a cool picture. If I can share it with everybody before stream ends, I would love to be able to share it because it's neato. Banditos. Mr. Sid, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, hello.
Welcome,
having a
Mr.
fantastic day.
_Sid8.
Hello, hello. All right, Larnie, anything else that you'd like to do here at the spring before we leave?
I guess I'll like wash my face with the spring water. And then I'll probably just like get up and dust myself off, and then meet back with the company.
All right. You, since you didn't take any damage, you wouldn't feel any like restorative properties, but you definitely feel very like refreshed and can tell that the spring water has those kind of restorative like healing properties. It definitely gives you this sense of cleansing, this sense of like rejuvenation when you wash your face with it. You definitely feel again that very relaxed and just kind of calm. Can definitely tell once again that this is a very unique kind of spring.
Okay, this is the calmest I felt all day.
Yeah, it's very relaxed. Honestly, if you could come back here after the fact, Poppy Crest probably would be a nice place to visit if, you know, it wasn't for all of, like, the death and, like, the wraith and all of this stuff. Like, this would be a nice...
We killed the big bad. Cannonball!
Cannonball, baby! Let's go to the spring! Exactly. Alright, so you kind of, like, meet back up with everybody else. Baru, anything you'd like to do before we leave the spring? Oh,
I'll just get my feet in, try to get some.
All right, go ahead and roll a d6 for you as well here. Yeah, I hear death is lovely this time of year. Yeah, it is. It's very extremely lovely. You know.
It's a sight to see.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
It's a lovely day in the neighborhood.
It's a lovely day. Ooh, 6. Very nice. All right. Well, you're back to full then in that case.
Hooray.
All right. And then, anything else, Baru? Or just kind of hanging out, waiting to... Just kind of healing up, relaxing before you have to head on out to the next location?
I will apparently just go into oblivion.
No! I don't know where you went. Baru just disappears. I have no clue where you went. Yeah, you go You know what? Baru just is a... You're a toidle.
Went to the bottom of the springs.
By that one that ran away.
Yeah.
I'm just.
I like toidles.
I like turtles.
I like turtles. The spring's like, I like turtles, just staying here. I like turtles. Oh. Alright.
He's taking a swim at the bottom.
Yep. Okay, and then Sana, anything else you'd like to do before you head out?
Oh yeah, one last thing. Okay, so she heads over to Gramwell, and she says, "And thank you so much, Sir Gramwell. You saved my wee froggy body."
Sorry, my wee froggy body just... I don't know, I find that extremely funny.
I'm eternally
tell her...
grateful. If you need any healing, just come to me.
I'm just doing my job, Lady Sana.
Yeah, so I can't get back to where we were because my character went into oblivion with.
How about now?
Okay, that.
Are you back now from oblivion?
A little bit better. Now I just have to grab my character, throw him down here. Bada bing, bada boom.
Now there's 2 Barus.
There we go.
2
More
turtles.
turtles, the better.
2 turtles.
Can he go directly after my turn?
He's just your buddy.
You had a clone ability this whole time.
His name is Garut Bash.
Garut Bash, yes.
So we have 2 turtles. Which one do we eat first?
Ooh, turtle stew. I don't like turtle stew.
Okay, Shredder.
Do not eat him.
We're not eating the turtle.
Yeah.
He is a friend.
But I want to eat the turtle.
Turtles are friends, not food.
Turtles are friends.
Meanwhile,
not
Abram's
food.
like, I thought I was gonna have some turtle stew tonight, but I guess not.
fucking Garo Bash is like, well, I gotta go torture Frankie now.
Yep.
Peer in the window.
Time to go find Frankie. He's like, I don't like turtles. Please, I told you I don't like
Garbash
turtles.
has been
No,
hunting.
just like appear in his window only when he sees. And then
That's
when
to
someone
make
else
everybody
does,
else
he
think
just
he's
goes,
crazy.
Just chase him around town with a bowl of turtle stew.
Yep, there you go. All right.
I don't want to eat it.
So
Okay,
Sana
you
thanks
probably want to eat the
Gramwell for saving her froggy body, and it appears that again the spring seems to be pretty much safe from the shadow creatures for now. You know that Sana has collected enough of the spring water to be prepared for what you need from your list. You all kind of discuss for a moment. Okay, you know that you still need to collect some more ingredients for this ritual in order to weaken the penumbra wraith long enough for Sana to complete the ritual and seal it back inside of the Everglass. You now need to head either towards the cherished forest or the Black Drip cavern. Which one do you guys want to head to so I can at least put you there on the map so you can see it, and then that's probably where we're gonna end. What are you guys thinking? The forest or the cavern?
I vote the cavern because we only know of one way out. So if we get ambushed in the forest, we can at least figure out a way out. But if
I have a lantern that we could use in both cases as well.
that is true.
Mm.
But I think before he gets too mad at us, we should go to the thingy thing. Thingamajig. I don't know. That one.
Agreed.
A cave. What do you think, Garo Bash? I think I like turtles.
I like turtles. All right, so it sounds like
I am a turtle.
it sounds like we are in agreement to go to the Black Dick. I almost said the Black Dick.
Black what?
The Black Dick.
The
Hey,
black
no.
what?
The Black Dick. We going to the Black Dick. We're going to the Black Drip Cavern next. Oh my god. All right.
Here we go to the black dick.
Here we are, to the Black Dick onward. All right. So you all make your way back out of the spring over here. So you all kind of make your way out of the spring and walk through town towards the black towards the Black Dick, yeah. Towards the Black Drip Cavern, which you have been told by Abram is rather perilous and is a little bit dangerous. And I think that, my friends, is where we're going to end today. We will be doing this again. I figured we probably would end up having this be 2, which is fine. We will try and schedule this again with Toxic. And honestly, Titus, if you would like to join us, we can try and do it. If you want to join us, we could just have you join us, and we could make you a legitimate character sheet, and you could just join us, and we could try and do it with the 5 of us. If we wanted to do this again, we could do this and find a time when Titus could also join us on a weekend.
Yeah.
We could try.
I think that'd be fun.
We'll all work together to try and schedule another time to do this, where Toxic can be here and Titus can join us too. What do you guys think of that? Would that work for everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am there already.
Okay. We will go ahead and kind of meet up on Discord, and we'll try and plan a time. It might be a few weeks out because I know everybody has their schedules planned. Titus is coming to visit me at the end of May, and that's a couple weekends that we won't be available, so it may not be until June, but we will let everybody know what we come up with for a date. We'll try and maybe we'll discuss that in the next couple of days so we can get that scheduled as a group. And we'll be back here on stream, so we will stream it. That way everybody can watch the continuation of this. But I wanted to say thank you to everybody who came today, whether you stayed in chat and you have been with us the entire day, or whether you popped in and out and kind of just were listening for a while, whether you've been lurking and listening. I hope you guys enjoyed the story with us. Thank you to Lana, Deva, Chew, to Toxic, to Titus for being my amazing players today. I hope you guys have had a lot of fun participating
Yeah.
in the one shot so
Thank
far.
you.
No, thank you guys.
Yeah, I
That was
I
fun.
personally have had a blast. Like I've never
Yeah.
had a D&D session go for 6 hours, but here we are.
Yeah, I put a lot into my D&D sessions. I'm sorry if it's been
Yeah,
too long for you
it's
guys,
great.
but hopefully
No,
it's
it's
been
great.
fun.
No,
It's amazing.
I love it.
That was great. Thank you, Star.
No, but yeah, so
Yeah.
we'll plan another time, and I think the next one definitely won't be as long because, like I said, you guys were at the halfway point. We have the cave, we have the forest, and then you guys have to go to the Pendragon estate, obviously the mansion. Those are what's left for you guys. So definitely should have some fun there and see what else awaits us. We know what awaits us at the end. Big scary bad guy.
Big scary bag.
Oh, no.
big scary bad guy.
Let's do it.
But yeah, I really do appreciate everybody coming in and doing this. It's been a little bit since I've done any D&D content on the channel because I wanted to do a one shot last year, but the concussion happened and I went into a hiatus and I couldn't do the one shot I had planned with my mods because we didn't really plan a date, and then the hiatus happened. So I was really happy that I got to do this one shot. And you guys, we did unlock another one shot already because that was one of our goals for the Donathon, was to unlock another one shot. So
Yippee.
you know, if anybody enjoyed this one and either wants to be a part of the next one, or
Absolutely.
if you are a
That was gonna be-
person in chat that wasn't a part of this one but would want to be in one in the future, there's going to be another one. And
I was
yeah.
gonna say, do you have like a set amount of people you want for that one? Because if anyone like backs out or you need another player, I'm sure any one of us would be like jumping at the opportunity.
Oh, for sure.
'Cause It's
Yeah.
been so much fun.
I want to keep it typically to kind of like I did this time, 4 or 5 people at the maximum, because I just want to make sure. That's why I do like the out of turn order and stuff like that. I just want to make sure that everybody
Yeah.
has a chance to take a turn and get a say, because I don't know about you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and pause the subathon timer. We're gonna say 4 hours is left. I'm just gonna say the subathon timer ends at 4 hours, and for the rest of the time, it's just gonna be us chatting. I don't know about you guys, but for those of you that play D&D, one of the most frustrating things for me is when you have a group and there's that 1 or 2 players that just are always at the forefront and you don't get a chance to talk.
Yeah.
And it is a little frustrating when you don't really get to like take a turn, and that's why me as a DM, I've always kind of done that out of turn initiative, so that even if you don't really want to do much, you at least get the chance to do so.
Right.
You know. So that's why I like to keep it at 4 or 5 people, just so that everyone does still get that chance. But you guys are always welcome to join. I'm gonna kind of open it to people that haven't joined first, and then if you know there's room, or if someone drops out, there's always that chance. Or like, you know, with Titus, if you guys ever want to make an NPC, I'm always down to make an NPC or make a monster to join. I always have that as an option for people that have ever been a part of my one shots. If you guys ever want to add something, I can kind of give you an idea of what's there and be like, hey, do you want to help me make a monster or something? Should be fun.
That'd be cool.
But yeah,
That sounds awesome.
yeah. So that's
I helped
kind
her
of
make a
the
quest
plan.
board once for one of her ongoing
She
D&D
did-
campaigns,
he did.
and it was like
It was fun.
super fun.
It was. So I'm really glad that you guys have been enjoying this. I've had a lot of fun. This has been hilarious. Like I had fun during session 0 too. So that was also fun.
That was super
Yeah,
fun.
I usually don't do a whole lot of session 0s unless we do have players that haven't played before. It's just a way to kind of help understand how to play. But I'm glad we got this because we have, you know, the I don't like turtles and all that. It's just kind of fun to have that.
And that was gonna be an autobiography. Reason I don't like turtles.
Hmm. Yeah, we're gonna.
D&D is
Yeah.
generating inside jokes.
It is. Years from now, there's going to be books in my world about Frankie's. I don't like turtles. Volumes 1 through
Frankie.
30.
Turtles, Why They're Evil. Turtles and Why They're Evil by Frankie.
Yep.
Like a black and white like self-portrait. It's got a title "Turtles and Why I Hate Them."
Yep.
And
Exactly.
it's like
Yes.
him doing like a Steve Jobs pose.
Yes. Exactly.
He's wearing a turtleneck sweater.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yes. Also, I need to show you guys this. So this is what Chew did. Here is Larnie with our dead friend, which I am going to make. I'm going to show you. Now that you've done this, Larnie, I'm going to make your dead friend. I'm going to actually show you who this person is. When
You're gonna make me
yeah.
a dead friend? Thank you.
Yeah,
I've always wanted one.
I'm actually going to make this person so that, because I'm sure y'all will save the town. I know you can do it. I'm going to show you who this is. But look at how cool this is. I had to show y'all.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Look
That's
at
a
it.
short amount of time.
I know, isn't
I was
that
just
cool?
like,
I was like, can I show this to everyone? I'm like, you all need to see this. Look at this. It's so cool. I love it.
I did draw a little frog as well. On a little
Yeah,
frog
like
pet.
little. It's so cute. I love it.
I love that actually.
Larnie and our magical little glowy friend here. So those blue lights are actually a part of my D&D world. That's called the Soul Glow. It's actually part of my world's lore. And I've been working on, if anybody's interested in my world, I have slowly but surely been working on a website, a wiki for my world, and eventually I will be done with it and I will be sharing it with people. But the Soul Glow is one of the pages on there that you can read about, which is pretty cool.
Wow, that's
Anyways,
awesome.
I shall bid you all adieu. Sign me up for next time, but
Yeah, we will
yeah,
we
just
will
keep
get
me
together.
updated on session 2.
Yeah, we will get together in the Discord and we will plan a session 2 so that we all are in agreement on when to do that. That way we can plan it. I'll put it on the schedule and we'll get it done. But yeah, thank you, Lana. This has been so fun. Baru is such a fun turtle. We love the turtle.
I fucking love Barogash so much.
Me too.
I have
And
but
now
one
that-
more
now that he's-
question.
One question. Okay, yes.
Now that he's like permanently in the world, I'm just like so excited. So excited.
Yes. What is your question, Chew, before Lana leaves? That way.
Frog emote when?
Ooh.
Oh my God.
No, when?
Maybe we need to have an emote for each of our characters. At least for the Discord server,
Yes.
we gotta have an emote for each of our characters.
Discord server we have.
Grumpy,
Yep.
We need like a grumpy Barogash just saying, I don't like turtles.
I don't like turtles.
Oh, that's so cute.
Frog emote. I don't like turtles. Larnie with the dead friend.
Friend.
Jack stealing something.
Jack stealing something. Yeah.
No, just Jack saying, this is mine.
This is mine.
To me?
It's mine.
It's from
No,
me.
Jack doing the
It's
for me pose, like with the both fingers together, looking up. For me?
For me?
Yeah,
For
kinda
me?
like
Is mine?
Deva's profile picture, kind of like that.
Yeah.
But just like with the fingers together.
Yep.
Yes. I love it.
I know exactly what you mean. And it's for me.
For me?
It's for me.
It's for me. It's
Anyway,
mine.
I shall bid
Mine?
you all adieu.
All right. Thank you,
talk to y'all
Lana.
next
Bye,
time.
Lana.
Bye,
Thanks,
Lana.
everyone.
See you. Bye-bye.
One of these things is not like the other.
Yeah, we were joking about that, how since Lana's a turtle and we were all using this other pick crew, that Lana's picture looks different than the rest of us, which is fun. But yeah, thank you all for joining. This was super fun. But
This was fun. Thank you.
but yeah, we'll definitely get together to join to do a session 2.
I take a look at my
Thank you.
enormous
Thank you,
penis and
Thank
my
you,
troubles
Casey.
start a melting away. I take a look at my enormous
What
penis.
did Katie do?
690
and
bits?
happy
The enormous
times are
penis?
coming to stay.
I think that
K
deserves
Tyson
way more
01 cheered
frogs.
It does
690
deserve more
bitties.
frogs.
Yeah.
Look who
Alright.
has their mind in the gutter.
That's a frog moment.
All right, so we're at $226
That's pretty
now.
froggers.
That is pretty froggers. Let me update.
Frogger.
I gotta update our thingy, our donation goal. I gotta hold on. I gotta update our thingy. So we're at 226 now, KT. Thank you so much for the biddies. 226 is where we're at. we're getting closer to our next goal, which means more shots tomorrow. But yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. But
How does the shot even taste?
Disgusting. I'm assuming.
Yeah, it tastes craziness is what it tastes like. It tastes like crazy. It is what it tastes like. I'm actually gonna show you guys really quickly. You ready? You ready for this? Here it is. Hold on. No.
Whoa.
I wish I could get this to. Let me go over to the big chat and do it this way. Hold on. Hold on. Here you go. Yeah, here's my website. Here it is, Soul Glow. Bam. Soul Glow is the radiant aura that can sometimes be seen in the realms that is emitted by a soul both alive or dead in the ethereal plane. But yeah, when souls have just recently passed into the ethereal plane is one of the reasons that Soul Glow appears, and that's what you guys are seeing right now. But yep, this is from my website for my world. But
That's so cool.
But yep, Soul Glow is what those little things are called. Like, yeah, y'all is experiencing the Soul Glow. So, Soul Glow. But anyways, I hope that you guys had fun, and we will get together and figure out, like I said, we'll figure out that time for the second campaign day. I'm gonna let everybody go so you all can head out and get food, get drinks, get out for the evening. But thank you guys so much. Next time, like I said, will be a little bit shorter of a stream time. It won't be quite 6 hours. It'll probably be closer to like 2 or 3 to finish this up. But I'm looking forward to seeing where this concludes. The epic battle, the friends along the way. What will Jack steal? Who knows? But yeah, we'll
find out next time on Shadows of the Everglass.
Shadows of the Everglass, yes, exactly. But I will say goodbye to everybody in the VC. So if you guys want to say ta-ta to chat.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you guys
Bye.
so much for participating. We will see you all very soon for part 2. All right, bye everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, y'all. Let me put back on just the lo-fi here. Alrighty. That was very fun. I agree. It was a lot of fun. I hope everybody in chat had an enjoyable time. For anybody that was lurking, listening the whole time, I hope you guys enjoyed too. Thank you too for being a player. I hope you had fun. I loved everything about today. It was so fun. I can finally lean into my chair again, yes. Everybody can relax a little bit again. Deva, I hope you enjoyed your first experience with D&D, and hopefully you'll be able to do more experiences with it. D&D is so much fun. Like I said, everybody DMs a little bit differently. Players play a little bit differently. But for anybody that has never done D&D before, I highly suggest it. It's a lot of fun. You, as you can tell, you can be silly with it. You can be serious with it. You know, the creativity is just kind of up to you. As long as you have a DM who isn't, you know, a complete dick. And there are DMs out there that are very stickler about things. But as long as you have somebody that's understandable and you have a good group of players who work together and, you know, have fun with it, D&D can be really fun. It's honestly really fun to listen to that. Very interesting. Never listened to a D&D thing before. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Vampire. I'm glad it was fun. I know you kind of said that you weren't really into D&D, so that's good to hear that you had fun with it still. I'm glad. And KT, I hope that even regardless of the busy work day, I hope it was at least a good day for you. Thank you so much again for all of the donations today. I appreciate it. Thank you to KT and to Mathis for the donations today. We are at $226 for our donathon. Our next goal is at $250, which is our lewd ASMR reading with the Black Hole Queen. It'll be an entire stream just dedicated to the Black Hole Queen reading lewd ASMR and just being, you know, her black wholeness self. Hopefully, I'll be able to stay in character that whole stream. It might be a little hard, but I'll try my best. Choose like, I won't survive. I can't do it. You'll got this, Chew. You can do it. I love fantasy stuff. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Silver Moon. I'm really glad. Met says I might with a restraining order. I don't know, man. I don't know. The Jack Daniels will pull through next stream. There you go. Yep. We'll see if we can get some more shots. We have, like I said, the Donathon timer is really hard to pause. So even though it's going right now, it is paused at 4 hours. So we've got 4 hours on the clock, and we will have that continue. Well, actually, it's 4 hours and 7 minutes because of KT's donation there at the end. So 4 hours and 7 minutes. And we will start that tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be back here. I will be back at 10 a.m. I am going to update my schedule on the socials and stuff. We'll still be back here at the time that the Donathon is started every day. And we'll see how long we last. We'll see. We'll go until the timer hits 0. So if we get more donations and it adds to the timer, we'll just keep going. We'll see if we have enough people. We will try and play duck, goose, or goose, duck. Not duck, goose. What the fuck am I saying? Goose, duck tomorrow, if we can. I don't know if Titus is able to play tomorrow or not. I know he wanted to. We can try. If not, we'll play in Discord again. But we might play some community games. I'm gonna try and play some Silent Hill tomorrow. So it'll just, you know, donations, shots. We got more shots, more fun stuff. So tomorrow we'll be back to gaming and just kind of hanging out and chilling and having fun. For those of you that came today for the one shot, as we've been saying, we will schedule part 2, and I will keep everybody updated both on the socials and the Discord about when part 2 is, so you guys can come and listen to part 2. Hopefully it won't be too far away. If anything, it'll be maybe a month out at the longest, since, like I said, the end of the month is a little busy since Titus is coming to visit me for a couple weeks. We'll be busy at the end of May with that because it's my birthday, and it'll be fun. Yeah, thank you guys again for being here. I really appreciate it, and I had a lot of fun. I love D&D. I've been a DM for about 15, well, it'll be 16 years this year. So I love sharing D&D with people because it brings me a lot of joy. I am a collector of the dice. I am what one might call a dice dragon. In fact, I have a lot of dice. It feels weird to roll online dice again. I'm always rolling IRL dice. So. Titus roll persuasion. I am a dice addict. Yeah, that's crazy. Downloading Goose Duck. Hey, Silvermoon, there you go. Yeah, it is a hoard, KT. It is scary how much dice I own. I think I'm at 200, almost 210 dice sets. Not dice themselves, but dice sets. That's 7 each of dice. That's a lot of dice. Plus all the like individual little mixed scrambling pieces or whatever. I am a dice dragon. It's pretty crazy. There's a lot of dice. But yeah, let me go see. Don't put the raid messages up yet, please. Don't do it yet. Let me just go see who's streaming, to see who we could maybe go say hello to. Let's see. Rushing. You know what? It's been a long time since we have raided Leland. Like a long time since we've raided Leland. So maybe we'll go and say hi to Leland. He's playing. This is Downhill Ways. He's playing Minecraft. So maybe we can go say hi to him. Really quickly though, since I don't get to do this very often, we're gonna turn this off. And we're going to turn this back on. Woo! There we go. We'll say hi to me one more time. Actual me. Hello. We'll say hi to me. Me one more time. You me. Yeah, the you me, the star me. Hello. I'm not a Pokemon. I'm not Star me. The Flesh Tuber sounds so wrong. It really does. Hi, Kelly. So, yeah, Space Cam, we're back. Ooh, yay. So I will be back, like I said, tomorrow. If we can get enough people, we'll play Goose Duck for a little while. I will probably play Silent Hill. Some of you, I don't know, is Chew still here? So Chew, I didn't get your cottage done in Tiny Glade because you weren't here to tell me what you wanted for it. So if you're here tomorrow, and I'm playing Tiny Glade again, you'll have to tell me, or actually tell me now, what do you want for your cottage in Tiny Glade? Like what colors and stuff? You'll have to send me a message about that sometime so I can make it for you. Because I didn't make it yesterday because I didn't know what you wanted and I didn't want to just make something. So you'll have to tell me what you want so I can make it for you. So yeah, send that to me. But yeah, otherwise, I like Silvermoon's like, I like your flesh. I will stab you to death. Stabby, stabby. Otherwise, yeah, we'll do more fun things. I'll have face cam on again. We'll hopefully maybe take some shots. I may not do Jack Daniels. I have amaretto as well. I might do that because honestly, guys, I used to do Jack Daniels when I was in my 20s, but good fucking God, there is no way I can finish this. Like, I can't do Jack Daniels anymore. Like, I just can't. You said you wanted to DM me in regards to the command thing. Yeah, so the custom commands, I'm going to DM everybody at the very, very end of the donathon. That way I can copy paste what I need from everybody and send it to everybody at once. And that way you guys can all send them back to me. So Vampire, I will be contacting you at the very, very end of the donathon to talk about those. Because I want to just make sure I can just send the message to everyone that needs it. And then we can all discuss individually what you guys want. Because basically it's just like a little custom command that it's like an exclamation point command that you guys can have play like a little sticker and a little sound bit or whatever. So when you come into stream, it's like your own personal little, like, heyo, I'm here kind of thing. And no, go away, ads. We don't need you. Shoosh. Go get the fuck out of here. Stupid ads. I wish you could disable ads, but they're like, Twitch is like, we need our ads. Yeah, like that. Like that little thing that Titus made. That's a custom command thing. Anyways. Yes, good stuff. That's what's to come. Again, I appreciate you guys being here. I love D&D. Hell, I have this on my desk at all times because I like rolling. This is my giant liquid core D20. It is literally always on my desk because who doesn't want to roll a giant liquid core D20? Because why not? Dave is like, whoa. Yeah, I have a lot of dice. Anyways, yeah. I love you guys. Let's go liquid core chunk. It is. It's a nice one of those. If only I had two, I'd have two nice big balls. You know what I mean? Like real fresh, nice grip on those big balls. So if you guys would copy and paste the raid messages, I would appreciate it. Purple hearts and stars is for followers. And the one that's got the Starfy 53 crap there is for our subscribers. And we will go and say hi to, like I said, we're going to go and raid Leland playing some Minecraft. I'm not really sure what he's doing, but he's doing Minecraft, so we're going to go say hi. But for now, I'm going to give everybody the wavies. Bye-bye with the flesh tuberness. Bye-bye. And we'll head to the ending screen. Alright, friends, thank you all again so much for hanging out with myself and with the others. I'm going to do one more quick shout out. If you guys haven't already, go follow Chew and go follow Deva. Both also streamers here on Twitch. David does a lot of amazing artwork, has drawn a lot of things for me. Chew, as you know, plays a lot of games. Chew and I always have a blast when we collab together too. So please go follow them and give some support to them as well. And much appreciated if you guys would do that too. Always a blast hanging out with them and spending time with them too. Their streams are always thrilling too. I will see everybody back here at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. That is noon Eastern Time tomorrow for day 3 of the Donathon for more fun, silly times, and probably shots. So Crazy Star, here we come. All right, y'all. As always, go out and do something kind for somebody. Smile at a stranger. Join a random stream. Whatever it may be, just be your happy, amazing selves. I love you all so, so much. Have a fantastic rest of your evening, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye. And yeah, spare your frogs and the turtles, please. Spare them both. We love turtles. We love frogs. Alright. Bye, y'all. Take care.